we can better work together is going to be what's necessary for us to tackle the topics that we have today. We know in this community that people want our city to be safe. We also want our city to be vibrant and able for people to move around for work. We want economic development, all of these things we want. And this is the day to talk about not just the what, but the how, and move forward with that. And it's really good, the 2 minutes. I think I may be into 1:30 right now, 1 minute and 30 seconds. But to say, I really also want to say to the team that's working on all of this, that's making it possible, there are so many good things that are going on with our people that we don't even know about. So one morning I got a call from Bloomberg Foundation, and the guy says, well, I wanted to just call and let you know that we're going to be awarded one of the top grants in the city from the Bloomberg Foundation about sustainability. A lot of that is because the team that puts together sustainability helped get that application through. It's going to be impactful for 3 years of money that we can do things better in some of the things that are most important. And I think all of our initiatives have that opportunity because that's the way Charlotte rolls. Okay? The team helps us all be better. We may get to cut the ribbons, we may get to sing the praises for these things, but I know where the real work gets done, and I just want you to know how much we appreciate all of each and every one of you. So with that, why don't we go ahead and get the day started?
Awesome. Sorry, Mayor, your time's up. If you could give the rest of your comments to the clerk.
Absolutely.
Our first topic of the day is affordable housing. And I'm like, there is a discussion. What are you talking about? Okay. I'm not sure who's coming up, Julia. Is it? Oh, Rebecca. Okay, very good. Now we hear from Rebecca Hefner. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So as you know, Julia, of course, put together a lot of the logistics for this morning, for the retreat, especially for this morning. So she sent out an email on Friday and said, Rebecca, you're going to be the lead off batter for strategic initiatives. So I said, okay, I can bring it. This is my sweet spot, right? I can really bring it. So I was letting my younger son know I wasn't going to be home last night, and he's a big baseball fanatic. So I thought to myself, this is like a classic parenting mistake. We make it over and over. I'm going to impress my kid. That's what I thought to myself, with a baseball analogy. So I said, this is what I'm doing, and I'm going to be the lead off batter. And he said to me, yeah. All you have to do, Mom, is get on base. And for the fences, he's like, no, Mom. You just get on base. So I think what he was saying was, tone it down a little, would you? But as you know, I'm passionate about affordable housing, so I'll do my best. So what do I do to advance? Just say so? A clicker? Oh, excellent. All right. So this isn't much of a presentation. The format today, of course, is I'm going to just share a few highlights and then turn it over to y'all for conversation with one another. I'm here for questions during that if needed. So a couple of things I just want to highlight out of your pre-read, some of the things that you all have accomplished this year. We made significant enhancements to the Housing Trust Fund, really thinking about a couple of things. One, how do we leverage our local bond dollars along with other funding, federal funds and ARPA dollars, to really maximize what we can get through our housing development RFP. So you may recall when you saw projects come through last round and the round that closes this Friday, you'll see projects that have additional funding sources. We're really trying to maximize the use of our local dollars. and also extend affordability terms. So a couple of really important things that came out of your Housing Trust Fund tune-up from last year. We've also posted the NOAA RFP and recently posted the Strategic Land Acquisition RFP. Again, all components of enhancing the Housing Trust Fund. Of course, we've also advanced our anti-displacement efforts in partnership with the Nest Commission, and you all approved some investments in additional programs to support anti-displacement in October, and those are moving forward. And you also, of course, received a recommendation from the Nest Commission about how to support funding for anti-displacement going forward. And then the last point I would make is it's not just about the number of units that are produced in any given round of the Housing Trust Fund, but with our partners and through your decisions and investments. Last year we supported over 12,000 households with a variety of programs and services that really support resident stability, neighborhood affordability, and economic mobility. So we're excited about the objectives and goals conversation from yesterday, because we've really been pushing as staff to think about housing as not just the production of units, but what are the outcomes for our residents. And what I keep saying is housing and. We shouldn't ever have to make an investment that's just in a housing unit. We have other resources and we have partners. We tested all of this through the Staying in Place pilot. Housing and health, housing and digital inclusion, housing and workforce development. And of course, when we get it really right, it's all of those things wrapped up together. So that's where we are focusing our efforts at the staff level to really optimize the investments that you all are making. And that's all I have. I'm going to turn it over to conversation.
So as we go through each strategic initiative, there are a series of questions. And one is, should it continue to be a strategic initiative? I think this is a no-brainer on this one. But as you go through your comments or the discussion, it's really based on these series of questions.
Like Mr. Jones said, this is a no-brainer. I think most of us would agree that affordable housing should continue to be our strategic priorities. I think we have tough decisions to make in this year's budget, and we have seen increased funding requests in Housing Trust Fund from the Nest Commission, $100 million, and out of that, $25 million that they're requesting for it to go to specifically towards our anti-displacement efforts. So if you could just, Mr. Jones, give us your thoughts on their recommendations.
So that's a tough one. So as we put the budget together, we talked a bit yesterday about capacity. So during this strategy session, if it's the will of the council to have more resources, whether it's for transportation or affordable housing, we will find ways to develop that capacity for your priorities.
So I think regardless of what we do on affordable housing in terms of 50, 75, 100 million, whatever that number is, what I would like to see is have increased focus on anti-displacement efforts, that we currently don't have dedicated funding source for that, and it becomes very difficult when we have anti-displacement. We have seen with Lake Arbor, we have seen with other rezonings that have come in front of us. So I think it is critical that we continue to fund anti-displacement and find sort of a consistent source of revenue for that.
So, if I may, yeah, okay. You mentioned this and that and that. I'd be interested to understand better who qualifies for our units. Like, what is it just an income test, or what criteria do we use? And I think that we could be more productive with these investments if they were tied to the type of workforce development or other efforts. In other words, people get the benefit of the housing, but they also participate in programs that help them get to the point where they don't need that assistance anymore. How long, for example, do people who get into our subsidized housing typically live there? Do they move in and then that's it? They stay there? Or do we have requirements as to efforts they should make in order to graduate from needing that assistance? So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So the city doesn't manage any of the affordable housing units directly. And typically, the city is providing gap funding, so the but $4, and our money is usually last in. So while we get the deed restrictions, we don't always have a position to require how the property is managed. What we do manage is the income requirements. So when you approve an affordable housing investment, for example, there are specific number of units at each level of AMI. And so the way the property is managed is then residents are required to demonstrate that income level in order to live there. And then there are checks annually about how you're maintaining that income, has it increased, and then the city, so the property management does that, and then the city also, we have an asset management division that ensures compliance with those requirements. So other than the partnerships that we have intentionally entered into, for example, with the NOAA investments at places like Lake Mist or Hill Rock, where there is a partnership built in to the investment. So those have community health workers on site. We've partnered with Atrium Health and their workforce development programs. So we don't require that, but we have those opportunities to create more partnerships along those lines.
But is there anything to say that with DreamKey, for example, we would say, okay, we're going to subsidize this, but here's the deal. These are the conditions, and they would just have a program that might be different from what they do for others in order to meet a number of our priorities, and not just do it the same way they might be doing it.
Yeah, we're not prohibited from that. The thing that we would want to think carefully through is that not every person or household is in the same place of readiness when it comes to participating in workforce development, for example. And so the research-based models about housing are all housing first models. You get into housing and you get stabilized, and then empower residents to choose paths to participate. So we would want to think carefully through that based on the models that we have in our community and what research says is effective in terms of helping people move through those stages of economic mobility.
If their incomes go up, do they lose the eligibility for the subsidy?
Yes.
So the unit, does then another unit become, or do they have to move out?
It depends if there is a unit available in the same place or across the portfolio of the property provider. One of the things that we've heard consistently from you all and are working towards is how do we create a way for people who are displaced to have some kind of priority in terms of when new housing units come online. So we've been working with the state and some of our partners around that.
So last comment, we don't have, other than a number of units, we have no metrics for the productivity of this that I've seen. It would be interesting to see if there was a way that we could establish kind of return on investment criterion, because we, you know, in these constrained environment, and especially if we're talking about increasing the money further, I'd really like more accountability around that investment. Thank you.
So, as we talk about metrics, just wanted to circle back here to the conversation from yesterday regarding the Safe Communities and Great Neighborhoods Committee. I did have a chance to go back through and wanted to just frame a little bit some of this discussion around housing in terms of what we have on our plan as it relates to housing. The ones that I think bubbled up to the top that really captured the essence of what was in each one of these buckets were increase the percent of households, both new and existing, within the 10-minute walk or transit ride to amenities, basically, right? Because when we think about housing and affordability, the most choice housing is the most expensive because of where it is. It's about location, right? So in terms of metrics specific to housing, definitely I think that that is one that we'll want to craft some language and some monitoring around, because I think that informs our housing location policy and much of the scoring that goes into Housing Trust Fund, et cetera. When it comes to preserving affordable housing stock, which is another one of the metrics or one of the goals here that I think ties directly to metrics in terms of affordable units that have been built, but matching it to the AMI, because we have vacancy across the city, but it doesn't necessarily match the price point where we're trying to house people. And so to the extent that we can get visibility as to how our dollars help match that more, I think that that would be very helpful. And then the other component when it comes to Housing Trust Fund, for us to go to $100 million, what would be important for me is that we're investing dollars specifically into home ownership. And home ownership rate, I think, is something that would be significant to be bubble up to our community dashboard, because we know that there are so many things that tie to the quality of life as it relates to home ownership and to the quality of our neighborhoods. So those are the things from the metric. When it comes to this conversation overall in terms of strategy, absolutely, I believe that affordable housing should continue to remain one of our strategies. The things that I'd like to see us focus on this year is, again, housing by income and really trying to match that, because I think it drives the different conversation at each level, what the work needs to look like, whether it's getting people stable housing or whether it's how do we help folks increase their income, which may impact where we choose to locate folks next to employers and those kinds of things. And so I definitely would, thank you. So housing by income, affordable home ownership, I'd like to see us invest our dollars there and work with our intergovernmental partners about how we can incentivize development of for sale property rather than just for rent like our LATEC dollars do. Land acquisition, we know that we're planning major transportation initiatives, so to the extent that we can acquire land and plan for affordability ahead of investment, I think those are things that we really need to be wrapping our minds around this year.
Can I get on? D'Alva, can I get on the list? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Wallington has stole all my notes. And I think we're aligned in terms of what I think we need to be focusing on. Certainly, it should continue to be a strategic initiative moving forward, with an emphasis on home ownership, for sure. The down payment assistance program, does that need to be modified to reflect the rising values of homes in the community? Are we doing enough in reference to the home repair program? Is there enough resources there? Are the guidelines flexible enough to really benefit those who want to take advantage of it? I mean, those are things I think we really need to kind of tweak and make sure that we're consistent to where we're going. The Housing Trust Fund, right? Great model. I think we celebrated, 2 years ago, something like that. And we talked about really tuning it up, kind of, kicking the tires, changing the oil. I mean, I don't think we've done that yet, right? And so if we can, and we're coming on another round of funding. So if we can use this year through the committee to really look at the Housing Trust Fund to see what can we do differently to achieve a greater impact, right? I think we need to do that for sure. So if we can do that, that would be fine. And then we also talked years prior to you about the city-owned land, right? And I just don't understand where's the strategic plan or the outcomes from those discussions. Have we identified? And these are old conversations, right? But hopefully there can be a greater point of emphasis this year in terms of working with real estate to really getting us to understand where the land's located and do we have a strategy for utilization and et cetera, right? So I think we're just kind of running in place with that. We all say it on the campaign trail, we're going to do city-owned land. And we don't have any results from my perspective to kind of point to this is what we've done. Some examples, but certainly not enough throughout the city. And then innovation in housing. You know, we talked in previous years about the tiny homes, the container homes. Now that we have all these vacant buildings uptown, that should be a part of the conversation with economic development about how do we incentivize or work with developers to convert some of these empty high rises into housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, et cetera. There's a cost associated with it, for sure, right? But how do we begin to be a lot more cutting edge and what we're thinking about doing around those things that are really important. And then lastly, next commission, we need support. Thank you.
So I'm going to try to take this to another place for a moment. This is a huge problem. We own a portion of it, but I would like for the staff to help us inventory the people that are also doing this work. So we talk about down payment assistance, and Bank of America has a whole program around down payment assistance. You walk in that day and you walk out with a house. I mean, they do the whole thing right there in just one day, but it's that program nobody talks about. So in some ways, we're doing our part, but there are people in this community, so I'd like an inventory of who's doing what. It has been a long time since we really took a map and said, who's responsible for what? You know, we've funded a lot of money into the housing rental for women and have that initiative. I don't know how much is left for them, but we need a bigger picture of this on who does what and where are the gaps that we can help fill and how can we support others to do this. And then I think the other part about it is the prevention metric. I would like to see if we get out instead of doing new construction, is it what we need to do to prevent displacement, and how aggressive can we be, or how aggressive can our partners be? And then the final thing I want to say is two things. One, the Federal Home Loan Bank is going through an entire review of their system, and they are going to be asked by the federal government to increase funding for affordable housing. So we need to get in line for that. We need to begin to think about who else has the money and how do we use that. And the second part of it is the mobility plan. If you have if you have a train or whatever, their HUD and the Transportation Department will provide you access for funding to purchase for affordable housing, because they too understand the difference between having a place to live but getting to a place to work. So they've already got their program ready. So what do we do? It's a part of how do we combine these things, and I believe that the inventory needs to be very consistent for us to see what we are leaving on the table instead of bringing new things to the table.
So, yeah, maybe I can. Yeah. So I'm going to try to prevent something from getting into the manager's parking lot, okay? So a couple things. Mr. Mitchell has been asking about the inventory of properties. We have it. We're going to launch it as early as next week. and there are a number of parcels that are city-owned, Sean, if I get this right, that would be available for affordable housing, more than I think we've ever had in the past. Same thing with economic development and some of the opportunities for city-owned facilities. So I think that's important. The other thing that came up was down payment assistance. So the city has a program, a couple of years ago, $30,000. But also, if you live in a corridor, you can get an additional 50. So that's $80,000 for down payment assistance. Maybe we're not marketing it the right way or things like that, but those are the kinds of things that we have to raise up to the top to make sure people understand that they're available.
Ms. Wilson, you're doing a great job.
Keeping the
Please
man-
keep that up. Just a quick question. Are we collecting any data from our affordable housing developers as to how many, in terms of upward mobility, right? So are families staying there for 5 years, 6 years? Is there a plan to upward mobility? People in our that currently need affordable housing. So we'd like to see some sort of plan towards upward mobility so that it creates space for our next batch of residents.
We do not currently.
So I would like to add that to manager's parking lot, if we can have that. I think we do need to have that as part of our metrics, because ultimately the goal, we need to provide upward mobility, and housing alone cannot do it. We need to have wraparound services with it. When I served on in Livian's board, it was called Housing Authority back then. We actually had workforce development program that was paired with the housing. So everyone was required to work at least 30 hours a week. These are not seniors or those with special needs. And I think we need to have some sort of requirement, similar requirement. I don't know if do we have that?
No.
Okay, so I would like to see some sort of metrics around that, because we truly need to tackle the 30,000 backlog that we have in our affordable housing.
Thank you. I do agree that, and Livian actually shifted their model a couple years back with the name change to focus on up and out. And I think that has a place here in our strategy. I don't believe holistically that needs to be a stamp on our strategy overall, but there's a place for that here. What I want to make sure that, and I've said this before, but from a home ownership perspective, I would like for us to increase, and if we're talking about metrics, the number of units that we bring online this year that are for sale. I would like for that to increase. And I'd like for us to set a goal. Last year I said 10% would be a good goal to increase. But I'd like for us to set a goal in terms of the number of units that are for sale, because that's a pivot. And, we know that alters families' outcomes. And so I would like to see that somewhere in here. Housing is peppered throughout all of our strategic priorities. And we discussed it in transportation and planning yesterday, and a couple of other groups did as well. So I think we make the funds from the Housing Trust Fund work pretty well. They're but for gap funding dollars, but I would just like for us to focus on ownership and allowing that to be a bigger part of our portfolio.
Just, I guess for clarity, we spent some time in San Antonio late last year, and they have $150 million over 5 years for their housing trust fund. But they also have, and I think it was 28,000 units or whatever the number was, but they have it in categories. And so whether it's home ownership or 30% AMI and below, and once you hit that category, that's it. So when we talk about metrics, I would like to have some clarity at some point, maybe not today, about are there a total number of units per category that you're interested in, or something that you can put a framework around this so we can make sure that we're hitting a target that you've identified.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. So I'm listening and I'm learning, so I got to listen a lot more than I run my big mouth. But I'm hearing $30,000 and $50,000 really caught my eye. And then when the mayor said that there's a down payment assistance program, I'm going to speak to a group of people in my district. I don't think they know anything about it. It's going to be a charge to me and all of us to make sure that we are definitely putting this information out there for our constituents, the people that trust us and put us in these positions when we're out there on the campaign trail and saying what we're going to do. I want just to be able to deliver things authentically and to be transparent. So I want to ask a couple of questions. I heard $30,000 for down payment assistance. Then I heard another $50,000 if they're in a corridor of opportunity. And where is this information at, and how are we putting this information out there, and how do we just deliver that information to the people that need it? I want to say this too, with my main line of work being Beauty After the Bars and me running my nonprofit organization, we're looking for a home. I got a grant for $450,000 and I haven't been able, I've been overbidded 3 times. I've seen a house that I wanted in my district and I haven't been able to get that home because every time I go to put my bid in, somebody's overbidding for the house. So I bid it on one that was for $429, somebody bid it $513. And they really wanted it. So these opportunities are really good for the people that need them the most, but how and where are we delivering the information and where is it at? Because I really need to know so I can be able to put it in perspective and deliver this information and make sure people go get homes, because $80,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, I may phone a friend on this one in terms of our communication, Sean or Rebecca.
Sure.
Okay.
So a couple pieces to that question. One, there's a real barrier right now around homeownership that we can't control, which is interest rates. So even with $80,000, there's a challenge. The other barrier is supply, what's available. So one of the recommendations of the Nest Commission, for example, the acquisition rehab resale program, putting more money towards the city funding the acquisition of properties, which can then be offered for as home ownership. And I'll say, Ms. Mayfield, excellent idea, many years ago. And then on the communications piece, we rely on a network of partners primarily around communications. I mean, we do our typical, communications with email and social media, but to get to the people who need the information most, we really rely a lot on our partners. So, for example, DreamKey administers our House Charlotte program, so we work a lot with DreamKey to get the word out. Our partners of our realtor community and our financial partners are some of the most important relationships we have to get this information out as well. And then also we've added, paying attention to this issue, added this year, if you go on, for example, Zillow, and you're searching for something, there's a button that says, are there down payment assistance programs available? Ours shows up on there now. So there are some ways that we're really trying to be thoughtful and intentional about how to get the information out. And then, of course, we rely heavily on our network of neighborhood leaders and neighborhood organizations to share this kind of information in their communities.
I haven't spoken much. I got a lot of minutes left, but okay. I'm learning, so I need to ask questions. So how do I put this information out there when someone wants information from me? I understand the partners, but I am one of the members that was elected. So I want to be able to deliver information when people ask me for the information. So am I just to recap what you said to me, because I take very good notes? Or is there?
Great, or even better, we'll equip you with information, printed collateral, digital information that you can share with your constituents.
Okay, I'm gonna be looking for that when
So
I get back to
we
Charlotte.
have a group, our Neighborhood Engagement Services team. Each district has a neighborhood liaison, and then our at-large members also have an assignment. So in addition to your constituent services support staff, you have a neighborhood liaison who helps work with the neighborhood leaders in your district, and
Okay.
that person can also provide this kind of information to you.
Well, thank you so much. You're doing a great job. So I play softball. You're just still on first base though. I'm gonna hit you in though. I'm gonna hit you in, girl.
I mean, I'm going to just say, let's see. I think it's Rachel that we're relying on to knock me home, right? So, yeah.
This is a great topic, and there's a lot of energy around it. We have 2 more comments or questions, and then we're going to have to go to the next topic so we can stay on track. So we have Tark and then Mitchell.
Yes, I'm prepared to charge the mound, I believe. No, I think what I would humbly ask as a type D, as we all learned yesterday, to my other letters out there, would humbly ask, humbly, that's what it said I was supposed to say. Using up my time right now. I would humbly ask that as we approach this, we've done a lot of work in the last 6 years. A lot of people have worked hard, but I think as we look back on it, we probably haven't made the impact we all would have hoped to. So as we look forward, I think we need to look towards what scales, what makes the biggest impact in this problem that we all know exists and we want to help solve for. And, you know, when I look at a topic we have really not looked at at all, it makes such a bigger difference in this space, which is the zoning and permitting processes. And we all get pinged on zoning stuff, but for those of you, I'm assuming many of you do, are there to help with the permitting process. It is long, it is painful, it is slow, and all of those things cost money. So at a quick search out there, I saw roughly in last year, 2023, 20,000 new units of housing, market rate, anything, were built in Charlotte. About 12,000 single family, 8,000 multifamily. If you take an average cost of that being $300,000, just for rough math for illustrative purposes, that's $6 billion of capital that's invested in our community. All the experts say that they say over 30% of overhead is in the red tape of everything that's built from zoning and permitting. That's an accepted figure. That means last year alone, the cost was $1.8 billion that goes straight away to make housing less affordable. And if you calculate that over the last 6-year period, where we've spent, $150 million, a record-breaking number on affordable housing, that's $10.8 billion that we didn't even look at. And if we could shave that off by 10%, we're talking about $1 billion that goes straight to affordability. So there's a lot of assumptions in what I'm saying there, but, it's reasonable to think that's possible and that math works, and we haven't spent the time. So when we go back to the metrics and the things that I hope we leave here with, I hope one of them is we take a laser focus towards time of average permit, process, dollar amount assumptions that show what zoning and the red tape is costing in overhead so that we're managing to that. We're holding staff accountable. We're creating new processes. If we want to make a massive difference there, there's still things that won't get solved, like under 30% AMI, and we'll have to look at that in a different way. But this will solve a huge amount to where the puck is going to be.
Thank you.
Bring us home.
Councilman Brown said it best, so I'm going to bring you home. You second, third, now you about to steal home. So just a couple of things. I think, one, just for information, if we can show the breakdown of those 12,000 units, 30%, 60%, 80% AMI, I think it'll be helpful as we try to measure that. How close are we to our target, or how far do we need to go? Secondly, I want to thank the staff and the city manager for doing that inventory list. I think you have heard, even from Councilmember Brown, there's a need of city-owned property And then there's opportunity for city-owned buildings to make sure we're using those for opportunity. Thirdly, I would like to say, and City Manager touched on it, we need to be very clear on measuring, if we say home ownership, what category are we going to focus on for home ownership? Is it 6%, is it 80%, or 100% AMI? So I want us to be very clear. The last challenge for all of us, and I would say council, is still NIMBY. And somehow we need to control the narrative that affordable housing is great for the entire city of Charlotte. And so when we have the situation of NIMBY, you know, we need to be prepared because we know going in how some neighborhoods will feel. So great job. Let's continue to make it a strategic priority for this council. Thank you.
Coming across the home plate, girl.
Thank you, Rachel. Rebecca, great job. I want to introduce Monica Holmes.
Rebecca, great job.
Nice job, Rachel.
Monica will cover corridors of opportunity and the 2040 plan UDO. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm going to be wearing two hats today. So I'm Monica Holmes. I think I know all of you, but if not, it is very nice to meet you. I will start off with Corridors of Opportunity, which I've been leading that program for the city with a really wonderful team. And then I'll transition to the 2040 plan UDO after we have that discussion. So we'll kind of break it into two parts. So today, Corridors of Opportunity, we've gotten a lot of things done. So I want to take 30 seconds to just mark some of those accomplishments over the past couple of years. We've really been focused on it. And then I want to really look forward to what's going to happen in the next 2024 in this year. So we have built a communications machine, and a lot of that work is in partnership with our communications department. We've launched a newsletter. We've had over 1.5 million impressions. WFAE did a whole year in focus on the Corridors of Opportunity program. I think that has built energy and awareness around the program and is really one of our big successes to show kind of the work that we're doing and that we're continually investing. We finished up all of the playbooks. So the Freedom Wilkinson draft is about to hit the streets. So that is the last playbook. We'll actually come back and start some work in Beatty's Ford to put together a strategic document for that over the next year. And while I'm on that topic, we'll also be looking forward to doing what I call roadmaps in the corridors that we don't have them. So to pause on that for a second, we have playbooks, which is everything the community prioritizes and the city prioritizes. They range in implementation items from 60 to 150 depending on the corridor. That's a lot of things, right? That takes years and years and years to implement. What we have been actively doing is going back and doing a roadmap, which is these are the 10 things we are actively progressing and working on right now that the city is leading. So we have those for a couple of corridors. We'll be this year focusing on expanding them. We are also highly focused on leveraging federal dollars in regards to infrastructure and programs. So we are about a fifth, maybe a little over a fifth of the way to our big audacious goal of $100 million of federal investment in corridors. And we have outstanding, we are currently in progress of working on an application for about 15 million more. We have an application out that's of several $1 million more. And we're actively working on a very large application that's to the tune of about $40 to $50 million. So we're in progress. That's the good news. We just need to, again, hit that home run and get it done and bring those dollars home. So that's going to be a huge focus over the course of this next year. And I think it ties nicely to the topics that you'll look at later today, too. We also have been highly focused on how we measure success. That was a topic we've talked about a lot over the last year. We've really been honing in, how do we isolate what we are doing as the city, what other partners are doing, great partners like the United Way, the Knight Foundation, LISC, Leading on Opportunity, what are they doing, and how do we see what that impact is? I'm really excited to let you know that we're working on a partnership with United Way where we will together evaluate and do a pilot in one corridor, a deep dive that includes a thorough survey. It'll be statistically accurate. We're working with people way smarter than me with their doctorates in research and science to understand the impact of our investments across the board. So that will be a focus in this coming year within corridors. Just a couple other highlights before I read off these discussion questions and to kind of get your thinking going on what the next year may look like. I just want to hit some of the things that we launched last year that you're going to see coming out of the ground this year. That's the business opportunity hubs. So you'll see those in all 6 corridors kind of come to life. You'll see the e-bike pilot. We launched that in the North Graham, North Tryon corridor in December. That's a public-private partnership. Really, it's a public-private nonprofit partnership with DreamKey as our partner. So you'll see that continue to expand in the coming year as well. And again, just some of the infrastructure projects coming to life. The Albemarle Cultural Trail will be doing more thorough planning on that, getting more dollars and cents so that we can continue to pursue the federal dollars in that corridor. So just a couple highlights, things that we've kicked off, launched in 2023, will be big focuses in 2024. And I just am going to close with a few discussion questions. What challenges or opportunities do you see in the year ahead? Are there any major goals the council wants to achieve in the next year within corridors of opportunity? And should this continue to be a strategic initiative moving forward?
Thank you. Okay, we're going to recognize Malcolm, Mayfield, Mitchell, Anderson, Drake.
We need to create a secondary, so we focus
Hello?
on corridors of like business.
But thank you. First, I want to thank the manager and the staff and the council. I think this is a perfect example of making a district issue a city priority. I mean, this thing started on Beatty'sford Road and it expanded throughout the city. And I'm not sure people really understand the significance and the importance of the biz hubs that's now located on each corridor, stand up by a nonprofit organization providing resources and services to those people in those communities. That's huge, and it's really commendable how we kind of build this thing together. And so I'm really supportive of this. This is certainly should be a strategic initiative that we continue to move forward. I like the way that we are pivoting from, I think we talked about it not being on the grid for funding, but there appears to be a strategy for other governmental funding to continue to support the work. I think that's really important. I think it's really important that we continue to merge and marry the work with housing and what Victoria is doing in terms of public safety and housing, and the recommendations of the Nest Commission, which again impact these corridors. I think that's critically important. And the partnerships that we're making, that the city, again, is not putting just our dollars into. And I think we continually need to lean into working with the corporate community to provide additional resources as well as beginning to, and the small businesses on the corridors. I think that's a place for opportunities to really lean in even more, to begin to stand them up a little bit stronger and a lot more focus in terms of being very intentional about how we work with some of the small businesses on the corridor. But this is really, I think, a flagship program. Got a call, I guess, about 2 weeks ago from a guy in Atlanta asking the questions about, tell me more about this corridors of opportunities. I see your name is on it. Can you please share what you guys are doing? And I told them I'll share with them at a cost, right? But I think people are now watching what we're doing. It's a whole of government approach. Every department is touching this thing. And I think it's really good work, good staffing, a lot of problem solving along the way. We're not getting everything right with it, but we're like 95% hitting the ball, going back to the baseball analogy, right? Our winning percentages are really, really great on this thing, but it continues to do more work on it. Yeah.
Well, now that we got it fixed. Wow.
That's all.
Good morning. Thank you for the information. Question for you. You stated that we're looking at a new corridor investment. Here's the question. Are we going back to one of our initial corridors, or are we saying with that new corridor investment where we're getting ready to look at things and you have people smarter than you and we have experts coming around, are we identifying a new corridor, or are we going back to one of our original corridors to see how we have done and how we're going? Batesford Road, it took a minute, but they figured it out as far as community engagement, not just academia coming in and saying, hey, this is what's great for your community with Chaitanya and so many others. You have it coming out the ground, and it's much more organic. Off of Freedom Drive, Wilkerson, the corridors of opportunity has not necessarily created opportunities for the community as was once thought that it could be. One of our, honestly, biggest failures was a minority-owned business that was over there that faced obstacles left and right, and we weren't there to help. So if we're going to put an investment of new eyes and new ideas, I don't want that to be in yet another area. I think we will be much more beneficial if we go back to the beginning at one of our areas and make sure that they're shored up. So has an area of town been identified for what you were just sharing about?
What I was sharing about with the United Way is just evaluating the work. So we will look at we will not add another corridor currently out of that portfolio as part of that. It's really saying, where have we had investment and what's the impact of that investment? And let's do a deep dive into that corridor to understand our impact. So we have not yet selected with United Way which corridor we're going to pilot, basically measure the success of the program. So that's one. The second, I just want to address really the Freedom Wilkinson piece, because we just are starting to really kick off implementation there. And so we've been working with the community to kind of make sure that message is very clear that we are just starting an implementation phase there. Really, the Business Opportunity Hub was ground zero, step one. And so there's a lot of work to be done there, and I want to be really transparent that there is no assumption that we're done there. I mean, we're just really getting started.
So for further clarification, and Mr. Manager, it's really for the direction of you and your team. We created corridors of opportunity. Investment came in certain corridors. Other areas, we created a playbook or started the conversation of a playbook. They didn't necessarily align as far as what support was created for the community in tangent with we're promoting a corridor and here's what you need to step in. I would just like to have a suggestion and a thought that when you're looking at the area, don't just look at the areas of success, look at the areas of opportunity. Because some of our areas have not seen as much growth under our corridor. We will have we would have a better picture and a more detailed picture if we're looking at both, where we still have opportunity or where we see unintended consequences, as well as where we've seen success, so that we can try to figure out that middle of what needs to be created to fill in, if that makes sense.
So this was intentional, and Monica, I may be a year or two off. Because of funding constraints, we started 2 playbooks at a time, so over a 3-year period. So while Mr. Graham has a lot of success, he was the first one. So there are some that the ink hasn't really dried on the playbook yet, and so they're going to be a little bit behind. So a little, I guess, patience may be too strong a word with building on those playbooks. The other thing I mentioned a little bit yesterday, later today we're going to talk about these strategic investment areas, okay? So there's 16 of those, and it's not like they're new corridors, but think about 16 areas throughout the entire city where there's going to be investment, not just in infrastructure, but in these community area planning process, if I got that right, Allison. There's an opportunity for citizen engagement input into what we do in those 16 additional areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you for the presentation, Monica. Thank you for the work of the team. Certainly, Corridors of Opportunity is one that I'm particularly fond of, given our work with the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition and our corridor playbook years ago. Couple of things. As I'm glad to hear the United Way connection. I know that we all met and have been meeting ongoing with their neighborhood champions. And what I see in the next round of Corridors of Opportunity, or in our next phase, we've done a great job of identifying the place-based investments in terms of transportation, infrastructure, things like that. I'm happy to see, and I hope that we continue this year to focus on the people-focused investment, because we want to make sure that as these neighborhoods become more attractive, that the people who are in them get to be a part of that growth and mobility. And so to the extent that we're connecting to the neighbors, and whether that's providing more information about our city programs, as was discussed before, or that's connecting people to workforce development and business development programs, I really, really want to see us dig in there, because there is a difference between the corridors who started out very community-led, community-driven, like pulling on council's coattails that, hey, we want to do something, versus we've identified this from a very database standpoint. We know where the corridors are, and then we as the city kind of initiating that work. I want to make sure that we play our role as support to what the community is driving. So where there are needs to really invest in capacity development, I want us to do that, and so that ultimately it's the communities that are driving that, and we are one of several public sector partners. And my hope is that as we move through this evaluation process, not only do we set up this process for evaluation, but we also create a structure with our United Way neighborhood champions for ongoing communication. They should function, in my mind, like another one of our community input groups, or our board and commission that's tied to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee. So I'd like to offer that up to our committee and to the council for further discussion. I also echo the comments around investing in businesses in our corridors. I'm very happy to see the business hubs, and I want to make sure that as we think about not only equipping our people in the corridors with jobs, but we're also really seriously helping folks get their businesses going. I know that we've got several programs at different tiers of business, but that very first, I want to go from widget maker to widget maker business owner. That's the piece where I think our Corridors of Opportunity residents really could use some assistance there. So I'd like to see us do that, as well as start to make those connections between education and economic mobility, because we've got plenty of schools in our corridors that really need support. So I'd like to see those connections, because we also know there's going to be ties there to our safety work as well. The question that I have is, as we think about capital, I noticed yesterday that our set aside for Corridors of Opportunity goes away after fiscal year, I think it was 24. What is the plan for how we continue to invest in this work, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so initially, we used about all the capacity that we could in each of the bond cycles as it related to the infrastructure piece of corridors opportunity. As we review the bond going forward, again, I'm sure that those zeros will become some numbers as we have more resources to utilize.
Okay, I think it's on now. Thank you. You know, I can't think of a better program that we have, just holistically across the board. Corridors is just a tremendous program that's grassroots oriented, connected to the community, listening to what the community wants. And we are investing dollars, but more importantly, the additional dollars that are secured from a private and federal perspective really add dimension to this program. And I can tell you the constituents in District 1 and the Sugar Creek corridor, they can feel the effects of what has been done, right? And the North Graham corridors just really kicking off implementation, but the neighborhood is excited about it. So as I mentioned yesterday, Mr. Jones, I noticed that we have that drop off of investment, but our budgets do reflect priorities. And so as we think about these out years, we do have to have some reflection of corridors in our budget, because I think that just underscores how truly important it is. And the other piece I want to say is, you know, you can see the effects, some of the effects of what we're doing will have a longer runway, and some will have some more immediate impacts. And not having that hotel, the economy I can't tell you how many calls I've gotten about that. Like, just the fact that it's not there anymore, let alone what's going to come in its stead, which is home ownership opportunities. But constituents are having very visceral reactions to what we're doing in the Sugar Creek corridor. So I want to say kudos. I want to take the model that you've developed, Monica, with the comms plan. I think we need to tell our story better. We have other great things that we're doing in the community that we don't tell the story about. So I would like to take your model of comms, from a comms perspective, and put that on other great stories that we have and get it out so the community understands what we're doing.
So I'd like to offer a different perspective. District 7 is not part of the corridors process. We need to understand that the government economy in Mecklenburg is among other things, a large wealth redistribution process. So, for example, the amount of spend in the schools is about a third in South Charlotte, and not part of the corridors, not really beneficiaries. So it would be, I think, a good idea, and this is not a political statement, but I would just say it's a good idea that there will be a sort of surplus of payments from middle class and affluent neighborhoods to fund a lot of our other efforts. But when you reach a certain point, and I've been going on about this for a long time, where you can't get a sidewalk in a place where there's a school bus stop and the kids are standing at the edge of the road waiting for a bus while the cars go flying by in the dark, people start to get pissed off. So what I'm saying is, if we could be a little more focused on that redistribution aspect, identify where the money's come, where we're spending it. I think, Ms. Molina, you made the point about let's be more aware of how we're spending the money. And if you meet a minimum level of requirements in those source neighborhoods, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. People that pay $5,000 and $10,000 tax bills accept the fact that they don't have the same kind of police presence because they don't need the same kind of police presence. But nonetheless, there is a subsidy that is coming from certain parts of the city to fund a lot of this activity. And if you don't meet the minimum requirements of those parts of the city, you start to have tension. So this is a sustainability argument. You should like that, right? That's the word y'all like. So but seriously, this is about a certain kind of social harmony where everybody is on board with what we're doing instead of one group feeling disenfranchised or taxation without representation, that kind of argument. So if there's some way that we can actually demonstrate what that looks like, what that picture looks like, on where we're collecting the money, where we're spending the money, so that we can make the case to the net donors in this process that it's a equitable, you know, it's a reasonable proposition. Nobody expects from the higher income neighborhoods that they're going to see the same amount of money coming back, but you need to kind of defend the amount of transfer that's taking place. Thank you.
So to change course here, in terms of corridors of opportunities, I often hear from I often hear from mothers that childcare is one of the huge barriers. And as a mother, I actually can understand that more than ever before. I can relate to that. In corridors of opportunities, as we are looking at investing in our small businesses, entrepreneurships, bringing more jobs, workforce development initiatives, have we looked at working with our partners to really address childcare? Because childcare, not just in terms of cost, but also availability and access, they're both issues. And I think we do need to work on that.
Can I just make one comment? Leading on Opportunity has been taking, and Tanya, who's here, has been taking a strong lead in organizing that topic specifically. And there have been several working meetings that our team has been sitting in, and I know Danielle has as well, on understanding what the city's role is in that and what are the things that we control and what are the things other partners are doing. So yeah, they're all involved in that. Yeah, the county, and there's a good group of partners kind of having that child care discussion. So I'm by no means the expert on it, but I just want you to be aware that there are conversations happening and some of those people are here.
So I think that needs to be part of our overall message as we are meeting residents in our corridors of opportunities. With the resources, because I often hear from residents that there are workforce development opportunities, but if mother doesn't have childcare services, they can't attend workforce training opportunity or other small business or entrepreneurship sessions. So I think we really need to address that. That's not really in our wheelhouse. I get it. It's really where we have to collaborate with county and other nonprofits, but it needs to be part of our outreach. So if we can get those resources out in our communities as we are doing outreach, I think that will certainly help get the message out.
May I? I think Ms. Ajmer Dimple's saying this in a great way. So I think we ought to start a parking lot item for collaborations with the county and the people that help us do this work and put these specifics down so that we have a list of what do we think is most important. So I would hope and suggest that I don't know where the list of, behind me? So in the parking lot for council discussion is the Mecklenburg collaboration with Mecklenburg County and add child care and those housing issues that we talk about and start working through that.
push this thing. Good morning, everyone. I just, specifically speaking to the corridors of opportunity, last year I had the rare honor to represent us on a panel for the National League of Cities discussing the corridors of opportunity. And on a higher level, what I was discussing was the mayor's racial equity initiative, because the conversation, the composition of the conversation was about leveraging municipal bonds for racial equity, right? And what I learned in that experience was, despite the fact that we're monitoring this brand new idea, we're really adding to this idea incrementally, we are mounds ahead of other places. The amount of questions and interest that I received from our colleagues that are proximate, some of them and some of them far away, was astounding, right? And I came home really proud of the work that we were doing, despite some of the things that we're, continuing to add and subtract from this project. The one thing that I've noticed when we and not us, I'm not picking on us, because we use words and they, I understand what they mean, but a lot of the times we dehumanize the experience of someone in that corridor as a them and not an us. So I want to paint a picture for a second. Albemarle Road is a corridor. I can walk to Albemarle Road, and I've lived there for 13 years. I have a master's degree. I speak 3 languages. I raised my children there. My children's homeschool is a D-rated school, both of them. But there are me's there. Do you understand what I'm saying? And to make it real, right? So that people start to really humanize. And I chose to be there. I left South Charlotte and, moved to East Charlotte because the homes, my house is older than me. We're one, though. She's like my big sister. The vegetation, there were just so many gifts, right, on that side of town. My house was literally a fraction of the price. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was an actual choice, right? And so I think we have to start challenging ourselves to not dehumanize the experience of need, because first of all, the face of need is changing, right? You got real people who go to work every day, and sometimes I resent the idea of how we paint the people in need. Most of the people who are in need go to work every single day. They're not people who are like, just sitting on their keister, not doing anything, right? So, as we continue to go through this process, really enveloping the idea that we are a community, really enveloping the idea that we belong to a membership, and that membership is Charlotte, and understanding the value of who she is, and how we continue to add to that, platform exponentially. And what was perspective for me, and I'm going to end here, what was perspective for me was really to step outside of ourselves and see how other people saw us from the outside. They were like, Charlotte is great. And I'm like, dealing with our issues and things like that. But I just want to sit that home while we work through this.
Thank you. Luana, last comment.
Thank you. It's on my time, and I didn't know he's on the time. Manager, between Councilmember Molina and Councilman Driggs, I agree that we need to look at who has helped to fund development throughout our city. What I want to make sure that you include in that is our areas that have seen displacement, because we have paid a lot, and now a lot of those same areas now have $100,000, have $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, $1 million homes that are right next door or right across from a home that was purchased for $35,000 to $70,000. So there has been a wealth shift, predominantly in overwhelmingly in areas of our city where it seemed like we put a lot of investment. The challenge is those investments didn't necessarily help the people who were living there. So a number of those people have now been displaced. So we're seeing money shifting, especially once we realign districts. So it will be helpful to get a full view of not just, oh, these more wealthier areas have contributed. No, contributions have come from all over, because we have quite a few of tax base that came from Southwest Charlotte and west part of Charlotte, and even out by Whitewater, where we have working class people that have contributed a lot, but not necessarily benefited. So I just want to make sure we get a full picture of where money investment has come in from community and where we have placed it back out into community, and that snapshot of then and now. Because now some of those communities look very different. Thank you.
Good, thank you. We'll end our comments and questions here unless there are any final comments from the mayor or manager around this. Thank you, Monica.
Okay, so, oh gosh, what did I do? Okay. So switching gears, I'm putting on my planning department hat now. So I'm going to give you an overview of the 2040 plan and the UDO and our area planning process and alignment rezoning process. So to frame the conversation, I just want to point out that all of the work that is currently ongoing in these large initiatives is built on the foundation of the 2040 plan that was adopted a couple of years ago. So
If we could give Monica our attention, please, thank you, and limit the side conversations.
So the foundation of that work are the 10 priorities and 10 goals that came out of that plan, several of which you prioritized yesterday when talking about metrics. So to give you a review of 2023 and where we're going in 2024 is we are in the middle, about halfway through a 2-year community area planning process, which is really to get into those details of programs, projects, and partnerships into the 14 area planning geographies. So those were set in the 2040 plan, and now we're really in the details of getting down into the community needs, community priorities. So year 1 was really spent focusing on those needs and priorities. That was phase 1. Phase 2, which just wrapped up, is understanding the land use implications of those priorities through the equity framework. And then phase 3 through 5 will be in the next year, which is really focusing on, like I just mentioned, the programs, projects, partnerships that need to come to bear to make these community area plans really the community's vision and help realize that vision. So we, over the past year, have done over 40 workshops, 3 in each geography. We've had hundreds of comments, hundreds of participants, over 1,000 library hours, and story map YouTube views to kind of get the word out there about this process. So this process will culminate in those adopted area plans, which will then serve as the framework and tool for communities to use and to go back to and reference to really check themselves. How are we measuring? How are we getting things done? So the companion to that area planning process is the alignment rezoning. So you have the recommendations, you have the land use recommendations, what the community wants to see happen. The companion piece to that is the zoning to make it happen through the legal process and the entitlements. So that process will kick off with a lot of education around it. It's complicated, there's a lot of legalese, and honestly, a lot of people do not understand what the difference is between what you want to happen and what can actually happen. So we'll be focused on the education around the alignment rezoning this spring, with the map coming out to follow, and then running that through the process of adoption and really getting into the fine details of aligning the community's vision with the actual entitlements. So that's our look forward. I will pause there. We also, just just before I pause, one more note is that the things that you'll hear around the strategic investment areas this afternoon, I just want to acknowledge that how the puzzle pieces fit together between area planning, alignment rezoning, and those strategic investment areas is really critical. We have ongoing conversations for how those work and how they can be complementary to each other so that the infrastructure meets the growth from the land use side, and that we're really thinking comprehensively about those two together. So with that, what challenges or opportunities do you see in this 2040 plan, area planning and alignment rezoning in the next year? Are there any major goals that you want to achieve in this calendar year and in this fiscal year? And then should we continue to make this a strategic initiative moving forward? I know that was part of the conversation yesterday as well.
I think first it's important to acknowledge the heroic work of Allison and the planning staff. It's been amazing. This is a huge undertaking, and it's bumpy. It was going to be, but I think it's important for all of us to appreciate the significance of the community, this area planning process and the alignment, because this is what brings what I would call a fuzzy picture of the UDO into focus. And now we're going down to a level of detail, and we're resolving a lot of issues that people still had as a result of the first cut, the broad sweep of the area, the plan map, and those initial steps. So pretty critical. Challenges is precisely to make sure that we do address. Like right now, we see infrastructure overload. You know, are we properly acknowledging the impact on infrastructure as a result of a lot of developments going on? And I think when you seek community input, I'm always a little skeptical about the participation in some of these groups. It's so limited. The people in question have agendas. So we're challenged to know, it's up to us, I think, to know our constituents and to make sure that there's a broader base of feedback from what can be derived only from those meetings. Major goals, let's get this done on time. So, you know, are we still on schedule for the 2-year horizon that we intended? And personally, I would be interested to understand a little better what this, the community area planning process is doing. Like, we've been told it's going on, it's going to finish at such and such a time, and then something is going to come back to us. It would be good to know on an interim basis what kind of things are taking shape as a result of it so that we can respond to them and then provide that feedback I was talking about. I don't think there's much question about should it continue to be a strategic initiative. We don't have any choice, so that's not really a relevant question. But if we could get that continuing and more informative feedback about how it's taking shape, that would be helpful.
Yeah, for me, I think just for takeaways and what we're doing, I think there's 3 main parts. I hit on one, the infrastructure. As we leave here, my hope is that we leave with, you know, the top 30 or so metrics and the objectives that we're going to manage towards, right? This, I think, is clearly one of them. And so the infrastructure question, while we talked a little bit about yesterday, it's critically important here because it's not just about, I keep calling it backlog of infrastructure. That's not the right words because we don't have the policy that sets the minimum standards. So I'm just going to refer to it as the need, the infrastructure need across this community, and then we'll set policies and know what the backlog is. It's just doing that on its own in a snapshot today is complicated. But then doing it also with the lens of what growth through the UDO did we overlay on the city, and therefore by right it can go to here and the infrastructure needs go to here. So we actually need a today view and then a post-UDO by right view so that we have the same need-based assessment that we set our policies on for infrastructure so we know where the bar is and as we're prioritizing. So that's number one. I think number 2, the community area planning process is vitally critical. And I don't think that we exactly know, I'm not discounting all the work and everything, I don't think we exactly know how it's going to go or what we really truly need out of folks. Because I think what I've been telling my folks is 2 things. Figure out, work with staff, work with your community, and figure out what your infrastructure needs are around there so that you can overlay it and make sure it's part of this community area planning vision that makes its way up to us. and then look at all of those parcels and where they're headed and look at the intended uses, because this is your shot to figure that out. So to me, that's what I've been saying, but I mean, I'm unsure that we have to get the most out of this. This is the one time they're all going to be paying attention at a level they haven't before, because the next time they're paying attention is when someone rezones something next to them. And we'll just never have as much attention as when that happens, but we're starting to see it. So that's 2. And then 3 is the process after all that and the measure to get us from here to there. You know, there's just so much stuff under the hood of this that is being figured out by staff right now, real time, between departments. And I think we need a measurement at the highest level that's simple, that's like, that we can look at overall, that shows us, okay, this is where the bottlenecks are slowing things down. We need a simple way to see it that then connects to a more complex way that staff is managing it. So we know the backlog of all of the unresolved issues between departments, between, you know, how are we going to do this or that? Because a lot of it is now coded in there, but a lot of it isn't figured out on how staff makes a decision here or there. So I think looking at that and then having a measure for looking at how the in the not translation, but what's the second one? Alignment. In the alignment process, what percentage of parcels are not through it? And then where is their backlash from the community? So at a whole bucket, we know if it's 100% unresolved and then 0% resolved, 0% like contested, we need to be able to, at a board level, to be able to know how that's going and tracking, because I think that this is going to be a huge set of pushback and friction that we're going to be going into as we've already started to see rise.
That's you, Allison, right?
Monica, Allison's right back here. Yeah.
Okay, Monica, great job this morning. Allison and the planning staff, thank you so much. As I'm coming in new, I'm the rookie to the policy and learning all this stuff, but as I sit here and listen, I take notes. The 2040 plan, the UDO, the playbooks, and West Boulevard corridors of opportunity, growth, mobility, all this stuff concisely put into this book. It's a lot. It's a lot for me, so I know it has to be a lot for you guys. Just trying to learn it so I can actually implement it and put it into play as I go out in the community every day and tell people realistically what we can and cannot do. And what I'm hearing from people is that they never knew. You know, just the people that I'm speaking to. I know Lawana does a phenomenal job in the community and has a great relationship as she was in District 3 the longest. But I'm saying for me, my footprints, to listen to you and the way you deliver this information. Of course, I know we get to meet with you and set up the opportunities to meet. I just want to say thank you to all of you guys. Okay, I know I haven't met with everybody. You don't know my style, but I just want to actually be able to deliver this, simplify this to the people that need it the most. I know we're working on a lot of different things. There's a lot of opportunities. We still have a lot to do. But from what I'm hearing, there's a lot that has been done. And so that's the piece I like to focus on, what we've done, and then add on to what we can do and deliver that to the constituents and the people in the community that say, hey, you guys are not doing anything. Well, actually we are, but maybe you don't know how it's been done and where it's been done at. So that's the piece that I always want to focus on. We're doing things. This is what has been done, but maybe you didn't know we were doing that. So I just want to say thank you to you guys. It's a lot, and it gets frustrated, but I do want to say thank you. And because we got a lot of D's in here. There's a lot of smart people, okay? A lot of smart people, but I also want to acknowledge that even with being smart, if you are the smartest person in the room, you might want to go in another room. I've always learned that. So I just want to make sure that I'm delivering the information, I'm receiving it as I'm learning, and then give the feedback in real time. So thank you so much, okay?
Please let us know. We're happy to sit down and talk you through any of the past work.
I'm like, wow, this is a lot of information. But I'm going to get it together, but thank you so much, okay?
Monica, thank you for all the work that you all do. Like Councilmember Brown said, I don't think we say thank you enough to our staff for the great work that they all do. Couple of questions on UDO. With our UDO and increased density, we often get questions about what are we doing on infrastructure side, especially from District 3, District 4. And I know one of the items that I had highlighted, that Councilmember Brown, Tijuana, and I had highlighted, is the metrics on infrastructure investments and measuring that in our existing areas that are developing at such a fast pace. So sidewalks, water, street lighting. I mean, I have been advocating for street lights on W.T. Harris Road, all the way from Old Concord to Plaza, and I think we have gotten up to a certain point, and still we have miles to go. So that just shows that it takes number of years just to get street lights in less than half a mile. That just shows the amount of gap that we have in our infrastructure investments. So I agree with some of the points that Mr. Drakes had made earlier, that UDO continues to be one of our strategic priorities. But I think we do need to measure our infrastructure investments. And I look forward to having that discussion as part of our budget. And how do we tackle increased investment, especially Vision Zero, and how we tackle those high injury networks, because I think that needs to be prioritized. So I don't know what the ask would be. If you were to, let's say, if you look at all our high injury networks, what is the ask? We don't have that. So I think if we can get that as part of our reports, and I know Ed is going to do some reporting or presentation on this later today, but it might be part of his presentation. But having that information ahead of our budget session when we discuss this would be very important, so that we can really put some context around it. So if you put 50 million, what does that get us? Maybe 10 miles of sidewalks, and that's not enough. So I'm looking forward to just really having deeper dive in that. Thanks.
I think Dimple has made a great point. I can see the manager writing everything that we've talked about, and at some point it has to have a cost, and it has to have some assessment of value, and I think that that's what we should put all of this on the table so that we can have this discussion. But I wanted to go back to the UDO. I think there are two things that I heard Ed and Tark say. It's the interim reporting, not just to us, but to keep people as much of know who the leaders are in these various plans, and sit down with them on an interim basis so that they can communicate. I know that we can't all be out there, but I really think that this might need a special dashboard for the council. And that dashboard could be used to provide information to people that are participating in the process. So dashboard may not be the word, but when we start talking about, these parcels, when you get down to the parcel level, and what is my parcel, what do you want next door to you? Are you going to do something in your backyard? All of these things, we need to respect the neighborhood leaders and provide them the same information that we have and where we're going. So I hope that we will do more interim on this, and in a way that all of us agree to make some decisions that we can move forward on the plan.
Thank you all.
All right, so I think I'm cleanup because I'm the fourth presentation. So I think that means I get to swing really hard. All right. So Sarah Hazel, Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer. I'm really glad to be here this morning. What I'm going to do is just touch on a couple highlights, some of which I had a chance to share with the TPD committee a couple weeks ago, and then talk a little bit about what we're going to do moving forward. So I know we're under a time constraint, so I'll be brief and then open it up for some discussion. Pretty exciting way for us to continue to measure our efforts is the fact that we do some reporting to the CDP. That's a global reporting agency, and that agency looks at different local governments, how they're doing with their climate action initiatives and their efforts to support sustainability. And so for the second year in a row, we were very thrilled to receive an A-. I share that with you to just highlight that since the Strategic Energy Action Plan was adopted in 2018, we've laid a really strong foundation. You've really laid a strong foundation with the work and the investments. And for the second year in a row, we were recognized for that with an A- score. I'll touch on a few things from this past year. We've worked with some of our private partners to stand up a program called Power Down the Crown. So as we continue to work on our energy efficiency in our own buildings, we worked with partners out in the community, people like Honeywell, Novant, CPCC, UNC Charlotte, to work on reducing their energy use intensity in their buildings. And so that was a program just last year that was launched that we're really excited about that helps to amplify the efforts towards our goal to be a low carbon city in 2050. A couple things in terms of the progress on our own infrastructure, because I know that's been, a big topic of conversation. We just turned on the biggest EV infrastructure project that we had as a city, which is the Government Center parking deck with 50 ports. The bottom, really exciting stuff. So you can see it from, your offices probably, but what we now have is the opportunity for the bottom part of the deck to be open to the public, more ADA accessibility, so in alignment of a lot of City Council's goals with that project, and an opportunity to advance electrification of our fleet in an even bigger way. So I think in your glossy, you'll see that we have 109 electric vehicles. Since that number was published, we now have 120. So the supply chain is beginning to free up, and we're seeing some of the investments that council has made over the past couple budget cycles come to fruition with some of the electric vehicles that we're getting. We got our first e-transit van in Tesla for CMPD. But all that is to say that we continue to advance our efforts in the clean energy space, both as a municipality and then working with partners in the community to advance becoming a low carbon city. And so the biggest update I think that that is important to know for this year is that we'll be doing a refresh of the Strategic Energy Action Plan. It's been 5 years, so it's really an opportunity to look at the CAP, to build on the great work that's been done, and to update it in alignment with the latest climate science, in alignment with your additional priorities, many of which you've talked about over the past 48 hours, and to make sure that things like the comprehensive plan, like the strategic mobility plan, that are embedded in the way that we do work also are embedded and aligned with the Strategic Energy Action Plan, which we know they are, specifically when we're talking about mode shift and becoming a low carbon city by 2050. And so with that, I think, 2030 we want to be zero carbon in our fleet and buildings, and then by 2050 the goals that you have are to become a low carbon city. And so then as we look at the discussion questions, I think what could be particularly valuable is understanding as we embark on this update of our Strategic Energy Action Plan, what policy areas and objectives are the most important to emphasize or align with the plan. So I noted a couple, we with your investment in partnership with Duke Energy, we're working on a low-income, high-energy use pilot. So there are these alignments and intersections between housing, between transit, and it would be critical to know where you see gaps or where you see points of emphasis that we can really embed into the update of the Strategic Energy Action Plan. And then the final two questions, which are what challenges and opportunities do you see in the year ahead, and should this continue to be a strategic initiative?
Thank you, Sarah. As we move to questions, I do want to point back to our working agreements and ask that you honor them. Watch the use of your technology, please, and also the side conversations so that we can be respectful of our guests and give them our attention. Thank you. And so we have Dimple, Luana, and then I think Ed, and then Dante. Are you on this? And the mayor.
Okay. Well, this continues to be one of our strategic priorities. We adopted this back in 2018 unanimously, and I feel very strongly we need to continue to forge ahead to meet our 2030 goals to go carbon-free by 2030. When we talk about CAP, it's also a question of equity, because climate change disproportionately impacts Black and brown communities. There is studies after studies. If you look at Clean Air Carolina's report that shows how air in the historic West End area has impacted communities for generations. So this really addresses the carbon pollution, and we need to make continued strategic investments in our budget to electrify our fleet, to make increased investments in our energy generation, so that we can meet our 2030 goal. What I would like to, also I'd like to thank Sarah. Really, she has done a great job with a with what, 2-people team or 3?
I have 3.
Yeah, 3. I think that's tremendous. That speaks volume to a great team that we have. And we are leader in sustainability. We don't often talk about it because our goals are just so ambitious. But we made bold goals, and I think we can attain them. I would like to see, as we discuss our budget, increase investments in our CAP goals. Also, tree canopy. If you look at those 2 pictures, the one that you cannot see is at the bottom. You can clearly see trees. Trees are, it's our rich asset that not a lot of cities can claim. And I think we need to do more to preserve and protect our tree canopy. So I would like to see in managers' parking lot there, we are still waiting on recommendations on tree canopy, and I think that's been pending for several months now. I would like to see getting recommendations on how we attain 50 by 50 goals. So on tree canopy recommendations, tree ordinance. So I know that was a topic of discussion several months ago, and I know Councilmember Johnson had brought that up several times with certain rezonings, but I think we need to have a comprehensive look at that. So I look forward to having a deeper dive on recommendations on policies from planning staff, specifically Allison, and the great work that Allison, Tim Porter, and the entire team is doing. And then obviously the dashboard. I think we need to continue to enhance the public-facing dashboard. I know we have gotten some feedback on that from various stakeholders. So if you can continue to address those, that would be great. But that's all. Great work, team. Thanks.
So for the parking lot, don't we have a plan in place related to the 50 by 50 question?
Yeah, Allison can probably speak best to it if you.
So we will do a tree canopy action plan update, and that's where we will have that community engagement, have recommendations, and talk about how we're getting to that goal, or if the goal should change. So that will be an effort that's done this calendar year.
So last we had discussion on this, Mr. Jones. We were waiting on recommendations from Allison and her team, and that's we had a discussion on this just not too long ago.
So we are planning to go to TBD for further discussion, probably be in March.
Okay, so that's when we'll see recommendations from your team. Okay, so I think that's what I'm looking forward to. Thanks.
And I'll just add that that's another example of a plan that we want to make sure is aligned with our strategic energy action plan. Obviously, trees carbon sinks and also support, using less energy when you have a beautiful tree canopy. So that's an alignment opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You all are doing an amazing job. I'm always going to ask a very similar question. One, for you, Mr. Manager, why does CMPD need a Tesla? Help me understand that. We can put that in the parking lot. That one can go in that parking lot, but I'm trying to understand the
Do you need me
purpose
to go
of
write that up there?
Yeah, go add that up there. Right, as you coming in. So I need to understand why the first Tesla is slated for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. Also, we're still having conversations across the nation with EV batteries. A number of them are making their way. Right, go to that other door. Go to that other one. So a number of the batteries are making their way into landfills.
Can they make it all the way from Charlotte to here on one charge?
You came in at the right time. And none of this is counting against my time. Look, across the nation, we know that no fire department has figured out the chemicals to put out a EV battery-related fire. That vehicle must burn down where it is because there is no product that's putting them out. As recently as 2 weeks ago, we're in our winter. Chicago, of course, has a very different winter. A number of EVs, the batteries froze. They were in sub-zero temperatures. The most we get is probably, 12 to 19, where our temperatures will be low. But there's impacts where even with the charging stations, because of the certain levels of cold. So as we're moving towards this idea of being environmentally friendly, somewhere along the line, we must also bring the experts to the table to talk about environmentally friendly to who? Where are these resources? We're looking at the impact of the Congo. We're looking at the impact across the nation of where these landfills, where these batteries are going. Back in 2020, there was federal legislation that was created, around $150 million or so, to do a study to look at the impact of trying to recycle the lithium in the batteries to try to make the batteries more conducive to be recycled and not end up in the landfills. We haven't gotten any of that information. None of that has been presented so that we are actually, when we're going to the community and saying this is a good thing, and we're talking about the environmental impacts, whether that environmental impact is through air. Remember, we talked about a data center. There's environmental impacts with that, with the humming. That will be helpful to have that information brought to us as well. So it just doesn't look like we're selling you that this is the great thing without talking about not even what ifs. Here is what has happened, and here is where the city of Charlotte is already looking to take steps. Because they was laughing through my time. So that police officer. So, but understanding that true picture of the impact as we go in this direction. But on that parking lot, that Tesla going up there for CMPD, but also thinking about when we're saying this is the thing, and even in our mixed income housing, to say the trade-off is you're going to provide X number of EV chargers. Who the hell can afford to buy an electric vehicle? That's a different target of individual. Yes, we want mixed income, but let's just think about, is that the trade-off that's going to benefit the need that we have in community versus a station, a charger station being in that 10-minute walk versus actually in that parking lot when something else could benefit the community. Like, give me 3 more units.
Council member, I feel respectfully we do need to move on as we're running behind time. Ed, you're next. Thank you.
So the environment is a occasionally very controversial topic, sometimes with political overtones. And there are some proposals that would create an enormous economic burden and not produce much benefit. For that reason, I'm especially grateful for our CAP. I think this is an accountable, actionable plan It identifies us as a leader in this space. And Charlotte benefits from that regardless of politics or anything else in terms of economic development even. It contributes to the image of our city as a sort of happening and forward-thinking place. So grateful for the plan, definitely should continue to be a strategic initiative. I would highlight our agreement with Duke Energy on solar that we just entered into, very innovative and big, right? It gets us a large portion of the way towards our goal for 2030. We need to study the buses. The conversation around the buses has been how do we transition to environmentally friendlier buses given the technology of the buses and whether or not they have, for example, if they're all electric, the ability to go an entire route. We had some controversy about buying hybrid buses because we really couldn't have electric buses serve all of the routes. So I think that's an area where we need to continue to work. I agree about the trees. I think, in my mind at least, our position on trees is not well articulated yet. Personally, I think the growth we expect is going to make it extremely difficult for us actually to have a 50% canopy. And we need to have a realistic goal, an accountable goal that we're working toward, and not keep talking about 50% and then fail to get there and have no way of measuring, what we might have done. My question is the low carbon city thing. I'm wondering what our ability is to influence the carbon generation in the city, what authority we have by ordinance and so on, and what goal have we set for low carbon? What does that actually mean? I think there was a description of what it means. But can we say after 5 years how we're doing in terms of having the private sector move in that direction? And, as a result of our initiatives.
Yeah.
So do we have that information?
So a couple of the things that I didn't highlight. So first, I don't know how I forgot to talk about the fact that y'all made such a big commitment with the Duke Energy program. So I just want to make sure that that is highlighted. We have on our dashboard our baseline 2015 carbon emissions per capita in the Charlotte community, and we have the 2019 numbers. And so you can see a decrease per capita. And so, those numbers don't move fast. And it's hard to identify, a project that moved the needle on community-wide emissions. But they are per capita going down from 2015 to 2019, and we'll be looking at that again through the next CEP update. But things like using smart growth principles that are embedded in your comprehensive plan, 10-minute neighborhoods, more access to transit, the conversations that you have been having over the last 24, 40 hours, that really moves the needle on community-wide emissions. And then just to speak to your questions and programs that, at this point we're still working to pilot, like EV car share opportunities, so people don't need to have an EV but can have access to clean driving. Those at scale, those types of things can move the needle. So we do have data, it's on the dashboard, and we'll continue to look at that, but it's going to come in the form of partnerships and also some of the ordinances where we have influence, like supporting, the development of infrastructure that's sustainable. But there are some tools that we don't have, and that's where some of the partnerships really come into place.
Very nice work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, of course, for many of the reasons that my colleagues stated, that the CEP needs to continue to be a strategic initiative moving forward. I actually think one of the largest things that we could do to impact our goals here is to crystallize our plan on mobility and to ensure that we're building a micro-modal transportation network, right? I think that's one of the biggest things we can do to impact this. But specifically on that first question around, what policy areas and objectives are important, I feel like you're doing a great job on the macro objectives. I think we need to double click and go down to those micro objectives, because that's what's really going collectively. If we can get to that micro level, in aggregate, that's really going to help us get to that overall goal. So things like low income, high energy homes, trying to pare down there, but it's going to be the aggregate of those types of initiatives. So as you think about what we're doing this year, that's where I'd like for us continue to do what we're doing at the macro level, continue to do that. The Duke Energy program was an excellent program that wasn't received well in council about 12 months ago, and you went back, sharpened the pens, opportunity presented itself, and we were able to get that passed, and that helps us get towards the goal. So I just would like to see the micro initiatives that you can come back perhaps with an update and let us know how that would impact and then how we can help you. But great job overall. Thank you.
Sorry, one request, and that's to put on our parking lot list for the connection of how we do our affordable housing with heating appliances that are available at a discount cost under the President's plan for both appliances inside of the house and heat pumps that are more energy efficient. So aligning some of working with our partners, we ought to align to take advantage of what we can do now to help people with their energy. Plus, it saves them money. And, you know, this whole idea of how do we build with, you know, within mind the house being energy efficient and its kitchen and all of these things. You talk about the cost of housing. I think we can do something there, but that's just to add to your list.
And Mecklenburg County has a program too called LEAP. It's federally funded.
Right.
So we'll add that as well. Thank you. All right, if there are no more questions, thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah. Team, we're going to make an adjustment to the agenda quickly now and move to our safety conversation. Chief Jennings is here. So we'll move to our safety conversation and then come back to that. We have okay, and if we could take a 5-minute break, thank you, and return in 5 minutes. We'll start with the safety discussion. Thank you.
5 minutes.
I'm not supposed to start yet, am I? Is this where, this is, get my good side.
Engaging discussions this morning. We're excited to welcome Chief Jennings to begin the presentation on safety. If we can have all council members in seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're trying to be respectful of our time and your time today as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. Appreciate it. It's an honor to be here today. I think I've had more questions about Teslas than anything so far, so I'm sure that'll come up. This is a much nicer setting than what we have in Charlotte, but I'm glad to be here and want to talk about some of the end-of-year report that we have very briefly. But what I plan on covering today is our community services and engagement within CMPD. We'll hit briefly on some end-of-year crime data, which you all should have in front of you as well. Arrest breakdown and juvenile crime, which has been a hot topic, not just within CMPD, but across the state. And then also what we are doing moving forward, and also then be able to have an opportunity to answer any questions and to have any discussions that you'd like to have. So first of all, on community engagement, always had a great deal of pride in what we have been able to accomplish within CMPD over the years. We have taken a lot of initiatives with our, particularly our youth programs, that we have gone out and, if you remember, for those who were here in 2020, in discussion of how we were able to do a lot of our youth programs is through a lot of grant funding and private funding that does not necessarily come out of the general budget. And we've had great deal of success. And just to touch on a few with ours, we have 13 total programs with about 813 participants, mainly youth programs that we have. We have our Youth and Vision Academy. We have our diversion program, Police Activities League, our Reach Academy, Reach Out Academy, Impact, and we have our cadets that are middle and high school, for middle and high school students as well. And as we are always looking at ways that we can improve how we are having outreach with particularly our youth, one thing that we did pilot last year is a program called Fifth Element Youth Outreach. And what that is a tailored response to youth who we see that are going down the wrong path, that we are able to grab a hold of and basically mentor that individual with our police officers. We take them to events. We are visiting their residents. We're making sure that they're giving job opportunities. We piloted that last year with five students. And this year we hope to have about 13 candidates that we have in the hopper for 2024. And just to go over crime stats last year our police department received over 1 million 911 calls for service. And we had over 530,000 police interactions with our citizens community based on, not all based on the calls for service, but 534,000 interactions with people. And it's no secret, we did do the end-of-year crime press conference last week that we did have a 14% overall increase in crime total. We were flat for violent crime. And just a caveat to that, our violent crime the last 2 years has seen respectively a 7% decrease and a 5% decrease. So coming out flat this year certainly should be a respectable number for us as well. Property crime was up 17%. And I say that because there is a deeper issue that comes with our property crimes, and that deals with our automobile thefts. Automobile thefts, we had 8,032 vehicles stolen last year. 8,032. That is a huge increase from what we've seen in years past. And I'll tell you, as we go into further discussion,
that the automobile thefts had a great deal to do with the Kia Hyundai Challenge with juveniles. And our juveniles are responsible for a great deal of those auto thefts and also larceny from autos that we've seen across our community as well. As a matter of fact, we'll talk more about the Kia Hyundai Challenge and the thefts that we've seen across the country, not just here in Charlotte, but we certainly were not immune to the effects of that, where there were a lot of Kia and Hyundais that were being stolen last year. So our juvenile arrests last year totaled 3,016. That is a 34% increase in what we've seen in 2022. So for 2023, our total arrests was 15,343, and 11,614 people accounted for those over 15,000 arrests. Even a more telling number is that there were 700 more repeat juvenile offenders in 2023 compared to 2022. That means there were 700 juveniles that offended more than one time. And I say offended, that means that we caught them more than one time in 2023 than we did in 2022. Our repeat adult arrests are up 7%, but our repeat juvenile arrests were up 62% total. And also, just to throw a little extra on top of that, 5,105 juveniles were listed as suspects in crime in 2023, and that's a 21% increase in 2022. So as we move forward, my priorities are going to be pretty clear for 2024. We're going to continue to work on violent crime and reduction efforts. And I've always said that crime is more of a management thing for us. And we talk about fighting crime and violent crime. If we just need to make sure that we are managing it and handling it in the most appropriate way that we're able to. Because I don't think until we have zero crime, violent crime, that's when it's not going to be acceptable. But that's also a very lofty goal there. So reducing automobile property crime, this is kind of a new one this year because we have seen a lot of the relationship that comes with the automobile property crime, such as auto theft and larceny from auto, and how that relates to violent crime that we're dealing with as well. Whether you're stealing a gun out of a vehicle, or you're stealing a car and running from the police or driving recklessly and end up killing somebody, it certainly is something that goes into that plays a little bit more into just the crime itself. And we're going to continue our recruitment and retention efforts. We are looking some positive things for recruitment and retention. We are seeing applications go up quite a bit, and we're seeing hiring go up quite a bit. So very proud of that, and we hope to continue that trend, and we'll be able to make way towards closing the gap on our vacancies that we have. And we are doing that now, and we're going to continue to do that. And then also continue our customer experience training that we have been doing since 2021 that was implemented. For those of you who remember our customer service training and CMPD serves, I think that's important for us to continue to build relationships within the community and that we are continuously not only knowing how to treat people in a positive light within externally, but also internally. So that's very important for us. But we do know there's a lot of work ahead, and I'm going to stop talking because I know there's probably a lot of questions that we can, hopefully I'll be able to answer, and we can have some good constructive conversation here. So
Thank you. Thank you for the update, Chief Jennings, about a very important topic. We'll recognize Councilmember Graham. Thank you. Watlington, Lawana, Ed, and Tijuana.
Thank you. I really don't have a question for the chief. We've met several times in the past 2 weeks. I've had the opportunity also to have conversations with the district attorney as well as other community stakeholders. And so these comments are really for my colleagues, specifically and to the members of the public. I'm really concerned about what's happening in our community, and I acknowledge that there are issues and problems that we have to address. CMPD is doing their job. Their job is law enforcement, and they've arrested over 15,000 folks last year. The district attorney is dedicated to prosecute those who commit crimes in our city. And I think the message is that if you commit a crime in Charlotte, you will be arrested and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. No matter how old you are, black, white, young, old, rich, poor, our community will be safe. The stats speak for themselves. 14% increase overall, 19% property, car thefts, youth offenders, which is astonishing, 34%. Uptown, which has decreased, but if you don't feel safe, you're not safe. And so there's a perception that safety is an issue in Uptown Charlotte, especially in light of what happened on New Year's Eve. I think we need to get a thoughtful response as a council as a whole to these issues, and we need to bring the community along with us. Those who represent faith-based organizations and nonprofit organizations, and certainly government plays a role, local government, county government, certainly our school system, and our grassroots organizations, many of whom we fund through our budget to provide hands-on grassroots, boots on the ground support, like our alternative to violence programs, Males Place, a Block Love Charlotte, who works with our unhoused population, all contributing to some of the impact that we're seeing overall within our city. I think we all know the blocking and tackling that we have to do, which is, access to educational opportunities, community programming, family support. We can't arrest all parents. Those who are negligent should be, but there are also parents out there pleading, begging for help with their kids. I think we need to be mindful of that. Youthful employment opportunities and activities, a juvenile system statewide that's effective and efficient, right? That serves the purpose of not only our youth here in Mecklenburg County, but statewide, and certainly mental health support. All of those things we can do a better job of leaning into support, which I think is the problem, which is youth offenders in our community. Certainly, I'm just one man with one opinion, and I would leave it up to my colleague, Councilmember Wallington and her committee to really help me and help this community kind to focus on where we should go. What are we solving for? What are we trying to do to really put programs or structure in place that makes sense, that the council collectively as a whole can buy into. I think we demonstrated 2 years ago through the Safe Charlotte program, where we came together in a short period of time and made some meaningful impact, bringing the community along with us, right? Asking the tough questions. And over the last 2 weeks, I've had a number of community meetings, individual meetings. Everyone wants to lean in and support and work with us. So I don't think her committee will have a hard time identifying resources to help us kind of problem solve as we move forward. Certainly there may or may not be items that we need from the General Assembly. I believe through our legislative agenda, collectively as a council, we can decide what's most important to us collectively as we try to frame and do the work together. And so I just hope that, obviously I'm very interested in this topic. Many of you who were paying attention at the swearing in noticed that I made mention of it, of youth offenders and violent crime, and gave, thank you, give me 1 more minute, and made mention of this. I think this is where we really need to kind of talk a little bit about this, when I gave 2 examples of incidents of kids who killed themselves, literally with guns, and there's been at least 10 kids in our.
We had this discussion around Safe Charlotte and violence reduction. It is, I don't see page numbers at the bottom of here, but it's in your community safety tab. Oh, your binder.
There's a tab entitled Community Safety in the binder. Thank you.
Yeah, there should be right behind you.
Councilmember Walton, please continue.
Sure. Yeah, so as we're thinking about where are we now, we understand the state of the numbers, but there's an opportunity to look deeper into what's going on here, which I hope that we would do and what I would suggest that we do as part of our committee work this year. When we think about some of the work that started last year with Uptown Quality of Life and how some of those items have since come back to us, and we are currently deliberating about ordinances and reinstatement of such ordinances, that is really part of a broader conversation. So we're thinking about this conversation in three buckets, if you will. We're looking at Uptown Quality of Life and the public realm. We're looking at how that relates to Uptown vitality and our overall region economic development. And then we're also looking at crime overall, specifically youth crime or crimes involving juveniles. So as we think about that, those are the three areas that we'd like to focus on or contribute to within our committee. So we're thinking of this as a continuum, right? So the city, we've got CMPDs, we've got great neighborhoods, we've got to focus on safe communities. So that's a reason why, obviously, we're having this conversation here. That said, certainly we understand that there's a spectrum of work that goes from city responsibility to where our primary responsibility lies versus where the city has secondary responsibility, to everywhere from things like law enforcement that firmly sits within the city up through the built environment, economic mobility, over to things like homelessness and mental health and the judicial system, which obviously we would have secondary responsibility behind our partners intergovernmentally. And so we certainly are not seeking to drive the entire process in every one of those realms, but our attempt is to identify the full spectrum of what's involved so that we can identify key partners. And we believe that we've done that to a large extent. We would like to continue the same kind of structure that we had with Safe Charlotte in 2020, where we create an ad hoc type of working group that's comprised of our council, our committee specifically, city staff, individuals from the justice system, as well as a number of partners in the community, including CMS for sure, our district attorney's office, who have been great partners, our judicial system, the Office of Violence Prevention from Mecklenburg County. I do want to call that out specifically because the Office of Violence Prevention is a tremendous asset and resource that does not sit within the city, but stands ready, willing, and able to allow us to join the fight in reducing crime in our city. One thing in particular that I think is unique, if you will, about this approach is that we're going to be engaging our universities to really, really understand what the data looks like. Who are we seeing that ends up within our justice system continually? What are some database methods? What programs are we using that we need to evaluate to make sure that they're effective? So we really want to make sure that we bring that database approach to the conversation as well. One of the things I know that Councilmember Brown, you brought up that I absolutely agree with is ensuring that parental involvement is something that, or parental engagement is a part of the framework, because at the end of the day, we are a community and it starts at home, and each one of us within our individual neighborhoods has a responsibility to our family members to ensure that we are creating a network of engagement there. So absolutely, to the extent that we can engage the parents as neighbors and also through the CMS system, we definitely want to do that as well. So we'll be looking. Yep. So and I'm just framing the conversation, so certainly consider this part of the presentation. As we think about areas of focus and how we want to go about doing this, we're looking at, again, different parts of the work. There's enforcement, which we've discussed. There's prevention, diversion, and intervention. So as we pull together a response, please understand, as Councilmember Graham mentioned, that it's not one or the other. It's all of these components, and we've got to look at it holistically. To that end, when we think about next steps, certainly we're not going to solve crime overnight. We're not going to look up tomorrow and say, oh, there is no more crime in Charlotte at all. But what we do need to consider is what can we manage in the short term as people come to Uptown? How do we work with Center City Partners and some of our business community to ensure that when there are special events uptown, that there is appropriate resourcing so that when folks come in, they can have a pleasurable experience. Those are some of the things that are short term, but when it comes to long term, we know that there may be policy changes. There may be things that we've got to put on the legislative agenda that we need to go to Raleigh, that we need to go to DC and advocate for. So all of those components certainly will be a part of this framework, but the first step is getting aligned as a council today on how we go about that work. The details of it, of course, will come through the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee ongoing, and we'll continue to work with that ad hoc group and certainly interested council members as you so choose. But today, just really wanted to lay the groundwork for this framework, consider it an extension of the work that we began several years ago, and happy to take on anybody else's additional ads or suggestions.
Thank you. And thank you for walking through the framework. It has been provided as a part of the pre-read, so hopefully you all are familiar with the details of such. I think there's a lot of, obviously, passion and warranted passion around this topic. So I do want to ask that the remaining comments come in the form of a question about the framework that's been laid out. There's a lot of work to be done here outside around this work that will happen outside of this room. So we won't solve everything in this room. There's a lot of probing, collaboration, research, et cetera, to be done to get to the final answer. That won't happen here today. And so as you think about framing your comments, we have the benefit of having the chief here. So if there's a question for him, I think this is a time, the opportunity to ask a question of him, and some of the recommendations that you may have should happen actually in committee or in your working group or referred to council to actually get a lot of that done. So recommendation, if there are, certainly there are statements that are top of mind, please be there, but just be respectful with your 2 minutes so we can get back on agenda. And the main point here is that it will not be solved in this room today. So let's keep our points on 2 minutes. Questions while we have the chief here, and move on with this discussion. Now we'll recognize Luana.
Thank you.
And Tijuana and Dimple.
Excuse me, Chief, thank you for the presentation. This Fifth Element Youth Outreach Program, you identified that we had 5 youth enrolled, 2 of them graduated.
Yeah.
What happened to the other 3?
The other 3 either dropped out or did not complete the program. Again, it was a pilot that we wanted to test out. I think it has some good merit with a bigger sample. If we can go into a bigger sample for 2024, and then we can do another evaluation. This was something that we started in 2023, and I like the concept of it and the hands-on approach. It can be very manpower intensive because you do put such a great deal of attention to each individual young person that goes into the program. But I think we need a bigger sample to be able to truly evaluate the effectiveness.
So what I would like, Mr. Manager, as our team are working with alongside CMPD, I would like for us to take into consideration is that this is not a numbers game. So creating a bigger sample versus identifying, okay, why do we lose those 2?
Certainly.
Those 3? Because if we started out with 5 and we weren't able to keep all 5 engaged,
yes,
there's still some type of disconnect, whether it's challenges at home, at school, whatever it is, to truly create something successful versus just increasing the number to try to balance it out.
Certainly.
Also, just as Dr. Wallington mentioned, when we talk about uptown resourcing, with this Fifth Element Youth Outreach, we might have the possibility, and with a number of the other programs, I would like to know if there's a consideration of us thinking about how do we involve our youth in uptown. So we see a lot of the challenges that are happening. We're of a different time period. We grew up at a time where Park and Rec was free. You had programming in Park and Rec that was free. we pay taxes for it, but that is not the case today. So there's a disconnect for what programs are available for young people between 8 and 19 for them to do where they're actually engaged, and it does not cost them anything. So there might, it would be helpful for the extended parking lot to give us some of these things outside of just telling me the police academy, the Reach Academy, to reach out. What are you doing in there so that council can be utilized to get some of this information out to people? But I really want to encourage that we not make it a numbers game, but an impact to youth, and figure out why we have the disconnect. Because you mentioned earlier in the year, or someone from the team, a number of these youth that are coming before us are first-time offenders. So they wouldn't even have been on our radar as someone that might be having a problem. So it will be helpful to also know how you all are identifying the possibilities there. And that can be the follow-up to committee, just to get a better idea of, okay, 3 either dropped out or whatever happened. Help us understand how we lost them.
Certainly. And to your point, also first-time offenders, our concentration is not necessarily on the first-time offenders. Yeah, you saw 700 are repeat offenders this year, 700 more. And that's where I think the focus needs to be. And that's what the fifth element tries to do as well, are who are those that are the most, and it's time-consuming. So the kids that are dropping out, because it is a big commitment, they may not be prepared for that commitment. So
Thank you. Ed?
Thank you, Chief. We really appreciate you and your officers. You've been through some difficult years nationally and locally, and your guys have been professional and really deserve our respect.
thank you.
I want to point out Safe Charlotte and a lot of the things that we've done in the past years don't appear to be working, right? We're up 14% this year. This is not where we wanted to be when we went through those past exercises. We know that there are problems with the courts and the DA, and that persists. So the sort of round trip uptown and back makes it hard to enforce things. So I think we need to continue all of our community efforts and try to intervene early and prevent the situation where a crime is being committed, particularly by repeat offenders who seem to be able to act with impunity. But in my mind, that means that we have to take some pretty dramatic action. I think the community is looking to us right now in view of the recent rise, the relatively really dramatic rise recently in kind of perception of crime and lawlessness, the fear that people feel on the streets of all denominations, right? I mean, I've spoken to people who said that they lived in certain communities and were afraid to go out. So what it comes down to in my mind, though, is that we have to step up deterrence. And the reason that could be difficult for this council is there is a tension between deterrence, proactive policing, and the rights of members of the community, the perception of targeting a minority. I'm being very plain here, but if we don't allow the police to do their jobs because we're being overly protective of certain people, then we're going to get what we've got. So I think that, for one, we should come up with some pretty dramatic action, and we should be prepared when we have failed to steer somebody away from criminal action. We should be prepared to deal with those situations more forcefully. Chief, my question to you is, you've described here what's going on. It's kind of an ongoing report. Is there anything that you can point out to that you could get from us that would enable you, that's different in light of the recent developments, that would enable you to combat this rise that we've seen?
Certainly. And we talk about the 14% increase in crime overall. It's driven by the automobile theft and youth that are stealing these cars. If you take our increase in automobile thefts and just make that flat, then we're talking about a very insignificant crime increase in Charlotte last year.
But juvenile crime is up 21%.
Juvenile crime. So I had a very, Governor Cooper and the Director of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo, were kind enough that they visited CMPD yesterday, had a very productive conversation, and we talked about just that. When we raised the age 4 years ago from 16 to 18, regardless of what you think about that, there were no resources that went along with that. So we don't have, I'm pretty sure the governor was aware, but there's no juvenile detention center in Charlotte. And that is almost hard to think of that. And my answer is not saying that we need more places to lock juveniles up or to detain juveniles, but the resources with DJJ and everything that comes along with it to give that to these young people so that they don't go back and reoffend is absolutely something that we need to do. And it would scare me to death in the community to hear that number, that 700 more juveniles were repeat offenders in 2023 than they were in 2022. And that's very concerning, because that number is only going to continue to grow unless we can do something different when it comes to these young people.
So my point is, let's think about what new action, what can we do different because of that fact, which was a departure from before. Thank you. Appreciate it, Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Ed. Tijuana?
Hey, Chief, thank you so much for your data, your information, your sheets. I listen to my colleagues, and a lot of time I cringe. I think people forget that I was once a young person that went down this path, and I do consider myself an expert in this area. There's been a lot of work that's been done, and people will say all over again and again, if you have not lived this life or you haven't come from this environment, and I'm very passionate about it. It just so happened I landed on the council unanimously, won every district, so people want to see something different. I've asked to meet with you. I actually was handpicked by Governor Roy Cooper for the racket to work on the Women in Incarceration Work Group with SRCC, so I was considered to be an expert. These numbers are alarming, and when I spoke with Gary and he told me that the juveniles were leaving, I had a fit, because I was one of the ones working with them, but it's not a whole lot you can do if the resources are not there. I look at it from a different approach. You guys have a very, very hard job to do. I couldn't do it. They wouldn't let me do it anyway because of my background, but I think I probably would be a good officer, honestly. I'm very serious about that, but we have to make sure that when we make these decisions about our juvenile, that they are in the room. You can't make a decision for someone that continues to get in trouble, continue to go down the wrong path, that may not even have parents at home. I did. I made bad decisions because my mom was a single mom and had to walk to work, and she had to work long hours, and she was feeding us and taking care of us off Kentucky Fried Chicken salary, and that's on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. That's now, what's that place on the corner? Can somebody help me out? Nick's. It's now Nick's, but it was Kentucky Fried Chicken. And so when you start talking about parents, maybe they don't even have parents at home. Parents might be on drugs, in abusive relationships like mine was. We really have to have the juveniles in the room. It's easy for all of us in here that think we're that think we know everything. We don't. And so for this particular subject, when you make decisions about youth, you cannot do it without them in the room. You have to ask them. They are the experts. Get mad all you want to. I hear the grunts or whatever. I don't care. When you talk about our youth and them offending downtown, it's just not downtown Charlotte. It's all over the city of Charlotte. Steel Creek. They're doing it in Steel Creek. They're doing it on West Boulevard. Batesford Road. It's just not about uptown, downtown Charlotte. It's the city collectively. So for the third time, I've asked to meet. Someone took notes and said they want to meet. Please hear me out and hear what I have. You know, what my
I think we have a
suggestions are.
meeting on the schedule, don't we?
I don't see it. I didn't see it. But I know I'm working with Dr. Victoria Watlington. I don't have all the answers, but I do have some of them. And I think if we just listen and bring those youth in the room, like the programs that you have, a lot of the youth don't even know the programs exist. I'm in Southwest Middle School, and that is a Title I school, and it's in Steel Creek. And those children, all colors, white, black, Chinese, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, everybody, those children are being affected. So I just want to say, it's not just black kids.
Certainly.
Yes, I'm passionate about who I am,
but I love all people and all children. So they're all being affected.
Yeah, and let me just say this, as proud as I am of all of our programs and youth programs and the things that we try to accomplish, that should not be our role. It should not fall on the police department to rehabilitate kids, but we do have resources to be able to do it. We see programs that we are able to get funding for and to try and help as many kids. I'd rather spend effort on the programs than to continue to have to see these kids over and over and over again in the court system.
Chief, again, I said you guys are doing immeasurable work. I can't even imagine what your day-to-day is, but imagine what ours is out in the community as well.
Sure.
When people saying the kids did what they did uptown Charlotte, or they're robbing, they're stealing, they're in cars. But what are we doing to combat that? Are we actually in schools? Because we're not a part of the school board, but there's not saying that we can't work with the grassroots organizations and put them in the school and be viable and get the data, the empirical data, and make sure that we're keeping a track. It's not your job, but you got to be a part of the solution, because if not, then you're a part of the problem.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Dimple?
Chief, I want to thank you and your entire team for the great work that you are doing in addressing our violent crime, addressing our recruitment. Certainly numbers are looking good from the recruitment perspective. So from the budget perspective, I'd like to see what are the things this council can do to help with the priorities that you outlined. And also, there are two questions I have. One is for the budget, and second is for intergovernmental committee. You clearly laid out that there needs to be funding at the state level. I would like to see, as part of our state legislative agenda, that we champion some of these items that Chief has just mentioned. So if we can get a list of all the items that you'd like us to champion at the state level, along with our budget that council has authority to do, I would like to get that list.
Thank you, Councilmember. You're trying to make the city manager mad at me if I have a long budget list that I'll give him tomorrow. So, no, and in all seriousness, we are talking about really closing that gap in on our vacancy rate. Hopefully by the end of this year, you will see that down to almost zero. At the same point, based on studies across the country and the what we are needing within our agency, we are allocated a little over 1,900 sworn positions. That should be about 2,400 sworn positions. And I know that doesn't happen overnight, but over time, that I think gradually we need to really look at building the allocations for the police force. And but we can't do that unless we can fill the vacancies that we have.
Thank you, and I'd like to just mention one more thing. You know, Chief Jennings, I really like your candid remarks.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just laid out there, and I think we need more of that, because public safety is an issue. Charlotte is a safe city, but the perception is that there are many parts of our city that are not safe. And we need to do everything that we can to address that. It's not just uptown, as Tia said. There are many parts of our city where residents do not feel safe. And that is an issue that we truly need to tackle and put our resources behind. Alternative to Violence is a great program, and I'm glad that we are expanding that program in other corridors, but that's just one part of the solution. There needs to be enforcement, there is state funding involved, we need to make sure the DA gets more funding. So it's a multifaceted solution, but I think we do need to address that through our Intergovernmental Relations Committee as part of our federal and state legislative agenda. Thanks.
Thank you for saying that. DA funding is critical. Our DA system needs a lot more than what they're getting right now.
Okay, Dante, and then we'll go back to Tijuana. Final comments?
Thank you. Chief, thank you for the presentation and the information. I agree that if we can just have a singular focus on one or two of these large numbers, vehicle theft is up 120%, right? And so if we were to attack that and continue to do the good work that you all are doing, that overall crime number of 14% would drop dramatically.
Certainly.
And certainly the laser focus that you've had in the Uptown area, I share Uptown with Mr. Graham, and with Operation Heartbeat and everything else that's gone on, to see a decrease in crime in that area by 7% is indicative of, you know, when we put a light on an issue and we focus on it, we'll get some results that we need. So I think if we have a singular focus this year, that would be great. I just want to make sure, you know, when we talk about our state and federal legislative slate, I want to make sure that we are clear-eyed about what we're asking. And we have an ad hoc committee we've been meeting many times to focus on this, and it's indicative of the work that's in the binder, and Ms. Watlington and her committee is going to continue to focus on this. But I want to make sure that when we have an ask, we have a specific ask that's going to fit into an overall plan that we can take action to. So I think that's important. You know, these numbers that you have on slide 5 around the 2023 arrest information, there's a clear need for our young people. And as was mentioned earlier, we're not going to solve it by ourselves. There's so many great evidence-based programs out there. We have community partners like the Urban League that has a Save Our Sons program that is not being implemented here. It's just fertile ground for us to curate these programs and then communicate that so that constituents know what's available and how to take action on them. So I just want to commend you for the results that we've gotten withstanding this vehicle theft, right? And I also, you know, when you look at these numbers here on slide 9, and you have the auto theft stats, you have a little over 8,000 auto thefts, but then a little less than 4,000 recovered. So 50% of those cars are not recoverable. I'm wondering where they're at. I'm wondering if that is indicative of local activity or something that's going on in the larger region, in the southeast region.
It is, and we've actually have a really good case that was solved nationally, where some of these were being shipped out to other locations. They were being stripped. And as we speak today, speaking of auto theft, we're currently meeting with the Hyundai manufacturers in Charlotte because the issue with those auto thefts is because of the ease of them to be stolen. And we are meeting with them, and I know some other chiefs, some of my colleagues across the country have even gone so far as to initiate lawsuits towards the auto dealerships because they will not fix the issue. And so I think it's productive, and it's a very good sign that they're meeting with us and having these discussions to try and curb that. So.
Excellent. And my last comment that I'll make is around the numbers that you have on slide 8, page 8, around the guns that have gotten off the street. And it's gone up by 10%. But I know that a lot of the crime that's done with guns with the youth are from stolen guns.
Yes.
And I'd like to see us be more stringent around legal gun owners and how they are responsible for the guns that they legally own and storing them properly. If a gun is stolen from a car and it's just sitting on the passenger seat or just slid underneath the seat. I think there needs to be some ramifications. You know, you have to go through a process to have a concealed carry. The things you have to do, you're educated on that, and yet these guns are being stolen from cars every single day because they're not properly stored.
Certainly, and that is a challenge for us, and we try to do that through education and compliance. I don't want to deter someone from reporting their gun stolen because they fear that they would get in trouble because it was stolen. So that's the fine line that we have to walk there.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll recognize Tijuana and then Tark.
All right, so thank you again, Chief. I want to go and I want to thank, so I've been appointed to the Safety and Housing Committee. I'm very excited about that and to be working with our chair, Dr. Wallaton, and our vice chair, Luana Mayfield, because they both are very familiar with District 3. They come from there previously before me. I like to ask you about recruitment because I like to come with solutions, okay? So
Yes.
I consider myself an expert in this area, and we can get into what expert means in that subject, but I am one, okay, for this area. When we talk about recruitment, I would like to see our young people and what it looks like for them to come in recruitment and to feel safe again, to represent our public safety officers and to get in the community and to be engaged. So what I like that you presented today, because I'm really tough on like language and, I teach language on how we're to be received, and I cringe at certain language, but I know in the law enforcement field, they still use offender and certain words that really just make my skin cringe, but I can deal with it for the sake of policy and what we have to do. I'm mature enough to know that we just have to hear that language sometime, although in a perfect world, I wish we didn't have to hear that language. So when we talk about like this phenomenal lady that's coming here today, and she's done this consulting for us, and we have rules of engagement, and we're supposed to follow those. It's the same thing with deterring away from things that are not working in our community. If we've been doing something for so long and it's not working, we really, really got to dig deep and see if there's something else that we can do. The youth crime going up, let's see, I saw those numbers, because this handout is perfect. It's wonderful, colorful, I know it costs money. Whoever put it together, the 2023 arrest information, to see the arrests go up by 3,016, 34% for our juveniles, that breaks my heart. It really does. It really put tears in my eye, because I know that there is a disconnect with our youth, because I speak with them on a regular basis. We can't say that we're going to arrest those parents. Some of them do need to be arrested, okay? Let's just be flat out honest. They know what's going on. Their children leave out of the house. There's no control. But what about the ones that are at home by themselves, that don't have any parents? There's no role model. There's no figure. So with these community services and engagements that you have, I like to see, and I would like to work with you to see how we could implement what it looks like to be recruited for them once they graduate high school, what that looks like for them to come in. I got to be 21 to be an officer, right?
Yes.
21 to be an officer, what that looks like after they turn 21. Is there some type of program that we can put in place? Maybe go in the parking lot, I'm sure. But for them to get involved and to become the officers that we used to see when I was growing up, and that's in the community. You have great officers, and a lot of officers are involved in doing great things. But I'm going to share with you these programs. I didn't know about them. I didn't hear about them at Southwest Middle School. So how can we just get the literature out, the information, and educate the people, the parents, the caregivers, people like myself, the volunteers, council members that care about our youth,
council member,
because they are truly our future, and making sure that we can get them involved in these programs. That's what I would like to see. And once again, thank you for everything that you do. I'm just very passionate about this area, okay?
Certainly.
Thank you. Recognize Tark.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just chime in with two quick things. And I'd say that the last 2 days and this conversation is, I think, a really big thing. And I think 90% of everything that's been said, there's a unified head shaking, which is, I think, a really important thing of everyone supporting each other's ideas and doing it together. So very excited about that. I just mentioned the takeaway for us as a council in the metric discussion like we've been having. You know, what are we going to set our goals? What are we going to measure them by? And how are we going to be involved? And I think what we've heard loud and clear from everybody is kind of the triple bifurcated lens of property crime, repeat offenders, and youth is both would have a huge impact and is something that is focused enough that it hits a lot of the things we need here. So we need to continue with, this will be a huge success if we take that agreement and common understanding and turn it into the metrics that will drive the next steps so we don't lose the steam. And that through Victoria's committee, I think will be great. And as we compile that concise and a mutually agreed upon legislative agenda coming out of Dimple's committee, I think we have the outlets to do it, the will to do it. Now it's how do we get from here to there. So very excited about that. And then the second and last thing, just for you, Chief, I believe that you guys, for the most part, are, there's not that much more to ask of you. It's the rotating door of your officers who say, I picked that person up yesterday. And so when we get focused on this, I think a lot of the work's going to be outside of there. But there's one thing I'd ask you to consider in your second priority of 4 for this year is expanding that auto thefts to property crime. And the reason I say that is we get bogged down sometimes looking at percentages one way or another. And it's dangerous because it doesn't tell a complex story, whether it's down or up 10% when you look at the numbers. And the bottom line is 8,000 auto thefts is wild. It's a wild number, and we should all be worried about it. But that sits atop 30,000 other property crimes. And whether it's near neutral or not, that touches, I mean, no homicide or anything like that, a violent crime is acceptable, but it touches such a smaller number of people. I believe this perception issue that we've been talking about is a reality because 30,000 people not relating to their automobiles have had property crimes affect their lives and their neighbors' lives. So if there was a way to expand that, and again, staying your focus on automobiles, but expand your objective to be all of the property crimes and not at a percentage, but through math and everything else we're doing, what's a number? Where can we reasonably get in a year and another year? That'd be a big win, I think.
Yeah, certainly. And if you look at it, there's a 12% increase in burglaries last year. So certainly a concern as well.
Thank you, Tarek. Melina?
Thank you. First, I want to say, Chief Jennings, thank you for your service to our community. You and your officers, you know, the one thing that I've enjoyed since being elected is, you know, getting to know the officers that serve our community. And the one thing that I want to actually bring and not belabor any points, because again, I agree, you know, just most recently with some of what my colleague, Councilmember Bakari said about, you know, we all have a lot of ideas. And I think, you know, for another time, another space, we're going to, you know, through Councilmember Watlington's, you know, committee, have deeper conversations. But one thing that I remember specifically that I done was right after getting elected, I went, and I hope you don't mind this, but I actually arranged, I don't know if you know about this, but I arranged a meeting with the captains from the East Charlotte precincts. So that was Eastway.
What?
Yes. Sorry. That was,
Oh, yeah, no.
Well done.
that was Eastway, Hickory Grove, and Independence. And I thoroughly enjoyed getting
Great.
to know them. They were very gracious with their time. They, you know, really, I mean, I've gone on a ride along. I've done several different things to really get to know them and understand how they serve East Charlotte. Some of the, you know, issues that they deal with in the East Charlotte community specifically. And there were a few things that they brought to my attention. And Mr. Manager, I, you know, don't want to overstep my boundaries with you because, you know, I love to go through you. So I don't ever want you to feel like that I'm kind of superseding that relationship. But, you know, getting to know the constituency and, you know, the community members means a lot to me. But I'm really interested in having some of their concerns lifted up because in 2022, I remember the captain of Independence telling me about the stolen gun issue. And he told me, he said, you know, Councilmember Molina, we got a lot of stolen guns on the street. And it's because, you know, gun owners are leaving their guns in their vehicles. And I wonder as a council, what can we do? Like I said, there is a lot more information, but I feel like kind of collecting that from our captains who, know the pulse of their precincts, who bubble that up to you. But I'm really interested in understanding kind of the granular pieces of that puzzle, and I can't speak for my colleagues. I'm sure they probably would be too, just so that we can decide how, from a policy-making perspective, we could be great partners in trying to create some of these solutions. So, like I said, a lot of what was already said is some of what I agree with, so I don't want to belabor any points, but I really want to lift that up to you specifically and see if there's any interest in that.
Yeah, our stolen guns, the last 2 years, I've usually highlighted the fact of how many guns we have recovered off the streets, and it's gone up every year, and no different this year, it's up again. But it's almost like a broken record at this point. I do have to fact check real quick. I said 12% increase in burglaries. That's commercial burglaries. Our residential burglaries are actually down 2%. So
Very good.
yeah, that's for the home. Yeah, home down 2% on the residential, and the commercial, which is businesses. They're the ones that's up 12%. So
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification.
yes.
We'll have a final question from Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you. Chief, follow up to the conversation. I didn't hear you mention that your department is working with the License and Theft Bureau, which is through DMV, of which that is their whole purpose, is to help with vehicle, because you stated that we identified basically a ring and that things are going out of town, but I didn't hear you state, do we have a relationship, and are you working with the License and Theft Bureau?
We do. That actually came up with the conversation with the governor, and also I met with them at a conference last week that in reference that they're trying to initiate well, I don't want to give they're trying to initiate something that would help with the stolen vehicle issues, particularly, but the state is such a large, the city of Charlotte is obviously requires a great deal of resources, and I know some of the rural cities that need help as well. So we're going to see what's kind of left over and what kind of assistance they need in other areas, but they do want to have that focus in Charlotte, and I think we're going to be able to do that. So.
Okay, so for clarification, we have not previously worked with the department through the state that handles this. We're talking about possibly creating a relationship.
Yeah, well, you're talking about for stolen vehicles?
Specifically, the License and Theft Bureau, which is through DMV, that has been there for a while. Have we worked with them, or are we talking about possibly working with them in the future?
I can't answer the past. Have we worked with them? I don't know that for certainly. So, but I do know that what we have, the conversation has started as far as what we can do down the road. So no, I guess we can get that back to you and let you know exactly if we have. But I don't know of any programs within CMPD that have been directly related to License and Theft Bureau with working with them.
So, Councilmember Ashmira, as chair of which we're all on BGR, I think it would be helpful when we're talking about the legislative conversation, because we have some relationships that are already out there. And just like it's been mentioned, and Councilmember Brown mentioned it with a clear spotlight. If we're doing, the work that we're doing isn't achieving the results, the other part of that is if we got relationships out there that we're not utilizing, then that is an opportunity that we should step into, because there's a whole bureau through DMV that helps with this. And if we're not utilizing that as one of the largest cities within North Carolina, there's an opportunity that we might be missing. And we could probably check into that. And so, parking lot. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We thank you for the discussion.
I better be glad.
Council and Chief Jennings, thank you for being here. Bring your team up.
Thank you.
Information.
Thank you. Y'all have never applauded for me before. So.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay.
I do want to recognize who's here with me today. Our police attorney, Jessica Battle, is here with us. My executive officer, Major Brad Koch. Deputy Chief Dave Robinson, our public affairs. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that. He's once again out of uniform. Our Public Affairs Director, Sandra De La Silva. And with me as a guest is Deputy Chief Derek Elmore from Phoenix, Arizona. He is here following me this week because at some point I'm sure he will be a major city police chief somewhere. So
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to a world-class city, sir.
Thank you all so much. And again, thank you for the discussion. We're going to break for lunch now, but what I'd like to ask is that we allow the council members to go. It's a working lunch again today. Trick. So, yes. Yes, so I would like the council members to please go first and get your lunch, grab your lunch and come back in. Let's take about 10 minutes to do that, 10 to 15 minutes to come back in. No, working lunch. Thank you.
life Santa. I'm the real life Santa. When my kids were little, however many years old, I let them think Santa came bearing gifts from the North Pole. I couldn't wait for the truth to be told. And one day I sat them down and let them know I'm the real life Santa, Santa, Santa. And I buy those gifts. I work so hard, overtime and double shifts. Felt like a big weight was off my shoulder. Had to get their mind straight for life as they got older. Ain't nobody coming down our chimney. And if they try, the clip's getting empty. I'm the real life Santa. And I buy those gifts. I work so hard, overtime and double shifts. All
Good afternoon. Thank you for a great, productive, informative morning. It's been great discussion on some important topics so far. We appreciate that. To carry on our afternoon, we've got a good deal of information scheduled for the afternoon, and I want to just make a quick note on the changes in the agenda so everybody's on the same page. We're going to continue with the mobilities discussion now, so continue with the agenda as planned. We'll go to the mobility discussion now. Marcus is going to kick us off, and then Ed will go into the blueprint, our local blueprint, followed by a panel discussion, and then we'll go back to discussion, council discussion, okay? After that, we will go back to our staff check-ins and continue with the digital divide, small minority businesses, arts and culture, Higher Charlotte, and workforce development. I believe that the closed session will be moved to tomorrow. Is that right, Marcus? Or you would keep it? You're going to try to keep it today? Okay. So we're scheduled right now to end the planned agenda at 5 o'clock today. So again, a lot of information to cover, and we appreciate the council abiding by the working agreements. We'll use these as our established protocols for the day. So I remind you to keep your comments to 2 minutes and limit the side conversations and the use of technology. We are going to push for time just so we can get everything done. So we're going to do that regardless of who's in your seats. So we will be careful to make sure that you have a break at some point, but we will begin the agenda now. So Marcus, do you want me to bring your mic markers from your, oh, you got one in front of you, Deb? Patrick, do we have enough people to start in the room?
The meeting hasn't stopped. It's still the same meeting as it was when you started.
Let's go.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'll be brief before I turn it over to Ed McKinney. But what I'm trying to do is maybe establish what we're trying to accomplish today. It would be great to have a good conversation about mobility. That's been somewhat of a struggle over the past few years. But I think we're going to bring it home today and put you in a very good position. We talked a bit about what the city can do and what this by itself and what the city needs in terms of other partners, whether it's the towns, the county, or the state, the General Assembly. So while we'll talk about projects today, the backdrop is, and we've been talking about resources over the course of the last couple of days, whether it's a property tax or sales tax, but ultimately, whatever the choice that it will be, would help us fund the priorities that you talk about. So when we talk about what can occur through the help of our partners, like the towns, the county, and Raleigh, we're really talking about the CATS 2030 plan, which is a transit plan. It's dealing with buses and trains and mobility hubs and things of that nature. Let's call it buses and trains. And with that, we're going to need a lot of help. Also, what you asked us to do is, what could we do for our residents? And so that is really what Ed will concentrate on today. And that basically means that if for whatever reason that there isn't a sales tax that goes through a referendum of things of that nature, then Charlotte has to think about how can it deal with its growth and its infrastructure needs. So as Ed speaks today, and you have a couple of handouts in front of you, it's about a little bit over 2,000 projects, and those are roads and sidewalks and bike paths and greenways and all the things that we've been talking about over the course of the last day and a half. And if that's something, a course that the council chooses to take, then you could use property tax to begin to build, sidewalks and intersections and greenways and bike paths. We don't think that that is the best way to do it. However, it is a path. So instead of focusing on my ask as we go, as Ed goes through his setup, instead of focusing on the resource side, I would ask you to, let's take a look at the projects. Let's take a look at how we can have these projects bundled, how we can have these in strategic investment areas, 16 of them, something that would be new in terms of a discussion throughout the entire county. And I will say, and Ed, this is the only thing I'm going to steal from you, is that we're ready. We are more than ready to begin to advance these projects. We believe that we're going to put together a process very similar to Corridors of Opportunity, where we take a cross-section of our organization, we work together to deliver projects better and faster than we have in the past. So with that said, no pressure, Ed. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, Ed McKinney, Special Assistant to the City Manager for Mobility. Excited to kind of have the time with you today, and very excited. You're going to meet them shortly, but we have this great panel of experts here this afternoon that are also going to be part of our discussion. So we'll get that to that after I've gone through a little bit of an update for you. Sort of intentional to do the update for you and for the panel, because in some ways I'm interested to get their take on the work that we're doing. They are doing as ambitious of the kinds of things that we're looking to do, and so they've got a lot of experience in this world, and be curious to get their peer review and start to get a sense of what might we be missing, opportunities that we should be looking at, and just kind of give us a sense of are we going in the right direction as well. So it'll be a good dialogue, and hopefully you'll get a great chance to kind of talk back and forth with them as we go into the panel. So as the manager mentioned, and you've all got a copy of this, this is sort of the latest version of our kind of summary of the work, but it goes, it's probably good to repeat about all the stuff we've given you. So about a year ago, we did a full update of, you may recall about a year ago, we did a full update of where we were. This was sort of the first iteration of our work following the adoption of our strategic mobility plan, which was really part of the comprehensive plan. So those things all flowed together, and we've been taking that vision and converting it into something we can implement, right, and turning it into projects. We were back with you in August to kind of give you a sense of where these areas, strategic areas, were going, how we were thinking about bundling, the manager mentioned, so I'll talk a little bit more about that. Last but not least, I know there's several of you that were very interested in the 2000. This is the book of 2000, right? This is all of the needs and opportunities that describe the breadth of everything that we have. And you'll see in a moment, it was a very important foundation for the work that we've done to help us think about how we would prioritize all of that work. So it was an interesting question. Is the screen, you have to turn the, somehow I'm not connecting to the. There we go. So I think Councilmember Mitchell said something interesting yesterday, which maybe speaks a little bit to what I want to talk about. The question was, what is the city we're trying to create? You know, the question about what, if we've got this bigger, we've got all these things going on. You've been talking about all these things over the last few days. What does it add up to? And so this is an attempt to sort of, what does that mean from a mobility perspective? And the way I would describe it is really mobility is in the service of opportunity. And for us, and a couple of your biggest initiatives and focus is really around, simply put, sort of housing and jobs. And where mobility sits within that is connecting those two things together, right? Our job from a mobility standpoint is to make that as seamless as possible to advance opportunity. We can do that in a number of ways, right? It's providing more ways to move. That's transit, that's roads, that's bike, that's pedestrian. But we can also think about less time. How do we reduce the time? How do we reduce the distance? How do we reduce the cost? That's not just transit. It's not just bike. It's, you know, certainly we've got congestion needs. I know we've talked about that a lot. And part of our strategy is to look at ways that we are also thinking not really about all modes. We can quantify that. We can find strategies that work to that goal. But at the end of the day, our job is to really serve that broader goal, make mobility easier, make it cheaper, make it more efficient for everyone. And that's across the board, whether you commute on Providence Road or whether you're taking the bus down Beatty's Ford to get to a job. So that's really the broader vision for us. We've talked about in our strategic mobility plan, it's about safe, our Vision Zero. Everything we do has to start with that. And it's about being equitable, and that gets to this notion of mode and choice and opportunity for ease of mobility. This little describes what the manager was just talking about, but I think it's an important thing to continue to be clear about because we are in many ways mixing some of our language around the mobility plan and our mobility plans. We use mobility plan interchangeable. And so as the manager described, you can sort of think about it in three simple ways. We've got our city plan, our mobility plan that I'm going to talk about in more detail today. You've got the larger transit plan, which covers all of the city, all of the county and the towns within the county, and then you've got the regional plan, which is Connect Beyond. And so they're connected, right? They're interconnected. The only way we're going to be successful is if all of those are successful and working together. But I also would say, to the manager's point, they're not interdependent, meaning we can move. We don't need to wait. Depending upon your decisions and your priorities and the plan that we put in front of you, we're ready to go. And all the things that we have in our plan are completely supportive of those other plans. And in many ways, there's things we can do faster or in the short term to prepare ourselves for these bigger investments. And so it's important that we sort of put it in that context so that we don't get muddled in the language of what our plan is relative to these bigger plans. And, last thing I would say about that is that's the green bar there is you. You make the decisions on that. You set the priorities. You decide the funding. Absolutely, these other plans, we are part of a bigger decision-making process. But number one, this plan you're able to do today, and you're able to prioritize and fund it based on your priorities. So I want to talk a little bit about the process that we've been in and sort of describe the uniqueness of this. And so again, all of this flowed from a vision, right, which was the comprehensive plan and our supporting strategic mobility plan. But we're doing something probably that we've never done before from an infrastructure planning standpoint. And it was made possible really because of the comprehensive plan, right? We were able to start from ground zero to say, okay, now this is the adopted set of policies around the way we want to grow. And then our question from a mobility standpoint is, okay, how do we shape our plan, our vision, and our program for investment to support that larger vision? So it allowed us to sort of rethink anew, sort of a fresh start as to how we might build a strategy around investment for mobility based on the fundamentals of that plan. So vision, that's where it started. Need, which was this, right? So you have a vision, but what's on the ground? What are we trying to do? What are our gaps? What are the challenges? Where are we hearing from the community what our challenges are? So that's important. As mentioned, there's 2,000. It's a list that goes beyond our ability to fund, right? Obviously, and so the question now is how do we prioritize and how do we take that, screen it down in a way that makes it impactful, makes it focused, makes it something that we can implement and execute. So you can't, if you're trying to move on 2,000 things, you're never going to move in a meaningful way. And so the idea now, and you've been talking about it the last 2 days, how do we prioritize across the city? How do we make sure we're being equitable across the city? So we did that, and it was extremely data driven. And so we took our priorities. So I think it was mentioned earlier, we took our high injury network, right, as a starting point. We looked at where we had street lighting gaps. We looked at where we had sidewalk gaps. So we looked at the needs, but we also looked at sort of what are our aspirations? Where did we want, where's our bike system going? Where are we trying to go with our bike system? Where is CATS going with their bus priority system and the mobility hubs and the micro-mobility strategy they have? Where are we going with growth? And so we looked at where the policy map said centers are going to be. We also looked at the data of census growth. Where in 20, 40 years, where is population going to be? Regardless of our land use plan, we know where that growth is going to go. So we layered all of those things together and analyzed where were the heat map, what's the resulting heat map? Where do all of those things begin to align in meaningful ways, which was a way to sort of focus us across the city with 2,000 needs. It's like, let's take the data, let it take us where it wants us to go, and let that be the focus across the city, right? It's sort of agnostic to whether it's a political priority or community priority. We went where the data told us. You could say there's over 10,000 points of that, so there's completely data-driven. And I'll mention as we go forward, that gives us the foundation to measure success, right? So that data now is the way that we're going to use to track, measure what we're improving and what the impact of that. So the foundation of this is really data-driven. The strategy is the strategic areas, right? So that took us to these heat maps. We defined 16 areas. I would love, if we had all sorts of time in the afternoon, I would love to show you what all of those are. I'm sure you're very interested in what those are. We'll have plenty of time. I'm sure the manager will find some time in the next month or so for us to go to a deeper dive. We've actually developed an online platform that has all of this data that will allow the community to move around, see where those areas are, zoom in, see the projects, understand the strategy. So that's still in the works. Again, that was something I would love to show you today, but we don't have time, and it's still sort of in beta version. But again, the idea there is it becomes a transparent way that we can communicate to the community and demonstrate the work that we're doing from a strategy standpoint. Then the question is impact. So now we've got to pick the projects and find the things that are going to sort of move the needle. And that's taking the 2,000, we've now gone from 2,000 to these 16 strategy areas. And now we're honing in on, plus or minus about 100, what I would call projects or bundles. And so what we're doing is taking things that, example, street lighting, sidewalk gap, and pedestrian crossing. Like we've mapped all those things, but where do they cross? And how would we bundle a project that is street lighting, that is fixing a sidewalk gap, that's connecting a pedestrian crossing to a bus stop? That's what the strategy is driven around, is not let's pick and choose and prioritize across the city. Let's find where we can have the most impact, bundling those projects in an executable kind of quick way. So that's the broad view of this strategy. Data-driven, it's comprehensive, it crosses our geography, but it's specific. One size does not fit all. Far East is different than the West Side. Steel Creek is different than Mallard Creek. Beatty's Ford is different than Nations Ford. So the notion is that this strategy areas approach gives us the ability to be context specific. It's really built on the success of corridors of opportunity, right? The same attitude, this is sort of the same structure, is to go into these areas, understand the needs, and tailor the implementation, the investment in a way that's specific to those specific geographies. You end up with sort of, using the language of corridor of opportunity, you end up with playbooks, right? Each of these 16 areas are a series of playbooks with projects. And then that allows us to be ready. So we can do some of those things quickly. We can partner with federal opportunities like Corridors has done with the RAISE grant. We can partner with private developers. I'll show you an example of that in a second. So the notion is that playbook, just like Corridors, gives us the ability to be adaptable and quickly take advantage of our ability to partner for funding, our ability to do small projects in short term to build to a larger term vision. Scalable, the bundles, talked a little bit about the idea that there's the sum is greater than just the pieces and the parts. And again, ready for execution and advancement based on the plays and the projects that we've laid out. Still not pointing in the right direction. There we go. So let me demonstrate, what I want to do is demonstrate this using an example. The danger of using this example, right, is it's specific to a certain part of Charlotte, and some of you may wonder, how does this apply to your part of Charlotte? So I'll describe that, but I think it's a great example of how a strategic area could work around mobility. And so this is Ballantyne, right? And you are familiar with the approval process that you went through about 2 years ago, probably one of the biggest rezonings that the city went through, maybe just smaller than River District, but probably one of the biggest ones we went through. Huge partnership, right? Rethinking Ballantyne, new uses, mix of uses, intensity, And at the same time, what I would say was we built a playbook with that, which was really the entitlement process of the rezoning. So we spent a tremendous amount of time negotiating through the rezoning, analyzing all the impacts of that growth and development, and came up with a series of projects, right? Some of those projects are sort of described here on this graphic. So Blue Line extension was part of the commitment. Preserving that corridor was part of the commitment of that project. So it sets up, like I described, it sets up for the long-term opportunity for transit that allows us to do things and implement it in the short term. There's a new street. Again, that's built holistic, completely as part of the development of the plan. That is capacity. I'll describe that in a second. That is building capacity. Intersection improvements. That intersection, again, was improved, adding capacity. I'll also mention and show you an example of how that capacity is added by, at the same time, providing for bicycle facilities and connections. So my argument is you can do both in the right way. So we can improve and have a roads first approach, where I would describe it as that's everything. That's cars, that's pedestrian, that's bike, that's transit. And so that's the notion of kind of taking all those pieces and parts and working them together. The Greenway, that was a part of that plan, right? This Greenway connects into the Cross Charlotte Trail, into the 4 Mile Creek that gets you to South Charlotte. So that one small piece of this project in the plan connected you to this huge system. And it's just a small piece, an implementable piece of what I would describe as the strategy area. The Blue Line obviously connects you to other strategy areas. You can see Arrowwood at the top, Uptown. Ultimately, that's connecting you to University City. So the other part I want to describe here is we're focused in strategy areas in these projects, but we also have the larger view that says, okay, we are also wanting to make sure that that investment is connecting to a larger system, right, and having the benefit of mobility across our city. So the point here is mobility tied with growth, in this case, a very specific approach in Ballantyne, intense mixed use. That approach is going to be different in University City. It's going to be different in Steel Creek in the Far East. But think about the strategy the same way. It's just going to be scaled and designed that's in a context appropriate way based on the uniqueness of one of those 16 areas. Let me show you, just to make a couple of final points on the projects. So that's a road. That's one of the new roads that was part of it. We partnered. That was another good example of where there was partnership. There's public and private dollars in there. I think Tracy will correct me, it was maybe around $35 million of public support. That was more than doubled by private investment, and so this is an example of that. So that's a road. It's roads first. It's got bike lanes on it. It's got one of our best connections of pedestrian enhancement. It's one of our best examples of a complete street. That's 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction, adding east-west connectivity in South Charlotte, where east-west connectivity is one of the most important challenging parts of congestion and managing traffic in South Charlotte. So 2 lanes, it's a small 2-lane road, but I can demonstrate and we can measure the impact of that in South Charlotte. So it's an example of adding capacity in a roads first strategy, but also doing everything else that is part of the vision of that place. Another example, that's an intersection in Ballantyne. I just make the same point. That's capacity all day long, but you probably can't see the details. That's one of an example of a number of intersections that we've been doing now where we've integrated completely the bicycle connectivity to make it sort of one of the more advanced designs for incorporating bicycle connections in an intersection. You got to do that in a very careful way to coordinate with traffic, but that's capacity for all modes, the way I would argue, and it's measurable capacity for cars, pedestrian, ultimately transit, et cetera. The last one I'll just show is I'm always having trouble with this. Anyone? There we go. I'll keep moving, but that's the Greenway. So just to make the point, actually the one thing I did want to say about this is all of that I just showed you happened in 2 years. So we had a playbook the rezoning, was done 2 years ago. obviously public-private support. That's what made it happen. The private side built this, but with our public dollars and support, all got implemented in 2 years. So that's an example of with the playbook, with in the right situations, public-private support, things can happen quickly. One more thing about this is let's talk about equity. So that had an intense playbook through the rezoning, and I'm familiar because I was sort of leading all the transportation negotiation of that. So we analyzed the heck out of that plan and came up with all sorts of projects. We haven't spent that time and energy in Far East or in Steel Creek or in Mallard Creek. And so this strategy around these areas will allow us to do that kind of thinking and that we've done in Ballantyne, but in the areas that our analysis, our data took us to. So this gives us the platform to think about and have the same kind of energy equitably across the city and come up with a game plan that's specific to every part of our city. And so we can't continue to do this with this strategy by just going where growth is going, right, and just doing it episodically when these kinds of projects come on. We have to have a strategy that cuts across the whole community and thinks about these things holistically from a mobility standpoint. Just to wrap it up, I'm pointing it, there we go. Put all this kind of, put it all together for a moment and just sort of give you the bigger picture and kind of lead to the conversation we have over the last day or two around funding. So strategic areas, specific areas across the city. From those areas, we define these kind of project bundles, and now the bundles have to be funded. And so the question now is we've got a game plan. We'll put these bundles together, but as Ryan described yesterday, if we just stayed in the capacity we have for our bond program now, we can't do any of this, right? We would continue with the programs. We would continue with the named projects, some of which are very big. The notion of these bundles gives us the flexibility to do big and small projects. But we need more funding. And another little subtle thing about that graph is more funding for these bundles also gives us the ability to maybe think about, based on your priorities, more funding for some of the other programs. So we still do the other programs, right? We would still have a sidewalk program that would still look at the gaps across, but we would have this strategy playbook approach that would allow us to still focus and have investment in those areas while still doing the programmatic things. And so a lot of priority conversations you'll ultimately have about how that funding works, but the point being, this strategy doesn't do us any good without more funding, and we need to think about it. And we're ready, essentially, as the manager said. We're going to have this platform set up online. We're ultimately going to use that as the foundation for the conversations in the community area plan processes coming up. So these areas, Monica described that earlier, that becomes, this work becomes the foundation of a community conversation we'll have to confirm where we're going, prioritize this investment, and make sure it's tied to the vision and the growth of all these community area plans and tied to the community's desires and intent for growth throughout the community. I think that was, wish these slides moved faster. The manager gave me the ability to do all these slides, but he didn't anticipate it was going to take this long to move from each one. So that's the last slide. Just to, again, wrap up, to kind of give you a summary of what I've been talking about. We have a plan. The process today, in the beginning and all the way through implementation, tracking, measuring is data-driven. It is bold, and we're going to need a significant amount of funding to do it, but it's also scalable so that we can do things quickly, get stuff on the ground quickly. We got to have a mix of both big and small projects to prove, like somebody said it earlier, like if we're not doing things, if we're not building a sidewalk at a bus station and people see that day after day, they're wondering what we're doing. This strategy gives us the ability to have that impact quickly where people see it. It's multimodal. Roads, you can call it roads first, but roads are there. It's integrated. It's seamless. We're not prioritizing one or the other. We've got a game plan that works across, and it's building to the longer vision for rail and bus. I mentioned already it's measurable. We'll be able to kind of define metrics that you all can and help us shape and make sure that we're accountable to this work. Obviously, it's interconnected to these bigger plans. We don't need to wait. And we're ready, essentially we're ready to go with the funding conversations that you're going to have over the next few months, and certainly the longer term vision and question around sales tax and bigger funding. I'll stop there. I don't know how long. That was reasonably quick.
Ed, one thing, Ed, before you go to the next step. So, Council, I would like to just throw a couple numbers out so you'll understand, let's say, the magnitude. So, as we've talked about the sales tax, so I want to just clear up some things. The sales tax has never been 100% transit. It has always had a transportation component to it. The roads, the bike paths, the mobility hubs, what have you. Whether it was 10%, 20%, 50-50. So I just want to make sure that no one leaves here today believing that when we began the discussion with the 1 cent sales tax, it was only for trains and buses, okay? I will tell you that whatever you do, whatever this community does, if you did a 1 cent sales tax, it would be worth about $345 million in year one. And I believe, Ryan, that's based on July 1, 2025? Okay, good. And that, based on the sales tax and the growth in that, pretty conservative, that's worth about $10.3 billion over 20 years, okay? However you decide to allocate it, however it can get on the books, whether it's approved, things of that nature. But again, that's something that's bigger than City Council. I also will say, as I'll say it again, is that the projects that you have and the 2030 transit plan from the MTC is a part of Connect. If you were to look at just the CIP and something that you could do on your own, as Ryan talked about yesterday, 1 penny on the property tax is worth $21 million. Okay, so that's kind of the scale, right? And in no means would Charlotte get everything that's related to the 1 cent sales tax. And you do know that the 1 cent sales tax is paid by people that actually don't live in Charlotte versus the property tax is 100% borne by the Charlotteans. So I just wanted to do that as a backdrop. It's not getting into the process. I think there are a bunch of subject matter experts who are going to talk about their processes and how things happen, but that was just a little bit on the revenue side versus some of the projects. So.
What I'll do, so I don't want to, let's do a transition because I want to get to our panel. So maybe I'll have our panel come up now, and I'll introduce and sort of transition to that conversation. But as we do that, maybe it's a good time to maybe get some initial reaction from you, to maybe warm up the conversation for our panelists. I'll introduce them. We'll go into the, hopefully we'll be an informed dialogue with our experts here for the afternoon.
Ed, we do have some questions from the floor. So we'll recognize Councilmember Mayfield, Ejimira, and then Driggs, and then we'll cut there and move to panel. I'll remind you to please keep your comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Ed, great presentation. I'm not going to make you try to go back through the slides. But question for you. You said it took we were able to see Ballantyne Reimagine come out the ground in about 2 years. How long did the strategy playbook take?
The strategy, look, and let me clarify, that strategy was essentially the rezoning. And so that took, that probably took 1.5 years or 2. You asked the developer, it probably took 10. But
so let me rephrase it. We're looking at, like you said, connection, possibly Alomar, Mallard, Steel Creek, out by Whitewater. What do you imagine those individual playbooks looking like to make sure that it's supportive of what's in that community?
So great question, tied back to this idea of the planning that's going on with the community area plan process. So we've done a tremendous amount of work. as I said, we got this online platform that has the projects sort of already in place. And what we now want to do is, so that's the great foundation to go out to the community and say, let's connect it to where the planning conversation is going, where growth is going, the community area, the whole intent of the community area plan process. But we'll have this as a foundation to test. Like, here's the analysis that we did. Here's what we think the needs and opportunities are. Let's test that in a full conversation that's not just a mobility conversation, right? It's a land use development growth conversation, much like corridors, right? We shouldn't and can't talk about mobility in isolation, right? It needs to be around the community. And so, yes, and each of those then get informed by the unique characteristics and nature of each community.
And part two, the sidewalk transition slide, which was beautiful, going from the bike lane to the sidewalk and cutting back around. Is that the plan for where we, throughout the city, where we have bike lanes that have created, to now look at how we transition to that sidewalk?
Absolutely, yes. And that was, you caught some good detail there quickly. So that's an example. We've been doing that already. We already have some good examples as we're retrofitting and converting some of our existing intersections on our bike system map. And so we're still scratching the surface of that, but that's these folks will tell us a little bit about what they're doing. But that is the next iteration of being a bike pedestrian friendly community in the design of intersections to make all of those things work in a safe way.
So, Ed, sorry. How is this plan different from what we had seen last year?
What we presented to you last year?
Yes.
This is the same plan. We've just spent the last year doing all of this sort of analysis, project identification, this kind of focus work. So there's been a lot of stuff we've been doing behind the scenes, but this is essentially the next iteration of the work we've been doing since we talked to you last year.
So in terms of the allocation between rail, roads, that hasn't changed. It still stays the same. I would like to know how would this work really in the university area where we got connection, really sidewalks to the Blue Line extension, street lights, bike lanes, and sidewalks. I think envisioning that would really help. This all looks great in terms of the plan, but I think the bigger problem we have is the funding. And how do we address that? And Mr. Jones gave us some numbers here, but certainly based on that, property tax is out of question. So really, the conversation begins here about sales tax and how do we get that. So we do need to discuss the strategy around how we get to sales tax ask successfully. And I think that's what's missing.
Councilmember, we have about 45 minutes after the panel discussion for council discussion around some of the...
On funding? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, specifically whatever you want to talk about during that time. But
yeah, I think at some point let's allocate some time on discussing how do we go about funding ask successfully. We need to develop a strategy behind that. And as the chair of the Intergovernmental Relations, Budget and Governance Committee, I think this could be part of committee discussion, but I think at some point we do need to discuss that as a committee and then have a specific committee charge. Because I think the plans are great, but certainly I think we need funding to implement them. Thanks.
Thank you. Driggs, thank you.
First of all, as chairman of the Transportation Planning Committee, I want to welcome our guests. Really look forward to hearing from you, interested in the experience of your respective cities, because we have studied them. Ed, your reputation as a planner is well deserved. Sterling, very good work. I think a lot of us are trying to figure out how we implement, right, which gets back to a money question. But it also raises other questions, and we don't have time, certainly in 2 minutes, I don't have time. Infilled sidewalks, things like that. Like, what does the city do while private investment is going on in order to bring together the private pieces and the public pieces, all right? And that's something that will require funding as well. I did want to mention, I thought it was clever highlighting Ballantyne to preempt any attempt on my part to complain that we weren't getting any investment.
I think we actually did talk about that, didn't we?
And however, I will point out that investment took place in support of $1.5 billion of private investment, 6,000 jobs, 2 acres of land for affordable housing, and my recollection is it was $42 million of public money, being 25 of TIG and 17 of CIP, versus some 60 to 70 of private. So when you get a deal like that, you take it all the time, wherever it happens, right? But you're not going to. So then you get back to the question of how we allocate to the geographies if you don't have all of those incentives. Another thing is, you said they're not interdependent. If we are counting on sales tax, there is a certain independence. We have got to present a unified regional plan to the state legislature and the feds in order to qualify, to get the permission to run the referendum and to qualify for the 40% of the funding of our plan that is still assumed to be coming from federal sources. So I will mention that. Quick question for you. It says here 80 miles of new street connections. Doesn't actually specify how many miles of sidewalk, but is that lane miles or is that street miles?
That's got to be street miles.
Okay, so how many miles of streets are there in the city of Charlotte in total?
Oh, Debbie will have to correct me. How many?
About 5,200.
Street miles, 5,000 lane miles.
5,000 lane miles, so divide by some number to get an estimate, but it's a couple of thousand street miles. My only point is 80 miles is a drop in the bucket compared to the growth that we are expecting. And I'm still concerned that we are underinvesting currently in maintenance and in sidewalks. We have this backlog of projects. We were told at one point how many millions of dollars it costs to do a mile of sidewalk and a mile of street. We need to bring all that stuff into alignment. We need to be realistic about the needs and where we are in our existing capacity, and then what it's going to take to keep up with growth going into the future. But that's all I have now. Otherwise it's endless. But Ed, really good work. Do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Two real quick responses to that. The drop in the bucket of the new street miles, yes, but as described in that Ballantyne example, that road is it's probably 3/4 of a mile. That new road. Again, I can demonstrate that's east-west capacity in a growing activity center. It may sound like a small piece of infrastructure, but it has a huge, huge benefit for connectivity, access, capacity. So, and most of those 80 miles that you described are in those kinds of places, right? Part of our planning has been anticipating where areas are going to grow. And so, yes, I mean, in respect to the sheer number of our network, it sounds small, but it's where growth is going, and those will have important capacity impacts. And the last thing about Ballantyne, 40 million of public investment with that private growth, yes. But again, every area is different. I guarantee you, like corridors, we can have great impact for 5 million in the right areas with the right strategy. So Ballantyne was risky using it as an example because it's huge and we did a lot of investment, but we can scale that and we can have impact if our strategy is focused and community driven. No other questions? Oh, good. Okay, so finally, I'm really grateful, hugely grateful to have these three folks here. You can see from above, I'm not going to go into their full resumes, but these are serious people. I was nervous bringing them here to sort of be in front of this conversation. We had some very interesting activity yesterday with council. So this is a great opportunity to get some really good feedback. A couple things, you kind of see it on that slide. They're coming from big places doing big things. So these are cities that are at least our size, if not bigger. These are folks that are leading, the executive folks that are leading the infrastructure planning and implementation in those cities. So they understand this as well, and I think probably better than we have given the scale. They're doing things that if we did what I just described, we would be doing what many of them already are doing. So they'll give us a sense of where the lessons learned are and how to approach this. Last thing I would say is I've got these folks that come with, 2 or so weeks notice. It's incredible to me in the sort of national city transportation officials world how there's a bond, and if you got a question or a need, folks like this will sort of drop their schedule and come. So you'll see this from the passion that they have to want to share their work and their thoughts. And so, again, I just can't thank you all enough for being here. We'll have a little bit of time this afternoon. They're going to be here this evening, so if need be, the conversation can kind of continue into the evening to kind of get to know them a little bit better. Again, I'll just kind of quickly, and I'll let them sort of talk a little bit more about themselves, but Uliss Cleckley from Miami-Dade County, he's the CEO of their Department of Transportation and Public Works. They do roads and transit. They do everything, and so he'll give that perspective of how that works at that scale. Greer Johnson Gillis, Jacksonville, same scale. She leads the infrastructure, the Chief Infrastructure and Development Officer for the Jacksonville Transportation Authority. That's the county-wide Duval County coverage. They do transit and transportation, so she'll talk about that connection and understands all of that interconnection between all of those modes. And then lastly, Adam Phipps, who most recently was the CEO of the Denver Department of Transportation Infrastructure. Again, everything. These are huge departments doing major investment, again, across all modes. All of these folks have really extreme experience in kind of how to implement the projects, the kind of projects and ambition that we have here today. So I'll let them talk a little bit more themselves as we get into the conversation. I don't want to spend a lot of time on bios and resumes because you'll see their experience as we get into it. I think what I'll do is pose really the first question to the three of you to describe. Each of you have been leading or are leading major infrastructure programs around multimodal investment with big funding, local funding in lots of different ways. So I think we're going to be interested to hear, how does that funding work? Tell us about the scale of it. Tell us about the connection between all these modes. There's a lot of other interesting things about workforce, economic development, things like that. But let's start by just painting the picture for what your programs are, how they might relate to what we're doing, and just share with you some of your perspectives. So I'll start with you, Adam, and talk about maybe Elevate Denver and the big bond program.
Yeah, certainly. And first, I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody for having myself and my colleagues up here today. If there was singing yesterday, I'm glad I am here today. You would not be inviting me back if I was here to sing for you all. The other thing, Ed, I just want to mention real quickly is just a little bit of a shout out for you. I hadn't had the chance to see this strategic plan until this presentation today. And what I can tell you is this is what good looks like. And most cities in the U.S. don't have this type of strategic document. And so when you think about the cadence of increasing delivery of infrastructure, having an intentional plan that has metrics, that has KPIs, that has accountability in it is that foundation component. And Ed, I only got to see the 2 or 3 slides and hear you for 20 minutes to talk about it, but just want to kind of reassure everyone in this room that that is a wise place to start and certainly that necessary foundational component.
I didn't pay you to say that.
That's true. That is true. But really a well done job there. Second, I want to congratulate all of you for having a growing city. If there's one thing that I've learned through my experience in local government is that there's really only 2 directions for a city to go, and that is to expand or to shrink. And shrinkage creates a lot more challenge socially, economically on constituency than growing does. But that doesn't mean that growing doesn't create a challenge. And really, I think that bridges the conversation into that mobility, that transportation, that infrastructure investment, really. So, to talk a little bit about what's been happening in Denver, I joined the City and County of Denver in 2016, really with the purpose of twofold. One was to expand the capital funding opportunities that the city had. Again, a growing city that had mobility needs, that had disparity across the different modes, that had congestion issues, a city that needed more funding, but also to put into place programs and an implementation strategy that demonstrated that we are good stewards to that public tax dollar and that we have the ability to scale up and make that investment. So not only get the money, but spend the money as well. And I always joke that there are few things in government harder than to spend money quickly when you have a specific purpose to spend that money on. So in 2016, Denver's 5-year capital program was just about $600 million. I think similar to the city of Charlotte, we do a regular cadence of property tax bonds. For us, that cadence is every 10 years. It sounds like that's a bit more often, maybe every 2 years for the city of Charlotte. But typically what we had seen was bond packages that ranged between $200, $300, $400 million. And the administration had the desire to really increase that. In 2016, we were at that $500-600 million mark. I just left the city and county of Denver 2 weeks ago. Our 5-year capital plan right now is $5.2 billion. And so we scaled up by approximately a factor of 10. But really what I think is a testament not only to the governance side and the elected body to get us that funding, but the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure has been able to maintain an on-time, on-budget delivery of above 94% for both of those metrics. And so not only did we increase the funding by a factor of 10, but we also increased our implementation accordingly so that we could get that work done. Two things that I think I want to just kind of add to that I think draws a strong nexus to some of the discussion we just had here was what we've really done in Denver, which I think is certainly an opportunity for the city of Charlotte right now, is leveraging OPM, as we call it, right? Other people's money. And whether that is a private investment, you can certainly leverage that from a development standpoint when you're a growing city. But there's also an opportunity that exists today that I haven't heard mentioned yet that didn't exist when we started to do this in Denver. And that's the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I'll share one thing with that, and I'll hand the conversation on. But every federal investment in infrastructure in the history of the United States has had one thing in common, and that is that the subsequent availability of funding has been increased even when indexed to inflation over what the previous package was. And when you look at the $1.2 trillion in the bipartisan infrastructure law, certainly greater than the American, the ARA funding that came in 2009, 2010 timeframe, even when adjusted for inflation. And so that's the one thing that's in common. The one thing that makes the bipartisan infrastructure law different than any other federal funding is that cities and counties are eligible recipients. No federal funding opportunity at this scale had ever been a direct opportunity for cities and counties. And I can certainly say that that's something all three of us are trying to leverage and take full advantage of. And so as you have these conversations about is property tax and kind of a more locally controlled capital revenue source a possibility versus a sales tax that might have a slightly different governance model, require that state legislator participation, do know that these are all funding sources that are eligible to act as local match for pursuing that bipartisan infrastructure law. And most cities across the U.S. are not in a position where they're prepared to accept those dollars, deliver on those dollars, and be able to meet those federal spending commitments. And so certainly one thing I would advise as we kind of further the conversation today is strategic plan is step one. Step two is really developing a delivery mechanism, a delivery program, such that you can be competitive in pursuing those federal dollars. And I don't want to get into the world of a campaign here, but I suspect if sales tax were to be something that this body, this collection of bodies ultimately wanted to pursue, that's much more attractive to voters when it comes with, you know, a similar size dollar commitment from the federal government. And thinking about that with intention as you go into it is really, I think, an opportunity that everybody should be aware of. But excited to be here, excited to take your questions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Greer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And I first, let me start off by thanking you all for having us, Madam Mayor, Mr. Jones, and really everyone on the City Council. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. My name is Greer Johnson Gillis. I am the Senior Vice President and Chief Infrastructure and Development Officer at the Jacksonville Transportation Authority. And with that role, I oversee all of the capital program development for our agency in collaboration with the City of Jacksonville and the Florida Department of Transportation. But I'm also responsible for delivery of our autonomous vehicle program, our Ultimate Urban Circulator. It's really an infrastructure program, the way we look at it, but we're bringing innovation and technology to our city. I want to start off by starting with where Adam actually left off with the IIJA and how much of a game changer that is. We saw that in Jacksonville to be a game changer as well, because the way the JTA has always operated was we receive our operating funds, our revenues from state and local factors, but we also receive significant funds from federal discretionary grants, especially to deliver our capital program. And so when we saw the IIJA come out, for the same reasons that Adam mentioned, we thought this was game changer for us to be a part of. But then we also realized, as the transit agency for Northeast Florida, whereas previously we would always go after these grants ourselves, for this one and the competitive nature of them, we had to partner with the city. We had to partner with the state. We also had to partner with the community in terms of nonprofits and many of the community organizations. We've partnered with those who advocate for affordable housing. We partner with those who are advocating for workforce development, and we package our grant applications such that we all are on the application together. And I just wanted to mention that point because of everything that Ed showed with regards to your strategic mobility plan. Everything you're doing has READ's partnership in it. And so those partnerships are so important, especially if you're going to consider those large-scale monies. And of course, whereas we are all competing for them, we are up here advocating for you to do that. But let me also step back, because I heard a lot of similarities to what you all are doing to what we are doing in Jacksonville. I heard the word seamless, providing those some seamless options for everyone, getting from point A to point B. Multimodal, we're looking at it the same way. We're not just the bus company. We do bus rapid transit. We do a ferry. We do paratransit services. We do on-demand services, competing with your Lyfts and your Ubers, and if you will. Besides the autonomous vehicle program, we're also looking at commuter rail. Yeah, we're looking at commuter rail to solve some of the congestion problems. We're a car-centric environment in Jacksonville, lots of highways thanks to our Department of Transportation, and one of the things we find every year is that there's a lot of construction on our interstates. So one way to get around that for the future is commuter rail. So we're looking at that, and we're looking at a variety of different options and modes, because we think that seamless mobility is really the nature of this, getting from point A to point B. We too did a strategic plan. We call it MOVE 2027. And one of the things we did with that plan was that we went out to the community. We went out to the elected officials. We went out to the nonprofits, and we asked them, what do you want the JTA to be when they grow up? And they said, we need you, the businesses said, we need you to help our employees get to our jobs. They can't get there. The nonprofits said, we need you to help people get to where they need to go. The community basically said, you need to not just go everywhere within the county, and our county is 800 square miles. We need you to hit the other counties as well, because a lot of people who work in the city live elsewhere. So we're facing some of the same things you are facing as well, and for us, the capital program, the infrastructure we put in is important. So it's those complete streets that we partner with the city and the state to build to make sure that our buses can get from point A to point B, but it's also looking at the different types of modes that we can provide to help people to have options and innovatively, whether it's on their app, even if they're using Cash App, or even if they come and get a Star card from us, how do they get from point A to point B? So wanted to give you a context of what we have in Jacksonville, some of the similarities that you have, and look forward to the dialogue today. Thank you.
All right, very good. Can you hear me? All right, very good. So, Ed, thank you for the invitation to come today, and Madam Mayor and City Manager and members of council. It's always good to get in this part of the country. Just as a quick plug, I went to North Carolina A&T, so I had the opportunity to go back and visit campus again. So, Aggie Pride, thank you very much. I appreciate that. As my colleagues have said, there's a really, I think, an acknowledgement that needs to go out to each and every one of you for taking the time to actually step back and strategize around how you're going to invest with regards to your infrastructure pertaining to mobility and transportation. I can tell you this does not happen everywhere. So you should, quite frankly, I'm sure there was intense fellowship this morning and throughout the rest of the days, but this is something that at the end of the day will put you in a better position to be on the same page with respect to how you need to move forward. Just a little bit about Miami, and I used to work in Denver, in fact, and we used to work together back in DC, so we have a collective group here. But Miami, we are in the same position as many of these other cities. So if I were to have to sing a song today, it would be Michael Jackson's "You're Not Alone." Because every single last, no, I said if I had to. So everybody's in the same boat. And if you're in a burgeoning, growing city, you're going to have these infrastructure challenges. So just understand that's what it is. In this country, everybody is overly reliant on their vehicle, single occupancy vehicles. I think on average is about 70% of folks in how they travel is by themselves in a car. The responsibility as transportation professionals and leaders in this industry is to figure out ways to have a more balanced transportation system. That means providing options. It's not saying one option is better than another. It is saying that there shouldn't be one option that's prevalent and dominant over another. So it's balance. And I say all the time in Miami, we have 2.8 million residents. We have 2.8 million commuters and 2.8 million different types of commutes. And so each one of them is important, and we need to figure out a way to have our transportation system and service to be able to provide those types of options for folks. So just a couple of things I would say is that in order to be successful, we always run into first the projects. Always about the projects. However, before you start talking about projects or services, it's important to have local consensus and strong leadership in place. You can have the greatest plans that you want. You can have the greatest ideas. If you're not collectively aligned from a leadership standpoint across all branches of government, as well as department leadership and sister agencies that are in a respective area, you will always have friction. So in Miami, we're in a special case where I work for the county. There's 34 cities within the county. So we have to work with all of them to figure out ways that we can leverage our current funding source as well as where we're going in the future to move Miami forward. We have a county commission. We have our current administration. And we have, I think, the department leadership in place now to really advance and deliver on what is expected of us. And so I'll go right into the funding because I know that's important, and I think this is very appropriate for this discussion around sales tax and what has transpired in Miami. Back in 2002, there was a surtax that was passed, a half-penny surtax. And in the state of Florida, municipalities and counties and the like are allowed and have the authorization to put up to a 1% sales tax on a ballot referendum that the voters would approve. After several failed attempts back in the 90s, it was decided upon to go with a half-cent sales tax. That came with caveats. The sales tax passed in 2002, but what ended up happening is that it got diluted by a couple of different ways. One is that 23% of what gets collected out of the surtax, which is around $350 million a year, goes directly to municipalities. So, for example, the city of Miami is the largest city inside the county. It's about 450,000 people. They are taking away from the surtax where otherwise would have gone to transit. The surtax was specifically to go to expand our transit system. As a part of the deal to get the ballot approved, the referendum approved, there were no expectations of and requirements for the municipality to spend their portion of the surtax, which means that a transit surtax is going to go to expand the system. Now we have 23% that's going to roadways, sidewalks, and whatever the municipality wants to decide. Fast forward now, 20 years later, what has happened in that period of time is that we've only built half a mile of rail to extend for our existing system at the time to the airport. We have a $10 billion capital program that's focused on transit expansion. And in 22 years, we've built half a mile. Now, currently, we actually now are building out our first ever bus rapid transit system. It's a 20-mile all-battery electric operated system with 14 iconic BRT stations. It's a $368 million project. We partnered with other people's money from the Florida Department of Transportation and the federal government. We will be substantially complete in 2024 and revenue service in 2025. We are expanding and actually creating the first ever commuter rail service that's connecting downtown Miami to Aventura, which is kind of on the border of Broward and Miami-Dade. It's about 9.8 miles, $620 or so million project, and is utilizing the existing intercity rail tracks that currently Brightline service runs on at this point in time. We have a variety of different other projects. We have 4 other corridors that we're working on to actually implement and deliver these projects. It took 22 years to get here. And the reason why is because there wasn't local consensus, there wasn't a financial commitment, and there wasn't a project delivery capacity. You need those 3 things to be able to do anything that you're talking about today. The last thing I'll just mention is that the other restriction on the surtax, due to the fact that the general public did not feel confident in the ability for the county to be able to deliver on these transit-type projects, is that they implemented a oversight board called the Citizens Transportation Trust. I would encourage you to not do that. You hire people that know what they're doing and have the expertise, allow them to actually deliver on those projects. When you start adding additional oversight, which on its face may have been a good idea, but in practicality, it creates a concern with how you implement and just more angst and controversy when it's not needed. So I would encourage you as you start to talk about, well, local funding sources to set everything up right, try to get as much as you can, try to allow the funding source to be as flexible as possible. If you have a list of projects that make it clear that that's what the ask is of the voters, and then figure out ways that you have systems in place to actually go and implement it. That will help you out for the next round of funding or any other revenue raise that you need to have.
Let's so let's stay on the funding theme for a moment, and let's pretend for the moment that we got the sales tax, we got some other funding, and we're spending billions of dollars. There's an interesting thing. Maybe we'll start with you, Greer. There's also an attitude about that spending that is an economic development, business, local business, small business, minority business. It's a program, right? If we're a public agency spending billions of dollars, we should be thinking about it in that light as well. And I think you all are doing very interesting things. I want to start with you, Greer, because you had this talk about jobs for Jacks.
I would love to. Thank you for that. So in Jacksonville, at the time in 2020, we had a city council and a mayor who were really not interested in doing the sales tax, even though that is the option in Florida. But Florida also has the option that you could tax gas, and the local option sales gas tax. So according to Florida statute, you could actually tax up to 12 cents on every gallon, and that funding would go strictly to transportation infrastructure improvements. In Jacksonville, Duval County, we are a combined city and county. We had only taxed up to 6%. And that 6% was split between the city of Jacksonville and the Jacksonville Transportation Authority. So in 2020, we actually together lobbied City Council to not only increase the cost from 6 cents to 12 cents, but expand it for 30 years. Extend it for 30 years. It was already in place, plus extended for another 30 years. And it passed because it passed on those things that you mentioned. Ed, City Council directed the City of Jacksonville and the JTA, if you do this, it goes to transportation infrastructure in the county. You have to spend 25% for local and small businesses in the county. Not a goal, it needs to come back, and you need to give it to county businesses, local and small businesses, those who are certified with the City of Jacksonville to be able to work on these projects. And we want you to make sure that you hire residents in the county to work on these jobs. You need to come up with a workforce development plan and make sure that residents are working on the jobs. And just to ensure that you are doing this, we're going to hold you accountable. We want you to have a website. We want you to put on your website your numbers. How much money have you collected from the local option gas tax? How much have you spent? How much of it has gone to those local and small businesses? How many new jobs have you created? And they were very intentional. Don't just say you hired somebody and they're working on the job, an FTE, but you're actually hiring from the county and they're working on your job. And so those are the metrics that are placed on us. And so what we did in answer to your question, Ed, was we came up with a workforce development plan, and we thought that we would develop this ourselves. We would put together the workforce development plan and then tell the community this is it. And then we went out to the stakeholders, all of the nonprofits who are in the workforce development business, and they said, we could do this for you. There's no need for you to reinvent the wheel. So we partnered with them. And how we did this was we actually obtained grant funding. We provide that to those partners so that they can start the training as we work on the projects. We also said and what we've done in all of our solicitations, we put in a clause that we will evaluate professional services for design, contractors for construction projects, and we said workforce development, you need to hire these many people, and you need to partner with these nonprofit agencies for this. And we didn't just make those numbers up. We actually commissioned a study with our local university in North Florida to tell us how many jobs can we anticipate. And that has been a game changer for us because it was that one thing that brought that consensus Euless talked about for the city council, for the businesses, for everyone in the community to be able to say we are willing to do this local option gas tax for the next 30 years in order to see these investments be realized, but we also could see the benefits to the community, not only helping small businesses to become primes and work on projects, but helping residents who are underemployed or unemployed get an opportunity.
I think maybe Adam, you must be doing similar or have done similar things in Denver.
Yeah, certainly. In fact, let me highlight a little bit of what we're doing in the small business space because I think that's important as well. Not only did we see this expansive growth of our capital program, but we have both small business and minority and women-owned business utilization goals and requirements on each one of our projects. And it's been a really effective way to grow business, to grow jobs in Denver. When we expanded this capital funding source and this capital implementation, we also, as a department, were able to triple the percentage that went to small business. And so when you think about that, we increased our capital program by a factor of 10, but we not only scaled the small business utilization at that same rate, but we tripled it on top of that. And so really what that did was it contributed to a thriving small minority diverse business community, but also added to our workforce challenges. Right? That connectivity to the community, that workforce availability wasn't what we needed to do. And so we were actually, I hate to admit it, but on the lagging side of the workforce component. And just, in fact, recently in the last 6 months, formally adopted an ordinance that now requires it in all of our capital projects. But what I can say is when we first piloted it about 3 years ago, we didn't know what the targets should be. We didn't know what good looked like for our community. And the workforce needs, similar to Mr. Cleckley's point around 2.8 million different people, 2.8 million different commutes, right? Every individual in your community has a different workforce need, right? And so we had to kind of do a little bit of shooting in the dark on what should we expect. And we set ourselves a stretch goal. And so what we said was we wanted 15% of all labor hours on any city and county of Denver infrastructure project to be a workforce development hour. That was either somebody that was new in the trades, it was either somebody that was doing a career shift, somebody that was maybe justice involved at one point, somebody that may have experienced homelessness at one point. We created a whole bunch of different categories and said cumulatively, 15% of our project labor needs to come from this. In an effort to be transparent, I think that's a cornerstone of good government. In our vertical construction projects, that wasn't a problem. We hit 15%. In our transportation, in our mobility space, has been more of a challenge, right? And we're okay with that because what it says is we need to continue to be innovative. We need to continue to look at alternative ways to do this. But one thing that we have found to be extremely beneficial, and this Ed maybe be a good transition point in the conversation as well, is how you deliver projects will greatly influence how you can be effective in this workforce and small business space. And if we continue to have tried to deliver projects in a traditional design, bid, build type of capacity, we would have never been able to do it. And so when we shifted how we look at selecting work and contractors, vendors to work with, and when we shifted what our risk tolerance was as a city for delivering capital infrastructure, is when we could start to thread in some of our values around small business, around workforce, and do so in a successful way. And so I just want to make sure that we keep that conversation, I think to the benefit of all of you, very tied as it relates to both funding opportunity and also an openness and embracing of new approaches to how you're going to deliver this funding once it's in hand.
So you just opened a box I don't think we're going to be able to close. So, but for your context, that's been very timely for a conversation council has had. Maybe take that, Ulyss, and talk what you're doing in Miami, build upon this kind of notion of project delivery. Questions I sure are in people's minds is all the stuff you just described, that sounds like it costs more. That sounds like, there is no workforce. How do you do, there's challenges to that. So maybe let's talk about some of the challenges and what that looks like in Miami.
Yeah, there are definitely challenges in the industry around infrastructure. Just to have the number of experienced people to be able to just perform the work. And we're experiencing that in South Florida, where I've talked about just my projects that I have, but we also have to contend with the Florida Department of Transportation and their district. We have partner agencies that have major capital programs as well. So what ends up happening is that you have a resource strain in a specific region if you're not all intertwined and you're not figuring out ways to deliver projects the best way you can. So fundamentally, you may not have enough people to do the work that you want to do, right? And so that's a real thing for the contract and consultant community, but also for staff to have to manage the projects. So it is a concern. And to go back on what we're doing in Miami with respect to small business and minority-owned businesses, and be careful with how we say this, but there is a focus on a capital program over the next 5 years, which is roughly $7.9 billion worth of infrastructure projects to commit 20% to small and minority-owned businesses. That's a goal from the county, irrespective of other forces around that topic. And the reason why I'm saying that is that you have to be intentional with it. You cannot expect to have a stretch goal. And I remember in Denver, the leadership from the mayor all the way down to our leadership in the department, we forced ourselves to make sure we appropriately identified the best project delivery strategies to be able to help meet that goal. And that's a intentional thing that you have to do. I would say that for the way for looking at project delivery, there's a couple of ways that you can look at it, and use the term bundling of projects before as a part of the plan. That sometimes can be an improper approach to how you go out and procure services from a design or construction standpoint. But you have to monitor that, because depending on whether or not you're design bid build or design build and the like, you might inadvertently squeeze out those smaller minority-owned businesses taking that approach. Inversely, there might be bigger projects that might be higher dollar value, and if you want to build capacity within small minority-owned businesses, unbundling a certain task within a project might be the option that you would want to take to be able to get there. So you really have to take the time to evaluate those options and figure out what the best approach is. The way in which I know we did this in Denver, and we're doing it now here in Miami, is this all starts in the planning phase of your capital program. And in the process that you have to implement to understand the project lifecycle development of a project is important. It's something Adam, how long did it take for us to get that in place?
It's embarrassing to admit, it took us almost 3 years to get from shifting how we thought about project delivery to a process, a practice, a manual that was repeatable in a quality fashion.
Right.
To get there.
So outside of the project that you identify, the process by which you want to deliver the project is on an individual project basis. So setting up that process where you have the right amount of rigor and you understand what the best strategy would be to deliver that project based on the goals that you want is critical in this as well. And so, so I just as background, I used to be in Denver. I used to run the Denver Department of Transportation Infrastructure. Adam was our deputy city engineer. He got promoted to city engineer, and then when I left, he took over that role, and I went to Miami. So, and now he left. So,
big footsteps. Ed, can I add one piece on workforce that I think just puts us into context? This is a major problem in infrastructure. If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the workforce within the United States that is in infrastructure job categories is about 17 million people. That's everything from the trades, that's everything from a laborer standpoint, that's everything from a traditional engineer, project manager, architecture standpoint as well. So 17 million is our workforce today. That workforce is reducing at a rate of about 1.7 million people a year. So 10% is leaving the workforce, and we're only graduating folks into this at a 340,000 person per year rate. So if you look at a simple linear extrapolation of that data, we're about 12 years away as the United States not having a workforce in infrastructure, which means our traffic signals aren't going to work, our water treatment's not going to work, our wastewater treatment is going to be an issue. This is a serious problem. And so when we talk about workforce, and I think you've heard, all three of us really emphasize how that has been such a big component of our capital delivery program, it also needs to start very early. And so what you do today in your primary schools, in your secondary schools, in community colleges, that is a pipeline for that workforce tomorrow as well. And when we speak to different approaches and different ways that we think about project delivery, those requirements, that type of decisions today will ensure that sustainability, that viability of the community in the future as well. And so just know that that is certainly a challenge that is facing this industry, that if you aren't already feeling it now, I suspect you probably are. It's one that I certainly would forecast as continuing to become more and more challenging as we continue to see that workforce and infrastructure decrease.
Now you've really sobered the mood. But this is good.
Ed, if I may really quickly, just a quick time check. I know we're running a little bit behind in terms of open discussion, so maybe your last one or two questions and we can open it up.
Yep. So yeah. So what I've been doing is trying to set the stage. So I think we've got a lot of good stuff. I'm sure you're thinking about questions. So I want to get to that. Well, I got one last question because I want to sort of lighten the mood and talk about the future a little bit, and then let's dive in. So let's talk about innovation. The world is changing. We're in a post-pandemic world. All sorts of new things happening in transit, micromobility, on demand. I know you guys are all doing those kinds of things. So lighten the mood, talk about what's cool, what's going on, what are some really exciting opportunities for us to think about mobility in different ways, and then let's go into a conversation with council. I'll start with you, Adam, because I'm familiar. Last time I was in Denver, I got to see the Denver connector in the Elyria neighborhood, which is just incredible, the connection between an underserved neighborhood and a very, very targeted micro-mobility on-demand service. It was a pilot. Just tell us that story.
Yeah, certainly, and this is my opportunity to throw a little bit of credit to Mr. Cleckley's direction. Under Cleckley's leadership in Denver, really we envisioned a micro-mobility solution that is entirely free, but geographically constrained to our neighborhoods that have most historically been underinvested in. And just before Ulyss moved to Miami, or just after he moved to Miami, rather, we launched the service. What I can tell you is it's our Montbello connector. Montbello is one of our most underserved communities. What we had estimated for ridership in the first year, we hit 7 weeks into our service. Wow. And so what we realized was there was this incredibly pent-up demand for a mobility solution that we knew existed, but we didn't realize existed to the degree that it did. And so we had to completely kind of scratch our plans and say, how do we expand this? Since we did that in 2021, we've now launched to 4 other neighborhoods. And what I love to remind my mayor of is we did that without a capital investment from the city. We were able to do that entirely through grant funding, entirely through partnerships with our regional transit provider, and really hit those neighborhoods that needed it the most. And I'll tell you what surprised me second most to the demand that we had with the micromobility is the destination that it was taking folks, right? When you think about micromobility, I think there's a tendency for folks to think of it as a first mile or last mile solution, and certainly that is a high percentage of the utilization. But the number one location within Montbello community where this microtransit launched was actually the rec center. And if you think about healthy lifestyle choices, you think about the resources that a recreation center provides the community, similar to a library. At the time, the community didn't have a library. We actually built that as part of the Elevate Denver Bond program. But that was what the community looked for. The second most visited destination was also the grocery store. Montbello is a bit of a food desert within the city and county of Denver. And what we realized is it's really burdensome if you are transit dependent or you have a transit preference to get groceries, right? And this micro transit solution allowed you to go to the grocery store, get more than just a few bag of groceries, and have a service that took you then directly to your home, so that if you had something that was perishable or just the burden of the capacity, the weight issue was significant. But those were our top 2 destinations. Transit stations was number 3. And so it really informed us on that community need, and it's certainly been something that we've shown to other cities across the U.S. As we have demonstrated how good of a solution this was for Denver. Now, you've heard across this table, and you will continue to hear, every community has a different need, and so every solution is going to look slightly different. But microtransit has certainly been one that has filled a void and continues to fill a void in Denver.
Greer, I think you mentioned your ultimate urban circulator. Let's talk about that a little bit more.
Sure. Let me share that with you. That's our autonomous vehicle program. In 2025, we will launch the first autonomous vehicle revenue service in downtown Jacksonville. It's a 3-mile loop in downtown Jacksonville on a fixed route, and it'll be electric, autonomous, shared vehicles, so small shuttle that will go from our headquarters at the Jacksonville Regional Transportation Center all the way to the east, which is our sports and entertainment complex, where our new Jaguar Stadium will be built. But the reason why we did this was solving a need. How do we make sure we provide services, not just first mile, last mile, but consistent services to everyone in the downtown core? Ultimately, we're going to expand this and make this a 10-mile system. One of the things our CEO, Nat Ford, has always said is that if we're trying to make sure we provide these options for everyone, how do we make sure we have those services for everyone where they need to go? And as I know, CATS has probably faced, just like all of us in the transit industry, operator shortage, especially after the pandemic, has been huge. So what if we put autonomous vehicles to serve a need in a fixed route, in a fixed location, in a shuttle service, and allow us to take operators and put them on those high volume routes where that capacity is needed and where we can't put a 40-foot bus in some of the rural areas or some of the underserved areas. We see this as the future of mobility. A lot of my transit brethren and sisters also see that, so a lot of agencies is looking at how do we make those use cases for autonomous vehicles, and so we feel that this is going to be a game changer for our community, and they're going to see this as something that's going to help them get to those jobs, get to those food deserts and what have you. But on top of that, I do need to add one bit of innovation that we just launched at the JTA that allowed us to save cost. And we all have paratransit services to serve many in the disability community, but then the JTA also had a Ready Ride, which is our on-demand service that really took the place of Lyft and Uber in many cases. We decided to commingle those services. So now we have one vehicle that will actually go, whether it's someone who is disabled and needs support or someone who just wants to get a ride. If they're going to the same location, why have 2 or 3 different vehicles taking one person back and forth? Now we're looking at AI to help us schedule so that we can say, hey, if we've got someone we're dropping off maybe for dialysis and someone next to them needs to be picked up to go to the grocery store, then why don't we just have one vehicle do that? And that allowed us to save about 25% of our costs on the paratransit contract that we had, as well as the Ready Ride contract that we had. And so we were looking at innovation as a way to help us save costs. So just some ideas to think and consider of how autonomous technology and innovation can help you to save cost.
I'm sure, Euless, you got a few things to share?
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out and kudos to RVs in the transit space to the point where you're having healthy competition amongst the rest of the transit agencies to try to catch up. So in Miami, we have an old but autonomous people mover system that's elevated that connects people to areas downtown. It's about a 4.4 mile loop that needs to be replaced, so we're working on that. But we also most recently have started a new service called Metro Connect, and it's a additional new service that is on demand that has also autonomous vehicles as a part of the fleet that we've been able to contract with the VIA to be able to provide, to be able to get people more accustomed to taking these types of vehicles as they start to proliferate into the transit space. And so we just recently re-optimized our bus network where we expanded this Metro Connect service to be able to provide proper on-demand service to those people that were affected by the changes in our bus routes moving forward. As context, we're at 101% of pre-pandemic levels on our ridership and transit. The biggest growth has been in our bus network. Our bus system moves 70% of our riders, and it continues to grow month over month of about 5 to 6% per month. So a lot of times in the transit space, everybody gets very excited about rail and the like and all of these other options outside of a bus. The bus system is the workhorse of any transit system across this country. So don't be afraid to look at, once you get to a point where you have those different types of modal options, to consider that the people that need to get to where they need to go are going to rely on a bus system that's efficient and effective. And so our Metro Connect service, again, it's something that's very akin to Uber or Lyft. It's a shared ride. We have 10 different zones throughout the county, and right now we're moving close to 1,200 passengers per day on that service. And so that's the wave of the future. Once you start getting into autonomous vehicles, you can start to expand that service because you're not as reliant on operators, which will continue to be a huge issue within the transit industry. And it's just an added layer of mobility that you can provide. So the last thing I'll mention about kind of innovation in the tech space, and this is not with respect to transit, but has an indirect benefit to transit, is that in Miami we have the largest advanced traffic management system project in the world. It's $250 million. We have 3,000 traffic signals. We have a contractor that's updating all of our signals that will make them dynamic, interoperable, as well as allow our traffic management center to be able to reconfigure our signals based off of dynamics out in the field, so we can be a lot more nimble. That means that you can move traffic regardless of your car, you're on a bus, or you're biking, or you're a pedestrian. Our transportation, our traffic system will be able to adaptively change itself to be able to make sure we move people efficiently. So that's another added layer that you might want to consider on a technology space to again have that efficient, comprehensive transportation system.
Well, Debbie and Liz will kick me if I did say that we may not have the biggest one in the world, but we have a pretty big one too. We're doing very similar things. We have a traffic management system that does a lot of things what you're doing, but make a back plug to our investment plan and our strategies that connecting that system through fiber is the only way you can make that work. And that's part of the plan and part of the strategies we talked about. So that's a layer to the investment that we know we need to continue to make. So good segue. So hopefully I primed the pump. If you guys aren't worn out, hopefully there's some questions, dialogue. We can go deeper into any or all the topics that came up, or you must have other questions. So I'll open it up to the floor.
We have some questions teed up from Victoria, Dante, and Ed, and Malcolm.
Thank you. First of all, thank y'all for being here. I appreciate your expertise and your willingness to share. Many of the questions that I had you address, but I want to dig a little bit deeper into Jacksonville because of the square mileage and this. Here, even though we're much smaller in land size, we've got this idea that the bus is kind of the choice, the transit of last resort, right? And so getting folks around the idea that having a bus, especially when they've got multiple stops to make in a morning on the way to work, they've got to drop people off or do whatever, doesn't really feel like something that they'll ever get the benefit of. I heard you talk about the Jobs for Jax and the play with MWSBE participation and things like that. Today, how do you sell investment in bus or in rail versus some of the other micromobility options, given the land mass that you all have? And I don't know how far and wide you cover, but I would imagine that you've got diversity in like a Clay County versus a Duval County in terms of what people need and what they want. So how do you package that?
So, like Eula said, our fixed route is our workhorse. Mm-hmm. And even though we have 800 square miles, some of the areas are more rural than urban, and some of those areas are difficult to get a 40-foot bus into and what have you. We do cover all of the 800 square miles, and the frequency changes, especially depending on the routes. That Ready Ride system that we've put in place, that sort of on-demand service, is what we have put up to be able to get to those areas where we may not have as frequent as a service that many of the residents may need. And we use it as a way to connect you in a first mile, last mile. way. So if you're trying to get from maybe in a rural area and try to get to a bus stop or one of our hubs, this Ready Ride system will be able to get you there and connect you to one of our more frequent routes. So how we package it and how we get it out is, a lot of it is collaborating with the city council members, collaborating with the mayor in the city of Jacksonville, and getting them to be able to tell their constituents of the service and this need. Of course, marketing is good, and ourselves being able to get out to the residents, get out to the community to let them know the services are available. But that's been the biggest thing that we have been able to do, is just a lot of outreach. We have a customer service team that we actually send out into the community. We go to community meetings. We let people know, hey, we have this service. Are you using this service? Especially in those areas where there are food deserts. This has been really good. This has been a really good tool to be able to help people to see, if you're in a food desert, use this route on our fixed route to get to the food desert, get to an area to buy groceries, or use our Ready Ride, and here's how you use the Ready Ride. And we also use travel trainers to teach people. We go to senior centers, we go to schools, we go anywhere we need to go to help people. Here's how you use the services on the JTA. So I share all of that, just a combination of things to help people understand and know what the services are and be able to utilize the services.
Okay.
Thank you. As I think about buy-in, initial buy-in for like the sales tax or whatever.
Just momentarily.
I'm sorry?
So we'll need to move on to the next question momentarily.
Okay. My question is about buy-in to get a referendum to pass. So when you talk about right now, you've got a large square foot, you've got people in urban areas, rural areas. Right now, today, a lot of our traffic goes, as I'm sure in each of your cities, goes in and out of the county lines. And so someone who lives out in a Still Creek, for example, is going to say, I'm not getting on this transit line because I have other stops to make, or I'm not going uptown. We've got this hub and spoke system. What is the WIFM for me? So I'm trying to understand, what is it that you're selling to get the buy-in from the folks in a much more dispersed community?
I think I understand, and let me just ask the question back, so because I want to make sure I answer it. In those areas where someone may be a choice rider and not your essential rider, how do you get them to support this transit investment or what have you? Let me give you a real world example of how we did it when we were advocating for the extension and expansion of the local option sales gas tax, because that's what we heard. We heard. And what we appealed to them was twofold, not just your neighbors see the need and the value, but this will contribute to a better working transportation system, i.e. help with congestion as well. So we use those two things, but then we really appeal to the investments need to be made somewhere along the line, because the infrastructure, there's a time limit on all infrastructure, and it's going to crumble. So if we don't make the investments now, it's going to be more expensive down the line, and when we all come back years later, it's going to be more costly. So between those three things, that's how we were able to advance it. I will say one other thing, and Adam mentioned this earlier. If you have a track record of delivery, if you have a track record of keeping your word, that sells it as well. Mr. Ford, our CEO, was the one who went to every public meeting and spoke at every public meeting. And he went to every city council meeting and spoke at every city council meeting. And a lot of what we heard from everyone was, JTA, yep, you said you were going to do this the last time, you did it. You said you were going to deliver this project the last time, and you did it. Because you did that, we'll do this. So that track record is also very important. because they know if you were true to your word back then and delivered on projects back then, you're going to deliver now. And that helped to build that consistency and win that support.
The one thing I would add to that, too, that I think maybe to encourage you to challenge how you've thought about this in the past, is if you were to do a sales tax referendum, and the financial guy in the back might kick me under the table, depending on the financial mechanism, what you can now go to voters with is an infrastructure package that is much more diverse. Right? And so, yes, maybe a portion of it's transit, maybe a portion of it is those mobility hubs you spoke to, but you can start to scale a transportation package that really does have something to benefit every single community within Charlotte. And so that's not something you can do with $80 million. That's not something you can do with $200 million. But if you have, I think I heard $10 billion over 20 years, you can do that. And see if I see any flinching in the back, right? You can start to look at a program that has diversity and is spread across the entire community, so that what is in it for me is a direct translatable project for every person that lives within the city of Charlotte.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and your comments. I think those last comments were particularly salient for us as we have our updated plan, and we've identified 86 high congestion intersections throughout the city and 380 miles of high frequency bus corridors. So that is something we can directly use. I have two questions for you. One is, I'm interested, Ms. Gillis, and perhaps you, Mr. Keekley, as well, but there's a perception around autonomous vehicles with the community, and then certainly the latest events with GM canceling their cruise line. Cruise had come and they mapped out our city, and we were next on their list, and all of a sudden, that was halted. How did you sell that to your resident base, that this is a safe option that they wouldn't have to worry about?
I can go ahead and start. As we mentioned in our current contract, we're trying to ease people into using this as a mobility option. So before we decided to add in AVs as a part of the fleet for a Metro Connect service, we did a demonstration pilot where we actually had an autonomous vehicle that we use at the zoo, that we promoted very well, that we branded very well, and it allowed people to come and actually test out the actual vehicle. And the Zoo Miami is a large place, so people park, and you have to walk basically about 1.5 miles to get to the entrance of the zoo. So we said, well, this is a great way to start to brand not only the service, but expose people to the ability that this is a safe option for you to be able to get around. I think that's one option. That's how we've done it. JTA is a lot more advanced, and they probably have some more ideas of how they market it and branded their service.
What we did is multifold. Before we actually decided to go forward with it, we would get autonomous vehicles. We would ask vendors to give us autonomous vehicles, and it would be the shuttles, not the robo-taxis that we've all heard, but actual shuttles. And we'd actually run them on the corridor so people could try them. We also went to the first responders, the police, the fire. We asked them to come, test it out. What do you see? Anything we should be mindful of? And we got them to build consistency, because we said, help us write the testing protocols based on safety around that. And then we decided, almost like Euless and Miami went to the zoos, we went to the schools. And we stood up STEM programs where we would go to elementary and middle schools and get students, young students, and educate them around autonomous vehicles, and so they could see that it would be safe. We would stand out in front of the vehicle, they would see the vehicle stop, and then they would go home and tell their parents. And all of that helped to build the understanding of it. So when we said we're ready, we're going to be launching this, that many of the residents saw it and knew from either firsthand experience or from their kids that this was coming. Now, with that being said, we are still out there educating. We're still out there talking to people. We take every opportunity that we can to take a vehicle out, so actual shuttle out, and demonstrate it so people can see it. And we put pop-up shuttle rides around, so to get people ready for the service when it launches. So a lot of that touching, feeling, the education so people can see it, and continually doing that to help them to really get that confidence into that technology.
Great, thank you. That was really good points. My last question is, and I'm sure Mr. Driggs will highlight this when he speaks, but we have an interesting structure here in Charlotte in the region with the MTC, and then we have responsibilities as a city for pieces of transportation, but we have our neighbors who surround us who want to have a voice in this, and we don't have a transportation authority. We don't have an authority here. I'm interested in if you could perhaps talk about how the JTA was established and your views around the benefits of having an authority versus working with an individual municipality or a county.
Okay, I think we all may need to add to that. For the JTA, we started in 1955 as really a toll authority, an expressway authority that morphed into a transit authority in the 70s when we took over all the different coach operators in the city. By means of that authority, we are technically a state agency. However, we are governed by a 7-member board. We are governed, and the board makes policy decisions in behalf of our agency. However, the CEO has full autonomy to be able to move and deliver on any of the services or needs. We do not the city of Jacksonville, does not have any authority per se over the JTA. However, there is a portion of sales tax that comes to us through the city. And it's a nominal amount, about $1 million every year. But because of that, we are required to go before the city council for approval of our budget. Technically, our board approves our budget, and we follow what the board says, but we follow the process with the city because they provide that sales tax to us. The benefits we see is having the board really guide us and direct us on policy decisions and help us to be able to move and be as nimble and as innovative as possible. That's been, I would say, one of the benefits that we see with that type of governance structure. We're not considered a municipality agency or what have you. We don't have a lot of oversight by the city with us. But with that being said, we still take an opportunity to partner with the city every chance we get, especially on the road work that we do, because many of the Complete Streets projects that we do, we're doing it in behalf of the city government. So maybe I'll turn it over to Adam or Euless if you have any thoughts on the municipality side.
I can certainly add a little bit to that. I think where authorities, from my experience, and I have not worked in an authority, but certainly work adjacent to them, where authorities are most effective is that they have that full kind of breadth of authority to implement, of authority to raise funding, of authority to operate, that they're not reliant on another group or another body to ultimately deliver what it is that the taxpayers expect for them to deliver. And so what I would really say is, from a municipal standpoint, when you may not be that authority or when you're working with an authority, I think it gets down to what Mr. Cleckley had said at the very beginning, which is making sure that there is alignment, right? When you don't have that ability to push independently, you must be aligned. And if you're not aligned, then you'll see a capital program that stalls. You'll see that delivery no longer be an area of trust with the community, and that what that collaboration looks like without additional layers of governance, but truly in a partnership capacity, is the way to be most effective within that. To Greer's earlier point, federal funding can be a great tool to use to drive that partnership, because certainly what our elected representatives in DC and with the USDOT look for when they're awarding these grants is what does that regional partnership look like? And when the authority, when the municipalities, when the counties, right, and Charlotte is a city and county, correct? So that's a little bit easier from that standpoint.
Within.
Okay, so when you have county alignment with city alignment, with state alignment, with authority alignment, that's how you can be effective there. And so that I think what I'd simply identify as an area that if there is a path there, if there is the possibility to work towards common goals, a common vision on something, that will be valuable and that will be a focus without that transportation authority existing within Charlotte.
We're working on it, right?
That's why you got Ed now.
There you go.
We'll move to Councilmember Ed for his question.
So Ms. Anderson was right. That's kind of the general neighborhood I was interested in. We have recognized the need for that alignment. We are pretty far away from achieving it. I'll just put it that way. So I hope what we take away here is an understanding. I mean, you said they're not interdependent. My point is, in that sense, they are. I'd be interested to hear a little more still about the authority. So how are the 7 members of the board chosen? Are they representative of communities who are part of the structure?
For us in Jacksonville, the mayor selects 3 members, the governor selects 3 members, and then the 7th member is the representative from the Florida Department of Transportation, our District 2 secretary.
And does the authority issue debt? Do you receive tax proceeds? You issue debt. It's not recourse to any municipality?
Could you repeat your question?
Sorry, I was a banker, so when that debt is issued, do the investors who buy the debt, do they have any recourse to any community, or is their repayment solely derived from the authority?
The latter solely derived from
Okay, so it's non-recourse debt.
Yeah.
This is kind of important for us to think about. And the other question I had then, Mr. Cleckley, you alluded to difficulties that were experienced in, I think it's picking you up still. Difficulties that were experienced in getting a referendum passed, like a couple of failed attempts. We're aware of other communities who have offered these referendums and been unsuccessful. Could you describe in more detail the public information campaign that leads up to? Like, who does it? Who pays for it? How long does it take?
Yeah, so for the successful passage of the 2002 referendum, that was about 2 years worth of outreach. That at that time, and again, I wasn't working for Miami at that time, but it took an extensive amount of effort across the board to be able to get in front of as many communities as possible, business stakeholders and the like, to articulate the need for the surtax. And what frankly happened is that the original plan, which again I mentioned the half penny surtax that was supposed to go solely to transit expansion, out of those discussions, the plan was revised. Where you add, again, getting to Adam's point, you're figuring out other projects in other communities and municipalities that people were desirous of implementing, and you included that as a part of a project list in what we call the People's Transportation Plan. And so every single municipality actually had their own independent infrastructure project that wasn't tied to a transit expansion project. So that ultimately, it's a very long process if you're going to do it right. And it's an all hands on deck type of process. I can tell you right now where we are with respect to long-term funding solutions. because we're going to be running up against a point where we need to identify whether or not we want to go after the other half-penny surtax, is that we're actively starting to do some polling now. And so as an example, our chair of the board of county commissioners put a question on the ballot in August when the elections are going to occur, asking a simple question: should the county invest into expanding a mass transit system? He is taking that to say, okay, now the answer should be yes for the most part. But then the harder question is going to come, which will be, how are we going to pay for this? So I think you're starting to have that conversation now, to then over the next 2 years, we will be hiring consultants, we'll be going out doing polling, we will be boots on the ground and going to every single community to make sure that they understand the need for any additional revenue sources that we would want to raise. And I think in any referendum in any municipality, you would need to have that extensive type of outreach. So it's a multi-year effort.
And do you get private sector, like businesses and so on, involved? Is there a booster group? I mean, there's some question for us about who would actually pay the cost of a public information campaign.
Right.
So is that from private sources?
It can be a combination. I can tell you that there's heavy interest in South Florida amongst the business community to figure out the transportation infrastructure problem. And quite frankly, sometimes having the business stakeholders be at the lead of that conversation is better than government going in and saying, hey, this is what we can do for you. So every area and every region is different. Just depends on the circumstances. In Miami, it's more difficult because of the perception of not delivering on what's been promised in the past, and we're actively changing that. I would just say, as I mentioned, credibility is key. And I think if you have a demonstrated ability to deliver projects, it's a lot easier to have that type of conversation.
This is so helpful. Thank you. I mean, it just aligns my head spinning. This is exactly what we're grappling with.
Very good.
Malcolm, you still have a question?
No, most of my questions have been asked and answered, but I have one simple one, though, is how do you get everybody to play in the sandbox together? And I'm talking about the regional governments, and get regional cooperation and regional buy-in behind a singular vision for the community.
It's difficult. So in Miami-Dade, you have 13 county commissioners. Those same 13 county commissioners sit on our Metropolitan Planning Board. I mentioned the Citizen Advisory Transportation Trust, 13 positions appointed by commissioners and the mayor. And then not to mention the state legislature and dealing with the district offices. I would say you're always going to have friction. That's not going to go away. However, taking the time to kind of put, I would say, egos and personalities aside and aligning yourself to a plan is a first step. In our county, we are moving forward with our county-specific transportation master plan. That's on top of the plan that the MPO has already set forward. Our MPO is a one-county MPO, which makes it very unique. So now I can say, okay, MPO director, board, and all the municipalities, our plan is aligning with your long-range transportation plan. So we're all on the same page here. The issues that we're talking about is how we're going to be able to implement and get this stuff done. It's not a philosophical, issue. So I think fundamentally that's key. And I do believe that it depends on who the leaders are in the region. You got to have the right people in the right positions to be able to help facilitate that discussion and be okay with having a discussion and listening and hearing people out. So it's a challenge, and I don't know if there's one silver bullet to it, but that's been my experience.
I concur with Euless. I know for us in Jacksonville, especially when we work with the other counties, at first there's that sense that the big JTA is coming and what have you, but how we were able to work effectively with them and build some consensus with getting alignment on one thing. helping that one thing and then seeing how you deliver on that one thing, turn things around. There was one county in particular where we were trying to do some projects there and even increase and expand services. And as opposed to us going in, we waited for them to come to us. And then once they came to us, then we were able to have the conversation to get some alignment. And then we asked them to really comment to us on our strategic plan, be a part of the strategic planning process to show that we want to hear from you and take in your thoughts, your feedback, and really your goals. And so we can find those alignment. But if we didn't do that, I don't think we would have been able to overcome that. It's a lot better than it was, but I think by us coming to that alignment with that one area helped bridge the gap on everything else.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Dimple and then Tark.
This is very helpful, very insightful. What certainly clicked with me is when you talked about delivering on promises. Credibility is important. Certainly, those are some of the challenges that we are dealing with here locally. Just most of my questions were addressed around. Mr. Driggs asked some really good questions, and so did some of my colleagues. I do have one question that did not get addressed around ridership numbers. So we get this question often asked. What have you seen in your region around ridership pre and post pandemic? So once you have response, I'll have a follow up on that.
That's right. For us, ridership, we were tracking about 70% of post-pandemic of our pre-pandemic numbers. Yeah, we're at 70%. So one of the things that we did, of course, with the well, let me just answer that question first. Yes, 70%. Yeah.
And across our entire system, so that includes rail, our people mover, Metrobus, and our paratransit, we're above pre-pandemic levels. Above. So yeah, we're at 101% pre-pandemic levels. The biggest increase that we saw was actually in our bus system. It's important to note our Metro Rail system, which is 24-mile, 23-station elevated Metro Rail, it's been the one that's lagging the most. And so this is a byproduct essentially of where that alignment is. And it's it's further south, southern part of the county, and it kind of loops around to the airport, where we're only about 3/4 of our ridership returned. And the reason why I make a point on that is because everybody is excited about rail. Everybody. And I keep reminding people that the ridership levels that we're experiencing in the increase is not on our rail system, it's on our bus system. So that's just a little snapshot into the ridership.
That's helpful. So my follow-up question to that, I think you both acknowledge that the ridership number has reduced post-pandemic, especially light rail. So when question gets asked, why do you invest in the infrastructure, especially light rail, what would you say to that?
I'll take that first. So one, because again, it's about the fundamental stance that you need to have a burgeoning city to provide multiple different types of transportation and mobility options for folks. So that's just fundamental. The second piece is, and this is something that we sometimes miss in the transit space, but it's something that we're focused on. There's a clear nexus between housing and transportation. Okay, and Miami is like I would say is probably the most challenged place when it comes to housing. I don't know why everybody wants to move to Miami. I don't know why, but what we found is that we're laser targeted in making sure that all of the available land use policies and available land that we own from a transit perspective can be transitioned into housing. So right now, we're building 6,000 affordable housing units, which is more housing units that we are building than our public housing and community development department. So it's a nexus. So when you talk about investment, it is you're investing in the infrastructure. Mobility is one component of it, but if you do it right and you plan for it right from a land use perspective, you're also addressing a housing need. And that ends up being an improvement in quality of life. So kind of think about it holistically to kind of get around that concern with, well, the ridership is not this and the like. It's more than that. It's you're figuring out ways to leverage that infrastructure investment to make people's lives better in housing and transportation space.
We wholeheartedly agree. We're doing the exact same thing. Transit-oriented development is the way to connect people to jobs, to transportation, and providing what they need. That was the biggest thing we saw in the pandemic, those people who relied on us. So we don't want to take that away from them, but we want to be able to provide them with the places to stay. We are, too, building affordable housing with our transit-oriented development. Not as many units as they are in Miami. We're a little smaller than that, but we still see that viable need. We're even taking it to even those future services that we're going to put online. The autonomous vehicle network, we've already identified the transit-oriented development locations where we need the support with workforce housing. The commuter rail line that we're studying right now, we know this is long-term. When everything does come back, we already looked at transit-oriented development locations there as well. But it's got to be holistic. It's got to serve the need for everybody, and that's how we are telling that story. We're saying the buses are still very important, everything else is equally important, but if you're going to connect the community and allow the community to grow and have that economic development that everybody wants, especially as all these other things come online, that transportation is still the key, and it's got to be focused on the public transportation, not the single occupancy vehicle.
This is very helpful, and I have a...
Councilmember, we'll need to move on.
Yeah, just one last question.
Councilmember, we have two. We have to move on. We can come back to it if we...
No, I don't need a response. I just need to put that in a law. Yeah, so I think one of the speakers mentioned that they had put in referendum just the question about transportation. I think it's worth exploring that option. I do not know if we need an authority from the state to have that, but I would like to just get a response on that. That would be helpful.
So, Ms. Ajmiri, were you speaking to Marcus and I about? Yes. Yeah, so.
Well, Patrick is not here, so I was going to actually ask.
About a referendum?
Yeah, about a referendum. Yeah,
you can put it in the parking lot and we can do it and come back to it. I think we'll have some time later today, this evening, to have more conversation, following up with some of the panelists, and that could be one of the questions. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
And then we'll have a final question from Tark, and I'll take a little break and do a pulse check on alignment.
Great. I'm just going to make a brief comment more holistically, because this is our time to discuss the presentation we saw as well as what we heard, but I'm basing it on some of the themes you guys said. And again, I'm teeing this up in the spirit of collaboration and really give everyone time to think and reflect before having to react to it, because that's what we learned yesterday. You're supposed to say when you're a D to I's and C's. So, you're welcome, yes. We're learning to be better people as well. Yeah, so the thing I heard from you guys that resonated most with me for our current situation, which is a logjam. A lot of plans, a lot of visions, but a logjam nonetheless is, you said we need to have that unified front of the stakeholders. And so if I was going to lay this out as something for us to take away and think about and talk about, I think you start with where do we all agree? I think we all agree, from the top General Assembly to the feds to every one of us, sorry, not those feds. We absolutely need a transformational investment in transportation. And missing that opportunity would be a killer for us in the future. There's no doubt about that. When I say transformational, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus $billion, because that's what a city like ours need. What we're missing is that unified front with all the stakeholders all the way up, including the voters. So I think the why on that is we've done a ton of work, but as a unified voice, we haven't clearly defined and really communicated our ultimate goal. Is it reducing congestion? Is it increasing options? Is it economic impact? There's a lot of goals and sub-goals, but we have to agree on that together. And then what is key, in my opinion, is it's clear that we need a roads first strategy. And that's just a buzzword. It doesn't really mean that much until we go into it. But we need a roads first compromise in some way that's measured not by marketing the same plan that we've had to being roads first and showing, and I'm not a critique, I love the things I saw out of that, but measuring it in the spend allocation that we're doing. And I believe if we redesign that plan and we're more importantly, the capital allocation around it to be that roads first, for example's sake, in a $10 billion investment, $6 billion are going for car congestion mitigation efforts, like intersection capacity, the bus rapid transit, smart technology, AV infrastructure, and then $4 billion is for mass transit, like the Red Line. And then we're getting into inside baseball here, but one of the problems is we can't do everything we want because when we put the Silver Line back in, by definition, there is no way to make it a roads first capital allocation. The Silver Line is too expensive. So having to table that, not say we're not going to do it, but table it so we can get the transformational investment, I think that allows us to unite all the stakeholders and not only get a referendum approval from Raleigh, which is what we need to do this, but also unlock funding from Raleigh, which was something that was not even contemplated before all of this. So it requires compromise, but what it is not is a remarketing of saying roads first. It comes in the form of the capital allocation. But I think we're at a point now where we have to do this work and reflect on it because in my mind, the options in the foreseeable near and maybe midterm future is it's either something like that or it's nothing, and we stay in the logjam. And I think we can all agree, starting where I began, that we all need this transformational investment in transportation. So I would give that in the spirit of D's speaking to I's and C's of something to reflect on, and we can discuss and figure out how we negotiate that. But that's it. Long story, sorry.
But no question. So thank you. Okay, so one caveat, Raleigh is where our state capital is.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you, and I hope this was useful for the council. Just a couple of things and why we did what we did today. Maybe we should have started that way with that. So there were questions over the course of the last few years, and it was, well, what's the regional plan? Good, bad, or indifferent, Connect Beyond is the regional plan. It is Geraldine Gardner. It's all, everybody's plans are thrown in that, and the city of Charlotte and is the backbone of that plan. In terms of the CATs, there's a 2030 plan. That 2030 plan has been approved over and over and over again by the MTC. That's the plan, dealing with buses, light rail, commuter rail, streetcar. So what we tried to do today was some of the stumbling blocks were, well, what is the city's plan? Okay. So over the course of the last year, we've taken those 2,000 plus projects and we've tried to bring it down to something, and we may have to use a different term, bundling. It means something different to Ms. Mayfield when it comes to projects. So, but we have these strategic investment areas. It's data driven. It's throughout the entire city. So we believe we have the projects, which are the city's projects, and there are two other plans out there that are regional plan and then the CATS plan. So we're growing, and what I wanted to do today is Let's do a reality check. Even if you received authority in the short session, there's no way you're going to put that on the ballot in 2024. Okay, so you're easily almost 2 years away from having something on the ballot. So as your city manager, and I believe regionalism first, got to do it, have to do it. I owe you something to start to begin funding your plan, absent anything else. Whether it's a little bit of property tax, a lot of, I don't know, but we can't continue to do nothing as we have these plans in these projects. And the last thing I'll say to give, just a little flavor for our panelists, thank you so much, is that I think what, and I like what Mr. Bakari said, I think what's missing now is the strategy around how do you get this on the ballot to let the voters have a chance to discuss it. And right, wrong, or indifferent, for the last 3 years, it's been around getting the 6 towns, the county, and the city together to agree upon something, and promises made, promises broken, things, trust, things of that nature. There's this thing called the red line. And because the red line, that commuter rail, was not delivered, the 3 northern towns, rightfully so, felt some kind of way. So the concept was, how do you get those 3 northern towns on board, get the right sponsor of the bill to be introduced in Raleigh, and to have some agreement amongst Mecklenburg County. Last thing I'll say, again, because you'll probably have some conversations around dinner with the council members, is that one of the things to unlock this was the conversation around the red line, which we are having right now with Norfolk Southern. So as you think about strategy, whatever that strategy is going to be, we do have to put a budget together this year, and we do know that there won't be a 1-cent sales tax in that budget that you will approve in June, but there needs to be some discussion about how do we begin to fund some of our needs.
Last thing I was going to say, thanks again. It still amazes me that we got these 3 folks. It's kind of like getting 3 Marcuses in Charlotte for half a day. These folks are extremely busy. So thank you. We really appreciate it. Sounds like we'll have a great conversation.
Can we trust you with the 5-minute stretch break? Well, somebody said no. Thank you. We'll start in 5 minutes with staff updates. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We could have council members and staff members in seats. We're going to start and continue with our updates from staff around some of our important initiatives. I do want to thank the panelists again for just an amazing conversation and sharing all of your knowledge and expertise so freely. We are going to revisit this conversation in the morning. Part of the goal for that session was to really get some alignment and common threads among the council members, and to also just to have some agreement and alignment with the strategy or the framework that Ed brought forth. So we need to revisit the conversation and put a bow on it. Not that it will be complete as of tomorrow, not complete, but at least some understanding and alignment around some of the common themes that we heard from the team and from the discussion, and just to get some alignment with the committee or the council. So we heard funding options, importance of alignment with other stakeholders and organizations, collaborations with key partners, and some creativity around that. We talked about schools and a number of different organizations, having a broad value proposition to get buy-in, community and business-led strategy, so having communities and businesses out front instead of government, leveraging past performance as credibility, creative approaches to build trust, a holistic approach, specifically as it relates to using mobility as a catalyst for economic development and quality of life. And most importantly, we heard validation of the framework that Ed shared with us. So we will revisit this conversation in the morning again, just to really understand the common threads and understand where there is alignment on the council, okay? And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Rachel Stark, who will talk with us about the digital divide. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm glad everyone's still awake. I know after food it's a little bit hard, but I'm glad we had a really great panel. Thanks, Ed, for pulling that together, because that was really cool as a former planner to be hearing some of the cool ideas of how you actually implement that work. So I'm Rachel Stark. I'm the Smart Cities Program Manager for you all. And with that work, it ties into some of the things they were talking about, like AVs. And I know up here behind me there's a picture of some really cool stuff coming down from the sky. I think it says groceries being delivered. Yeah, something like that, Amazon Flying Warehouse. But those are things like we envision this really even more advanced digital world than we already live in. And I mean, even just getting here, obviously we use Google, things that make us get where we want to go, when we want to go, and package in a way that we want it to be. And every day we're informing these technologies, we're wrestling with these technologies, we're probably cursing some of these technologies, but we're really benefiting also from these technologies and even creating some of them. So as we become the majority of how we go about our business using these technologies, we start to get this expectation that everyone can do the same things and are doing the same things that we're doing, and that's just not the case. So as you know, we have a digital divide that's out there, and that means that some of the things that we expect people to be able to do, they may not be able to do, and we really want to continue to work on that. And I want to say a huge thank you to you all for your commitment, the $3.25 million from CARES and the $10 million for ARPA. Kudos to you all of your investment in that work, and because of that investment and because of our partners' focused investment in this, we have narrowed the digital divide by a good quarter, which is some really good progress. We still have a ways to go. But some of the things to keep in mind are things like our ACP funding from the federal level is set to expire at the end of April. Sometime in May, it will be all spent out. So again, thank you for putting that on the legislative agenda, your legislative agenda, making sure that we're advocating for the ACP to continue, because that impacts over 67,000 households in Charlotte. And so those folks are going to be wrestling with what they do with that internet bill and that loss of the $30 savings that they're currently experiencing. Additionally, your investment has gone to supporting 4,000 households. Over 4,000 households are currently connected to Access Charlotte. We also have Wi-Fi on all the city buses, as well as the Gold Line links. And then we also have our digital navigation service. So anyone within the city of Charlotte or Mecklenburg County can call 311 and say, hey, I would like to get help connecting to affordable devices or affordable internet. Can you help me? And through our partnership with Queen's University, and we can get that to everybody. And with that, it's really, as we know, it's really essential to the work that we do, whether it's communication, whether it's the 2040 comprehensive plan, and we want people to weigh in on surveys or to know that activities are coming up, whether it's around entrepreneurship, education, healthcare. Everyone is more and more needing this digital connection. It's also essential for jobs. 91 to 92% of all jobs require a digital skill. And if you have, and jobs that have 3 or more digital skills are likely to pay 45% average more in the state of North Carolina. So it's a really key piece to some of the upward mobility that we want to get to in the city of Charlotte. Which feeds into why we're doing the Learn to Earn model and exploring that through a pilot. We haven't spent the $2.5 million that you have set aside through what we talked about in early 2022, but we're getting ready to set that up because of the learnings we've done with that pilot, where we've been able to explore some basic digital literacy as well as workforce development training to get people devices at the end of those trainings. So we did the first round in last summer, and we're getting ready to do the second round starting in February, and then there'll be another push going out probably sometime in March for additional folks. And with the learnings that we learned last time is really like the library is really helpful because obviously people go to the library for a lot of services and they have that trust and relationship, but there's others who may not go to the library. There may be a language barrier. There may be re-entering society for a variety of reasons. They may be a new immigrant, and we're looking at how do we connect with the services providers that they're already working with, the people who are well connected with them, to get them ready to be able to provide these resources. In addition to that, what we're looking to do, this is something that I keep thinking about in the work we do. We have in mind what we want people to do, which is, here's the digital world. We want you to get ready and go do it, but we're trying to basically follow the principles of that Irish, I think it's an Irish blessing, may the road rise up to meet you. I feel like that's kind of what we're trying to do here. We're saying this is the path that you need to travel, but we're also trying to make this path as easy and visible for you to travel it. And so we're trying to raise that path up for people to be able to do that. So that's part of the work we're doing. And then we're also looking at our digital resources. Obviously, we have apps within the city of Charlotte that we push people to use, but we also have applications for resources. And so one of the things that we're deploying as a proof of concept is really getting out this, in partnership with Google.org, pulling out this program that we're calling, in quotes, a universal platform. It's not going to be universal at the very beginning, but it's going to be a proof of concept starting with some of our housing services. So it's really just a starting point for really thinking about how do we deliver that basic digital access, thinking about how do we provide information around the technologies and tools that we get out there, and thinking about how do we make it easy to find and get the benefits from these digital resources, and then how do we create new tools with community that really get them what they want. So with that, I'm going to go to the discussion questions, which are, 1, what should the city's long-term role be in supporting efforts to close the digital divide? Another question that could kick off your conversation is, what are the challenges and opportunities do you see in the year ahead around this topic? And then should this continue to be a strategic initiative as we move forward? Did I do all right on time?
You did excellent. Thank you so much, Rachel. Any questions from the floor? Awesome.
Can I have a question?
Oh, sure.
I have a question. I know that we have invested a lot of things from the city. At some point, again, it would be nice to figure out who else is doing this work, because while we are very successful on the idea of, over 7,000 people, who else is doing this? And so I know that you guys have a collaboration and it's organized, and having a little bit more information about that would be a good idea for us to see what is actually being addressed. And then a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to Charter, I think they're Spectrum, Charter Spectrum. And they were talking about their possibility of continuing to provide reduced cost to certain communities. And so I don't know, Rachel, if you've had a chance to look at what they're saying, and it's something that we could really engage.
Yeah, we've had some initial conversations, but I think we need to continue to talk, especially to the leadership that you're also talking with.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Tarek?
Yeah, this is something that is critically important that we get right, but there's a lot of opportunities for us to go down a wrong path or not have the outcomes we want. Braxton and I sat down years ago, and this was a kind of one of our first shared passion projects. And as we scoped it, I think, and worked with Renee and the team and several others, I think what the initial vision here was, how can we make this huge impact that is needed and kill as multiple birds with one stone? And I think it went back to starting with, well, if we're talking about planning, mobility, autonomous vehicles, we need ubiquitous 5G coverage across the community for that. But there's secondary outcomes of having that and being able to say, okay, well, maybe we don't have to figure out the fiber and some of the other problems that exist just trying to focus on digital divide by itself. So having that ubiquitous coverage was number one. Then coming up with this learn to earn concept enabled us to skip the great work, but maybe obsolete work of putting these mesh networks into communities and complexes that brought it from the street to their house, and being able to say 5G's there, we ship you a smart device that's populated with the learn to earn capabilities of partners everywhere, training, upskilling, and as you achieve, you unlock a laptop, and we mail you seamlessly the laptop to your house, and your phone becomes your 5G hotspot at, gig plus speeds. So it totally disrupts the concept, the old model of solving the digital divide by accessibility, and then it gives the other pieces of the training and of the hardware needed to do it. So I think that the team has done a great job kind of with the initial scoping, figuring this out. But what I think is absolutely necessary next is us kind of re-engaging and saying, okay, a big vision requires big investment sometimes, collaboration across these other verticals that I mentioned, and us getting more directly involved. So I think the takeaway needs to be us revisiting kind of where we left off from strategy setting to say, okay, what does the next chapter need to look like?
Thank you. Ed?
I just want to say that digital access is a utility like water, in case anybody's in doubt about the answer.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
Push the button. Here we go. It's a utility like water, okay? So if anybody's in doubt about the answer to the third question, it's yes.
Yes. Is that all we needed?
Okay.
That's all you want?
Georgia?
I have something just really quickly, and this brings to mind actually two things. One, the digital divide is actually a part of the mayor's racial equity initiative. And so my first question is, how is that particular initiative, is that kind of concurrent with our work, or is that completely separate and apart? Like, where are we in that particular portion of, delivering to the community?
Do you?
So, of course, the Racial Equity Initiative has four, you know this better than I do, right?
Yeah.
But one of those deliverables is directly related to the digital divide.
And it's integrated into the Queen's University program that's referenced in the document that we have, where it talks about the ARPA funds and the households that were given the internet. What I am concerned about is the 2-year grant that puts Bruce in his position to keep this going. But I think that there's time to figure out who's going to do what and what the innovations. I mean, I feel like the equity program is so far away gone, so things have changed. And I think that what Tarek said is, and Ed actually said, is how do we figure out the utility aspect of digital divide and to go back and do some work around it.
Okay. And thank you, Mayor. And then the second part of my question has to do with, so this is thinking about what Councilmember Bakari was talking about a ubiquitous connection. I know that Kansas City and other cities like that have actually taken initiatives to welcome in, and not to say that our current providers aren't doing a good job, but they've actually welcomed in, and this is longstanding. They probably are eons away from, other people, and we're double their size, right? But they've actually, they kind of stood out front, and this was during the Obama administration, to achieve 5G, to, make that access available throughout their community. Have we looked at any of those, cities that kind of jumped out ahead of 5G and access and things of that nature?
We have done some we've had some conversations both with carriers and with cities around the country. So another one that's similar is Chattanooga went in and did their own network. I think one of the challenges we run into is obviously every state's a little bit different in terms of the rules and regulations, but we are trying to figure out what is it that we can do that's creative, and especially going into this next year is going to be key to continue to have those conversations and work with the carriers to get some of the things that you all are talking about so that everyone can benefit and that we have that infrastructure in place for what we want to do.
Okay, I'm really excited to hear that. And, just kind of following up on, kind of the rationale for my thought, one of the things that have been very, I guess, fruitful for me is when I go somewhere like, let's say, National League of Cities or something like that, and I'm talking to another, leader from another city, and they're sharing with me just like what we just did. And I really love that practice because it really kind of, it really resets possibility for us. It has for me anyway when I talk to other people who are doing various things. And one of the, like I said, that piece of that information came simply by being, within proximity to someone talking about something else that they were doing that made me kind of just Google and get familiar, kind of a baseline understanding for what some other cities were doing as far as connectivity and their digital divide. So I'd be interested in knowing, especially how we, drive this forward, looking at what other cities are doing and seeing what possibility is for us here in Charlotte, considering our size, right? And, the scope of our work. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Thank you, Rachel. Great job. Appreciate that. Awesome. Next, we will have Holly Eskridge and Stephen Coker to talk about small business and small and minority businesses.
We can solve all of the small business problems if we just agree on a rail line and get it done.
Let's see. Oh, all right, somebody did it for us. Thank you so much. So I would like to begin by saying thank you to everybody in this room who supports Steve and I every single day. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to stand up here and talk about the good work that's going on, and I think really what the future of what both of our areas are going to do. So I will start with what we do in economic development. I'm first going to talk about the ecosystem, which is something that I know you all are passionately engaged in. You gave over $5 million in grants in ARPA and CARES Act funding to our partners in the ecosystem. But that is one thing that, Christy Floyd, by the way, is here in the back on our team. And her team actually really is the one who does this work day in and day out. But we work very hard and very closely with our partners. We are a leader, a convener of this ecosystem. We meet on a quarterly basis. Councilmember Mitchell, I see you shaking your head because I know you hear all about it. And as a result of that, really what we are able to do is we were able to take small businesses that come to us, that ask us questions, that say, we have this problem, we have this concern, and we can actually give a direct handoff to a partner that will help with that work. So we did that with over 700 businesses this past year. The other thing that we have is the AMP Up Charlotte program. And this is a really cool thing. Actually, we're going to be collaborating more and more with Steve and his team on this. But AMP Up is our program. It's a 7-month initiative that puts a minority business owner through a program that grows their business. We've had several success stories. Leah and Louise is one that actually most of you know in this room. And so to date, we have graduated over 102 businesses from AMP Up. We currently have an existing cohort of 20 companies that is going through it. CBI comes to every cohort. They talk to the businesses about getting registered. And they actually help them through that process. They actually help us with recruitment to the AMP Up cohorts. And one thing that we're really excited about over this next year is we're going to talk about ways to really partner up the contractor development program and AMP Up Charlotte. And then the last thing, which I'm incredibly excited about, we got our inspiration from everything that happened with workforce development and Hire Charlotte and y'all's commitment to really saying, how do we make this ecosystem easier to navigate? And how do we make this as easy as possible for somebody who has that, desire to get that job? Where do they go? So we actually want to do the same thing for the small business world. So what we would like to do, you all graciously approved funding last year for us to do the first ever small business strategic plan. This has never been done in this community, in the history, really, of the Charlotte community. This won't just be about the City of Charlotte organization. This is truly looking at what is the ecosystem? Who are the players that exist within that ecosystem? What are the strengths? What are the challenges? What are we doing right? And then, what are those opportunities to grow? What are the duplication of resources? All the things that we need to do. And so and then they're going to dive in, obviously, specifically on what the City of Charlotte as an organization does as well. So what we want to make sure in the end goal is that the investments you all make in the work that we do or within the ecosystem itself, that those investments are not duplicative of anything that are going on. They actually truly fill a need that exists within that ecosystem. So we're very excited about it. The other thing I've heard a lot today is data, data, data. Small business data is hard. I won't go into why that is here, but this plan will have data, which we're really excited about, and give us an implementation plan with measurable steps that actually tell us what to do as far as how to move forward in the work that we do as a community, but also as a city organization. So I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Holly. And let me just say, I guess, good evening. One of the good things about going, toward the tail end of the retreat is the fact that you get to listen to all these great ideals and all the serious communication about serious issues. This panel, listening to their discussion, I tell you, there's a reason why they call things best practices, because folks are doing it. It's tried and proven, and I think the great thing about Charlotte is we just have commitment across the board. I've been here now for 3.5 years. One of my first conversations with Manager Jones, and we talked about commitment, and I can say he's demonstrated everything that's needed, but there's so much more. Beautiful thing about it, if we're talking about good news, bad news, good news is there's so many straight line approaches to what we need to do to get where we go. And so if you're a student of geometry, A to B straight line, quickest path. Also, the fact that 80% of what we need to do to get our program, and we make no bones about what we want to do, be nations leading, 80% of it can happen inside the city. Council leadership, tremendous. They hold us accountable. But we're going to ask more. My theme of what I'm talking about is the very capacity building programs that we talked about. We have two. Won't cost a whole lot of money either. The first of which is our Mentor Protege program, Link Up CLT. That's a program that was recommended by our disparity study consultant. We've put our advisory committee to work, and they delivered something that I think is very solid. We ran it by our attorney, Thomas Powers, and we feel good about it. We're going to hire a position that's going to lead that effort, and I think coming out, it'll be a just amazing program because it's well received already. We've done the groundwork for it. The other, this is, I think, going to be signature to Charlotte, and that's CBI University. When you think about capacity building, we've got Amped Up, just a tremendous program. We got Next CLT. Now we have Contractor Development Program. But if you look at our resource partners, those in the ecosystem. There's so many organizations that's committed to capacity, and it's confusing to our almost 1,600 firms. And so what we want to do is consolidate all of that, centralize it, have an assessment component to it, direct them in the right direction, and guess what? When all of this is fully implemented, we have 3 years, I've said to my team before the next disparity study. We want to get ourselves to nations leading, but we need to have more certified firms. We're working on that. We need higher levels of spend. We're working on that. We need to take some of these very tools that we talked about and implement them and do them in such a way that's smart. And again, I know we have the commitment, so I'm highly confident we'll get there. Thank you.
Okay, we have questions from Luana, Dimple, and Malcolm. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation from both of you. I'm excited about how we're moving forward. When we have the next follow-up, it will be happy, unless you already know it. We have that we awarded $193 million to MWSBEs in fiscal year 2023, but you're not telling me out of what total awards that we gave out. Because the biggest ask that I have is making sure that we're aligning those total spend dollars to the opportunities. So 193 million is great. That will be helpful to know out of what total spend so that we can see, is that 193 million 2%, 5%, 27% of the total spend?
That's a good question. 10.8% of our discretionary spend. If you look at the breakdown in terms of designations, 51.8 million with MBEs, 86.9 WBEs, and 54.5 with SBEs.
So do we have of which it can go into the parking lot? You said 10.8% of our discretionary spend. If I'm saying what was our total spend, what percentage is this 193 million out of our total spend? You don't have to come up with that number right now if you don't have it, but that will be good for us to know so that we can help give you all the language that you need to hit the goals that we've identified for you all. But other than that, absolutely wonderful. Let us know how we can better support how you're moving forward with staff and or financial support, because we got limited funds. So. Thank you.
Great job, Stephen, Holly. I have referred many minority or women-owned businesses to Steve, and he's been able to help them with the process of getting certified and connecting with opportunities. And I appreciate it where he's also made himself available to some of these community events, especially with minority and women-owned businesses, and that certainly goes a long way. And Holly, thank you also for attending some of the small business women's forums I have invited you at, and I certainly appreciate that. So the first bullet point where you have economic development team referred over 700 businesses to partners, are these minority and women-owned businesses or small businesses?
I'm going to say probably, I'm going off the top of my head, I'm not looking at data, but I'm going to guess it's about 70% MWSBEs. I mean, they come to us from you all. They come to us from the different events that we throw, and we throw events, and I mean, Councilmember Mayfield, I'm going to give you a shout out. You're 100% attendance at every single one of them. I think when you weren't even on council, you were attending them, which is great. But, we have over 250 businesses at a minimum at these events. They come up to us. We make those referrals there. It's organic, it's just word of mouth. So it kind of comes from all over. But if we can track that data, we will. And so I'm guessing it's about 70%.
So are these two partners outside of the city?
Yes. So that would be, so when we convene We are very, very fortunate in this community to have the number of resource partners that we do. And yes, every ecosystem, you're never going to have one that's completely connected because it's just not the nature of ecosystems. Ours can strengthen and get better, but it is pretty amazing what's done.
Wow.
And so Christy actually, on a quarterly basis, convenes over 30 partners. And to us, those partners are academic, nonprofit, and government that do something to support our small businesses.
Got it.
And so they all do something different. Some of them do some of the same things. But we know when a small business comes to us, we know relationally where to send them. And it's great because the small business doesn't have to, Steve was talking about, to navigate the internet and find all of that. They just come to us and we say, okay, here is the person that you need to talk to, and we do that email introduction to them.
So I just have a follow-up question for Steve. Do we have data on how many of our certified business owners are actually getting opportunities, bidding opportunities? I know it was very low last time that we had given presentation on, and I know that your team was working on increasing that number so that there are more bidding opportunities, or at least they're getting contracts. We were trying to work on that. So where are we today?
Good question. It fluctuates. I've been here again for 3 years, but it's in the range between 25 and 30% of our total MWSBE certified firms.
So only 25% are actually getting contracts. And what do you think, what should be our goal?
Well, I think, I've said this to Brandon Miller, who is a whiz at our reporting. Brandon just gave me a sense of, if we just bumped it up 7%, that would be millions of dollars of spend. Now, we're performing an economic impact study. And so you're going to see what the ROI is on our program in the next couple months. But what I want to be able to do is, give you a sense of also what that 7%, let's call it that, what that would mean. And in time, I will be able to give you a sense of what that means in a way of an ROI.
I think that would be helpful as part of our next steps, because certainly it's great as they're getting certified and becoming certified minority and women-owned business owner. But I think we need to take a step further to also ensure that they are getting opportunities, whether it's through city or whether it's through our partners or even the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Malcolm?
Thank you. Holly, Steve, just want to thank you for really, really doing a good job. I mean, I don't think you guys get enough credit, because when folks think about economic development, it's always the big projects, the big things that we do. But again, you guys are doing the blocking and the tackling, working with our small business owners and our minority firms. And I think that's really, really important, and the impact that we're making are great. Certainly, we should continue to do this as a strategic initiative and be very focused on it. And I think that you are, the small biz strategy plan, I think, is spot on. The CBI University is spot on. It's consistent to where I think we should be going, where we're really highlighting the utilization of small and minority-owned firms throughout the community. A couple of questions. One, and Councilmember Brown alluded to it earlier on another topic, is making sure the community know that these programs exist, and that continues to be a struggle on a wide variety of platforms for us. So could you kind of help us understand how we're communicating to the general public that these programs exist, Holly? And then Steve, the council is engaged in a lot of high-profile public projects. I think we talked about this before. The Pearl District, Atrium, whether it's the Spectrum or maybe even the Panthers. I mean, how are we tracking and working with these entities at the appropriate time to ensure that the council desires for greater input for minority participation is being tracked and that the end users are fulfilling their obligations to us?
Okay, I'll start. So you're right. I mean, it is something that I feel like it doesn't matter how hard we try to work on the communication front, there's always that gap. And so I feel like first I want to say as part of the strategic plan, when they're doing that assessment, I think that's going to come out. And so I would be, I'm not going to predetermine what would be a recommendation, but I'm guessing that will be a recommendation. And I told you these recommendations aren't just like statements, it's measurable. It's actual steps, like an implementation plan of what you can do. So we're really excited about that. But what I will say is we're really grateful to Jason and his team. So Beverly is a big part of this as well. With AMP Up, they do some really creative things to market this, like radio campaigns, all kinds of different things that are absolutely amazing and have really bumped up our numbers. And then honestly, graduates of this program just absolutely love it, and that's also, we also support, just so you all know, we really have worked hard on the external front to really build out a pipeline for MWSBE support, mostly minority-owned business support. And so we actually provide funding to BoostPad and Aspire Community Capital, which is a pre-stage of AMP Up, and then Next CLT and Scale Up CLT. And so what I will say is that this whole community of business owners are huge advocates for us as well. And then we use the city's social media channels. We attend every single event that we possibly can to talk about this information. But there's absolutely, another thing that's happened is the Alliance has a new digital platform where they're actually putting all of these different resources in one spot. That's kind of, they're working through the kinks of that. Just, any kind of new technology you put out, there's always going to be something. So what I will say is that we're using what we know is at our disposal, but we know there's so much more that we can be doing as well. And so we're open to suggestions, I would say. But then also, I really think this plan is going to give us a really concrete communication strategy that we can implement and move forward.
And just quickly to piggyback on that, Councilmember Mitchell, I thought he was going to smack me on my hand when we talked about the bonding program and the early wins we got. He said, Steve, you need to be telling us about this. And so, that really hit home, I should add. Part of our disparity study, one of the things came out of it was outreach and engagement. Our CBI-AC, we started a subcommittee focused on that area. They're spread throughout. Our 10 staff members, we're spread throughout multiple organizations throughout the city. We, of course, attend those of you who have town hall meetings and speak to the constituents, particularly those who are either in business, thinking about being in business, or have a family member who's in business. And of course, we've recently hired a dedicated outreach and engagement person who is just tremendous. He's been with us just a month, and he's just already made impact. And so we're going to get out there. We're going to do it even more so. You'll soon see newsletters coming from CBI. We haven't done that. We're working on with communications and marketing, a concept called CBI TV. Visuals in video form is just incredible. So a lot more effort in this area, a lot more focus, and I think you will see it.
And the high-profile projects?
Thank you.
He didn't answer.
Did you have okay, I thought you were just
a follow-up to the
rhetorical. Okay.
Relative to that, we have, I think, the most strategic communications, especially when something is large. Oftentimes, ED is involved. We have early communications. I forget which one of those panel members talked about the ideal of getting in front early so that you can actually have some real impact. We do have that kind of communications with ED, as well as those who support the Pearl, the corridors. So that's definitely something that we do.
Thank you. James, Victoria, and then Tark.
Okay. I'm going to say kudos to both Holly and Steve. And Holly, thank you. the emails I send to you, how you quickly been a great face for our small business in our community. Your can-do attitude, it works well for our small business community. Stephen, 3 years ago, I can't believe, because you really hit the ground and you've been running, and I'm all excited about Link Up CLT, CBI University. One question though for you, Stephen, we got 1,600 firms. What is your goal if you had to throw out a goal for being certified firms?
Well, I talked about, let's call it Operation 2027.
Okay.
By that time, I want to turn that to at least 1,800. That's a lot. You know, we've opened up the entire state. We went from a 13-county CSA to all 100 counties in York County and South Carolina. So I see no reason with the effort that we're doing in the way of outreach and engagement why we can't at least hit that mark. I have a woman on my team, Kimberly Tibbs. We call her KT. She is just tremendous. I think we'll hit that number.
Okay.
Keep you posted.
Couple more comments, if I may, Diab. I love the work you're doing with the CBI Advisory Committee. Continue to do that. And let me go to the questions, though. So, yes, for me, great initiative. We continue to move forward. Specific policy areas to explore next year. Steve, I do think you have the bond insurance program. You guys have done an excellent job of getting that started. I would like for us to see, kind of expand that and get more results if we can. City Manager, here's one for you, though, and the challenges, opportunity ahead. And one of our speakers touched on it. We have to be careful on our project delivery method, have to support our CBI. I think we all had a conversation about a project we had, and the participation was low. A lot due and largely to the project method type we selected. So let's make sure we can have that in our whole DNA throughout the city, that what we do, let's make sure we have a lens. How can we support our CBI program? Thank you. Great job.
Thank you. So to hit the questions, yes, absolutely. This should be a strategic initiative moving forward. I concur with Councilmember Mitchell in regards to our project delivery. I think that is one of the highest priorities in terms of policy areas that we need to look at, particularly in general services. So I'd like to see how we intend to restructure or to approach project delivery to better enable MWSBE participation. When I think about that, in addition to the project delivery method, when I think about good faith estimate or good faith efforts, I really, really would like to see us give some effort to how we can invest in our MWSBEs and invest in those relationships between the primes and those potential MWSBEs, because those good faith efforts for me often fall short. And I think there's a role that we can play to improve those efforts. When it comes to workforce development in small business, I know that there's already work happening in this space, but I absolutely am looking forward to seeing how the two marry up. How do we enable small businesses to hire locally? How do we enable our potential employees, if you will, or our workers, those that are seeking employment, to connect with small businesses here within our own ecosystem. So I definitely look forward to that. I did want to follow up on a previous request, and if it needs to go to the parking lot, then it can go there. But I want to make sure that I lift it up again. I'm very, very interested to understand, as we look at all of our spend and who our primes are, how we're performing there when it comes to percent MWSBE. So for each prime, or you can do it by project or however you want to do it, I just want to get an understanding of who are our best partners when it comes to really trying to build capacity in MWSBE, and who might we be able to come alongside to help make those connections, or to help build capacity in those particular industries or in those particular trades, so that there are MWSBE partners that can be worked with. Well, let me pause for a second. I know that was a previous request. I just want to see if there's any update to that, or we can put it to the parking lot.
Well, I will say this. Most of the goals we set, we meet. Mm-hmm. Now, who's at the top of the food chain? There are some that are, it's just great to work with them. If you're talking about,
Well, if you don't have it, the list now, it's fine. We can put it on the parking lot.
I can get you that.
Awesome. And then finally, I know I've had this conversation a few times with the city attorney, and I just want to make sure that as a council, we're really, really looking at on these larger projects. How do we make sure that our legal framework as we go into contracts ensure participation targets are committed to on the front end and that we're getting that information back? I know time and time again we've asked about that and have not yet seen that. So that one I don't want to pass that one by for in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Tark?
So, yeah, I just have 3 quick comments that I'd like to hit on in a non-threatening way as I focus on the big picture. So in the scope of that last one, should this continue to be a strategic initiative moving forward? I think we'll all agree the answer is a resounding yes. But I think the sub-question there is, how are we scoping the body of work and the outcome that we're responsible for achieving here? So the 3 things there I'd love us to really consider as we walk away from here is, 1, making sure we don't reinvent any wheels and we don't go at this alone. We've had a lot of work in the past on this we want to make sure we build upon. And we know that the county and other really material partners are doing similar things. So I think it's really important that we collaborate and not reinvent the wheel in that way. Number 2 is the focus and an elevated focus on the small business piece. We often say small business, minority business, kind of as a tagline for it all. And while both are being worked on, and I know staff's doing a great job on both fronts, we have the elevated programs and processes and investments that we make on the minority business front, rightly so. But we really need to focus on a broader lift up of small business overall. And it's been a while since I've seen the stats, but last time I saw them, over 10,000 small businesses, defined small businesses, are in Charlotte, and they make up over 60% of the workforce. And they're coming out of a pandemic and in the middle of an economic environment where they are really struggling. And this includes, from mom and pop bakeries to a burgeoning startup scene in Charlotte that most people, it isn't even on their radar. These are things I think we could go in with a holistic focus and lift it up at an elevated level where it deserves to be, and then focus on the minority and women-owned aspects within the cross-sections of where they may not be getting the same opportunity. So that's number 2. And then finally, number 3, and I think this is one we've talked about before, but I think it's critically important, is the role that we should be playing as the city of Charlotte in minority business development, between capacity building. We've heard a lot about that already here. Capacity building means who is an existing minority business to get into that program. Operation 2027, you just said, was 1,700, 1,800, versus the equality of the contract awarding process. So the latter is our internal scope, and we have to get that right. And when we see percentages that are down and not representative of what the community of these businesses represent, that's a problem, and we all need to be focused on it. I think capacity building is incredibly important, but the city's role should be a convener of the private sector, of nonprofits, and of others to go out and do that, not the responsible party to say we're going to create more minority businesses because that is the goal. I think both are noble causes, but I think we need to make sure we know where we're a convener and someone else is the ultimate necessary accountable party versus our in-shop responsibility.
Thank you. Okay. If no further questions, thank you so much for a great presentation. And without further ado, we have Marcus with Arts and Culture.
I think I was a D2, yes.
Workforce Development next?
I'm proud of it, yes.
Marcus, are you doing Arts and Culture after?
They're in the middle. Malcolm in the middle, right? Right. I'm the kind, I said, can we all just get along? Right? Can we just come together? Both are needed.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good
Didn't
evening.
think I'd get my chance.
Yes.
Oh, man. Well, good evening. I am Danielle Frazier, Special Assistant to City Manager for Workforce Development. And so thank you all. I have no idea where we are, if I'm going back to this baseball analogy, but we had a long seventh inning stretch. So I'm hoping that I can hit a home run and maybe get some of my colleagues off this base and get them home. But I had about 2 hours of slides to share with you all today. But I boiled it down to two slides and hopefully a couple of minutes that I hope that I'll be able to share with you, Hire Charlotte and a workforce development update, and hopefully to share some things with you all that will spark some great dialogue as we dive deeper into this strategic priority. So we've heard a lot of great presentations and discussions today, and I heard workforce development a lot, whether we were talking about housing, mobility, transportation. And so I think it just goes to show how critical workforce development really is to our community. And so a little bit, I've been here for a little less than 6 months now. And so I've learned a great deal about this organization and the great things that we are doing. And one of the things that I've really learned is how much the City of Charlotte is really supporting internal and external workforce development efforts. And if I could, I think Councilmember Molina said it yesterday, is that we don't celebrate our wins enough. And so I really want to highlight one thing of many things that I've learned about this organization is that we do well, and it's our registered apprenticeship programs. I know you all have been a proponent of that, but we have 17 registered apprenticeships across this organization. It is absolutely unheard of and pretty impressive. We're one of 300 organizations across this country that are endorsed by the Department of Labor for being an apprenticeship ambassador, and we're only one of 3 municipalities. And so again, very, very impressive. I wanted council to know how much that this organization is leading as an employer across not just our community, but across our nation. And so we play a key role in our ecosystem as an employer, but also as a community serving organization. And so we also play a convener, a connector. I think I just heard Councilmember Bakari say a convener, an investor. And so we're a piece of this ecosystem. We're a piece of the pie, if you will, not to make you hungry, but a very important one. And so speaking of those pieces of the pie, I'd like to share an update on Hire Charlotte, which has been a very critical community collaborative that has been in our community for the past few years. And I just want to give you a quick update. I know you have more detailed information in your appendix, but as a refresher, the Hire Charlotte initiative was an economic development-led initiative that was focused on creating and filling good jobs. And there were 2 project goals under this initiative, and the first was to develop a vision and framework to fill good jobs of today and tomorrow. And that framework is actually completed in April of 2022 with the help of our ecosystem partners, and it was heavily focused on skills attainment and credential attainment. And the second goal was to be informed on how we deploy our ARPA dollars to help support this framework. And so if you recall, you all approved a $9.1 million budget to help support this framework last year. And again, these details are in your packet, but the update that I'll just share here is that we accomplished goal 1, check, and then goal 2 is in process, and that you will be getting updates in the near future on where we are with these projects and how we will be deploying these funds, and you'll probably be seeing some RCAs coming your way soon. But with these goals of Hire Charlotte and with all of the data and all of the great work, and I've got to give and recognize Tracy Dodson and her team for all of this work. This was hard work. She brought together the community partners. I was able to be a part of the steering committee. And so there was a lot of great work that went into this, and it was ecosystem informed. And I really, really believe that this is going to lay a strong foundation in how we move forward and what our workforce development plan will and can look like. And so this brings me to the last bullet on this slide, which is just to say to you that we have a robust workforce development ecosystem that is very collaborative. It's very connected. It includes our private sector, our public sector, our workforce partners, our nonprofit partners, our education partners, all coming together to try to solve some workforce development challenges on helping individuals get good jobs and helping businesses to find good talent. And so again, we play a key role in all of this, and we are connected to all of these key collaboratives. Yes, it worked. Okay, so looking ahead, which I hope is going to be the meat of your conversation today, and for the sake of time, I won't read through all of these, but I did want to provide, we did do some peer city reviews, and that's where I think you saw the samples over there on the wall yesterday. But what we did know in the research that we did on other cities is that we are all struggling with some of the very same things, right? Businesses aren't able to find talent. There's a misalignment between the talent, the available talent we have, and the skills needed for those jobs. We have some residents that lack the access and the opportunity for the resources that they need, and they may have some barriers to education and employment. And so, and to retain and obtain employment. And so, we have a lot of things in common with our peer cities. And again, I'm not going to read through these things, but I did want to give you some things to think about in your discussion today, and to consider those 3 bullet areas of consideration are really areas that I think that we have an opportunity to continue to lean in, whether it's career resource awareness, career pathways, credential attainment, et cetera. But what I really wanted to focus in with you all today, and again for this discussion, is to point out a couple of the questions. I think I had more questions than everybody else today, but really want your thoughts and your feedback on workforce development as you made this a strategic priority, and ask you, what was it that you wanted to solve for through workforce development? Do we want to focus on specific communities, whether it's corridors or whether it's specific geographies? Do we want to focus on specific talent, right? Who do we want to impact the most? Do we want to focus on specific skills? I think I heard Councilmember Mitchell and Graham in their readout yesterday say that they wanted to focus on jobs that don't require a 2-year, 4-year degree, but a post-secondary credential. And so thinking about all these things as we want to create a plan of impact. Also, of the industries that we have in demand in our community, are there specific ones that we want to focus on? I know in that infrastructure conversation, there was, I think, a lot of opportunity. I think I'm going to have a lot of work ahead. But also, what does success look like, right? And qualitatively and quantitatively. I heard Councilmember Driggs say yesterday that the numbers are great and we need them to measure, but what story are we trying to tell, and ultimately what impact are we trying to make? Also, I heard Councilmember Anderson say we want to make sure that we're tying digital inclusion to workforce development in a greater way to ensure that our talent can have the access and the literacy that they need in order to get a job and to get a better job. And so, and we're already having those conversations, Rachel and I and Assistant City Manager Askew, on how we can bridge those two already. So, and then of course our last question, should it be a strategic initiative? But again, I kind of breezed through this, but it's hard when you're standing between you and dinner. And so I really would love to pause right there and hear more from you and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, our first question was Dante. One of the most important priorities that we have. Of course, housing is important, and the other ones are as well, but to have a strong, viable workforce will allow us to attract, from an economic development perspective, companies to come here. And it will allow individuals to move themselves up the economic ladder, right? And I think those could be, for me, 2 elements of what success would look like year over year if we have people who are moving up and out of poverty and up the economic ladder, and we are able to attract new companies to come here or existing companies to expand, that would definitely be something I would like to see us track. I think we could probably have a first Monday conversation about the industries that we'd like to specifically address, because I think that deserves a more robust conversation. But I'm really excited about having you on board, and I agree with a couple council members that said yesterday we need to have the credential attainment for those individuals who don't have the opportunity to attend a 2 or 4 year university. However, we want to give them that opportunity to live and thrive in Charlotte, right? So they can afford to live here and enjoy living here. So looking forward to what you're going to put together this year. Thank you.
I agree with everything that Dante said. I do think the industry, matching industry with opportunities is an important factor that we have. So thanks for what you said, and I say it too. But I also had a question when we talk about on specific communities, talent, skills, and skill levels. I think one of the things that has been a concern of mine is that we no longer have a relationship with CMS for those trades that they used to have, like, auto repair, that, and, I always remember, what was the guy's name that, he was the drywall, he kept saying on the school board, it was like, you need to have some drywall training in here. But I think one of the things that I say this is because not everybody is going to go and get a 2-year degree. And when we talk about young men and women coming out of high school that are not going to go to college, but have to have a career, so I'd like to ask, how do we look at this focus on working with CMS to determine some of those talent and skill levels that when people walk across that stage, that they can walk into something that we have that will allow them to make a sufficient living in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, for a good presentation. To answer the questions that you have for me, what does success look like? I would like to see more local partnerships versus out-of-state companies winning bids and then having to utilize local companies to learn how to do business in Charlotte. To me, that is part of that success of homegrown and promoting from within. For the question of do we want to focus on specific communities' talent skill levels, I would like to see us focus on specific partnerships that we already have, such as Urban League, such as the Goodwill Training, where we provided funding in construction, as the mayor mentioned, Central Piedmont Community College. We already have some relationships with certain corporate partners where we've connected individuals to training. What does that follow-up look like versus specific community or talent, those specific partnerships that we already have, to make sure that our funding for whatever that training is, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, we just help fund training for the individuals that put the lights up on the pole, that climb the poles. It would be great if we are tracking and building that relationship with Duke Energy to have them people get direct hires, because those are young people without necessarily a 2-year degree. It's a 12-week program, and they're making $80,000, $60,000 to $80,000 a year. So that's what the combination of success looks like for me, and where to focus. And as far as the question of should this continue to be a strategic initiative, I believe yes. I would also like to see us be much more targeted on how we're selling this initiative to the community.
Got it.
Thank you.
And if I could just add there, thank you, Councilmember, for your remarks. through our ARPA funding, we are extending the Renew program with both Urban League and Goodwill, as well as Goodwill is receiving a grant for the BankWorks training. So yes, so to your point, I agree with you. It's happening.
Thank you. Yes, we should continue having this as a strategic initiative moving forward. Success for me looks like having a workforce that reflects the industries that we want to target, and we've got the right skills within the community to deliver a community going forward, right? Do we have tool and die makers? Do we have sanitation workers? Do we have telecom workers? We know that we've got basic community needs, and we know what industries that we're going to target based on the work that was done several years ago in regards to the growing industries. So recruitment, matching up to our industries, matching up to our workforce. That's what success looks like for me, that people have choices here in Charlotte where they don't have to go to other cities to earn a living. Obviously, we want that to line up to wages that they can afford to live here. So that goes back to the types of industries that we're trying to recruit. When I think about focusing on specific communities, absolutely, and I think it has to be hyper-focused on our youth. I know that we have adult workforce development programs. I think we've got to go deeper. We've got to reach down into CMS and work more closely with them as best we can, because we know, even as we talk about crime, as we talk about how people having barriers to employment, we want to really be able to prevent some of the things that now we're having to be confronted with, right? And so I think that requires us to be much more connected at that level and at an individual level. I don't know if it's the guidance counselors or whoever, particularly within the schools, maybe it's community and schools as partners, but it's got to be youth focused, and it's got to be down to the individual. We don't want to label someone too early on as their potential or anything like that. I'm not saying we want to stunt people's potential, but we also want to be able to get folks exposed early on to what options there are, and get them on track to get to where they want to go. We know that other countries have amazing apprenticeship models as well, and so there's opportunities to benchmark from there. But that's what success looks like for me. And what does council want to talk for through workforce development? Yep, I think I've answered each of your questions. Thank you.
Thank
you. Danielle, you know how excited I am that you're here. The key priority for me has been the apprenticeships, and that's partly because I lived in Europe and I saw how widespread apprenticeships are and how effective they are. I think a key thing, though, in Europe is that it's accepted that there are kind of two tracks. There's a kind of trade track and there's an academic track, and that people split and go in those different directions. In this country, there is still a perception that college is synonymous with a certain kind of success, and that failure to go to college, conversely, is a certain kind of failure. That's unfortunate because a lot of people who go to college don't graduate, a huge percentage, or they graduate and they're not employable because they didn't actually acquire any skills. So I guess my first question is, what can we do to make the idea of not getting a four-year degree kind of more socially acceptable, or remove a little bit of the stigma, or conversely maybe the association of the four-year degree with success, because the connection is not good. So can we actually do more to promote that understanding?
Yes, I do. I do think so. You're singing music to my ears. I was sat on the CTE advisory board of CMS some time ago, and that was one of the things that we talked about is awareness. There is a stigma around career and technical education, that it's not a viable pathway and that they're not good jobs. I do think that the city of Charlotte can help with this, and one of those was just around pathway awareness, right? And talking about all of the pathways that are available to our community and especially to our young people. If a 2-year and a 4-year track is not their goal, I think that our apprenticeship programs, even as an employer, has been a great example of that. I think that we could potentially partner partner with some community, with industry, and even have awareness campaigns around that. You got to get to parents. You got to get to faculty. You got to get to teachers. You've got to get down into K through 12 and align with them. I know some schools do it more than others in how they're promoting CTE, but I do think that there's opportunity in partnering with how do we get that message out and how do we spread that awareness even more about all of the opportunities that are non-2-year, 4-year degree.
Second question was, and I raised this when we were talking about housing, is there a way that we can connect workforce development to our subsidized housing and to leverage our investment in housing by having people improve to the point where they don't need help paying their rent? So do you see a potential tie in there?
Yeah, Rebecca and I have actually had that conversation on a couple of occasions, and she has educated me on the Housing First model. And so we know that based on certain regulations and the focus areas of certain funding, that may be a challenge. But I do think that there's opportunity to, one, make sure that we're connecting individuals with workforce development efforts. And I know that that's something that's already happening, but Rebecca and I spoke about that and said that there's more opportunity to make sure that there's a stronger connection.
There could be a kind of benefits cliff problem, though, as people earn
Absolutely,
more
there's a
and then they don't qualify for the subsidy. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. James?
So first of all, let me just say thank you to the city manager and Danielle for you being here. Council, I want to remind you all, this all started January 2023 when we had our strategy session at UNC Charlotte. This council said the workforce development was going to be a priority. So I want to say thank you. We're so excited you're here. I'm going to echo Councilman Graham, though. He whispered to me, he said, we just need to get out of her way. And so I purposely have not scheduled a meeting with you for a whole year so Danielle could be Danielle. So let me go through the questions real quickly. I think the first one for me is what we're trying to solve is make sure those citizens in our community who want to be productive, who want a skill set. And I would like for us to follow the lead of what school systems are doing. Not only CMS, but also Gifford County Schools. Part of their RFP request now is to have a workforce development plan. So those who are bidding on their work, you have to show, and they tell you, at a minimum, we would like for you to hire 1 or 2 people from the nonprofits. I think that's the direction we should go, especially having someone of your level here. Number 2, what community we want to focus on? There are 3 of us who was raised in Southside. Tia, Dante, and myself. There's an organization in place called Strive CLT, Dr. Gwen High. I think that would be a great opportunity to focus on the community, Southside Homes, with a partner already there with Elivian, that we can do some real good work. So I'm adamant about focus on Southside. I'll throw that out. Industry, I'm partial to construction because we are a forgiving industry, and those who are trying to come back in the workforce, construction industry, we embrace that. So in my mind, when we build, we see building, we're trying to build, we should be building people at the same time. What does success look like? I'm sick and tired of us being 50 out of 50. So success for us based on, what's that report called, Mayor?
Chatty study.
The Chatty study, that we somehow now we're making progress. We're no longer saying we're 50 out of 50, but hopefully through your leadership, we can at least move up 10 or 12 and not be 50 out of 50. And yes, I think we should continue to move forward because this is very important to our community.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Mitchell. And actually, he hit on some points that I was going to hit. So the first thing was, and I wanted to ask the manager, the mayor, the attorney, we now have Danielle, and it's a deliverable of this council. But I'm wondering, is this work that's going to continue for, in other words, is her place a place of permanence? Hers. We now got Ed McKinney. You know, we have these specific roles. And so I'm wondering, CBI, the way that CBI right now is embedded, I think that these are deliverables that are inevitable in perpetuity, whether it's this council or any council. So I'd like to think about how we create this as a position of permanence, something that, you know, beyond regular deliverables, beyond just we got it, check, and then it's done, and then a new council comes and says, oh, well, workforce development is not that important, or, oh, small business is not that important, you know, and then it's just this up and down, you know, kind of trolley thing. You know, like I said, it sticks out to me because, again, when Councilmember Mayfield returned, she talked about things that had been done prior years before, right? That seemed like they were kind of repetitious to what we were trying to create now. So I wonder when we hit these milestones where we find success, how do we cement those practices into the organizational structure of Charlotte? So I'd like to think about that. And that's offline. Maybe that's a parking lot issue that we can kind of talk about, circle in. Secondly, I am a proud product of Guilford County Schools my entire life. And so when I graduated from high school, we had National Honor Society and we had something called Vocational Educational Honor Society, which is something that concurrently, you know, for the high achievers, encouraged them to look for education that would, you know, be specific to a four-year institution. And then it also ushered certain students into a technical background, right? Having them, you know, be encouraged to do both. Because imagine honoring a student for the ability to, you know, have a technical path and realize the earnings that were possible as a result of being honored in that way, right? And so I'm, you know, thinking through the process of CMS and some of the things that I see and don't see once I got here is something that we could kind of talk about to promote, you know, how we engage our students, you know, to get them to consider what's interesting to them, right, and kind of remove some of that stigma, like Councilmember Drake said. And then my last thing, you know, it's not
time check.
Okay, thank you. My last thing is, as we think through the, I guess the you know, talent that we'd like to, you know, attract, you know, steer our residents towards. We attract 6 industries according to, you know, what the Alliance works on day in and day out for our region. You know, and I'd really like to think about that because that's who we're attracting from the outside. And those are what the business, I think we have to kind of work with the business community concurrently, right? The jobs that are being created, I think we have to respond to the jobs that are actually being created in our region, you know, while we think about, you know, what we're going to specify as far as workforce training. Okay, sorry about that, but we can talk offline because you know how excited I am. So happy you're here.
Thank you.
Happy to work with you. I can't wait to get started.
Thank you. Tarek?
Thanks. Well, first and foremost, I'm really impressed by the thoroughness of everyone's comments, and I agree with just about everything that's been said so far. This is what the disc thing said to say. I'm doing it. I admire and like you, Victoria. Just a quick comment here, and this comes from a place of I have been deep in the weeds in this vertical for a long time. What does success look like? To me, what I've learned is nearly anybody can create some programs and run a few folks through them, through a few dozen, even a couple hundred. What success looks like at our level is scale. Can it be done for tens of thousands in a meaningful and sustainable way in where they're headed? So I think my advice and kind of what I'd say, I think we really, and this would be a wholesale change, Mr. Manager, and I don't know that we have the appetite for it, but I don't believe that we are going to be able to build the thing that has that scale if we go about it as we're building a product. The product is complex, and it's going to, I mean, there are hundreds of private sector companies that are doing this and failing. But if we step back at a more strategic level and tried to build a platform that others' products could scale, and I think in doing so, my just simple initial concept, and it may or may not be good, I just thought of it right now as we were sitting here and I was listening to everyone talk, is maybe something similar to the voucher or stipend program, but holistically, where these stipends or vouchers follow students, follow adults. They get to choose where they go within a city-approved vendor list of different things that strategically align with where we want to go. And then Danielle and the team's work becomes, after teeing up the initial stuff, finding and shepherding in existing programs and products, finding new ones that need to be built, but it doesn't all have to be quarterbacked out of the city. And I think if we were to step back and do that, then the focus isn't the level of operations it takes to do this is really tough. Doing that is something that isn't going to be easy, but achievable. And then the focus of the team can be how to integrate this vertically, like we've already said with the vertical pieces, so it becomes horizontal. How do we tie this into our transportation plans for equity? How do we tie it into affordable housing? How do we tie it into transportation and clothing and food and childcare? And so that we're solving something horizontally there. And you will never, even if you have the 1% chance of success at building the product, you'll never have the time to go really focus on those unless you build a platform.
Thank you for the opportunity. Most of my colleagues have already articulated, a lot of the what I wanted to say in reference to a strong focus on apprenticeship, youth involvement, youth employment, which is really important, as well as just being a top priority for this council. Can't speak for everybody else. This is really, really important to me, and we look forward to you coming at the appropriate time in front of the Economic Development Committee to for us to kind of have a more deep dive in conversations with it. But we're very excited that you're here for sure. Two quick questions. One, yes to all the questions, right? A focus would be certainly working with our corridors of opportunity. We have these 6 business hubs now, strategically located throughout the city, and if that can be a place where folks can drop in and identify workforce development opportunities and employment opportunities. Don't know whether or not there is a community job board where folks can kind of go and kind of see what's available there. And could you talk about your relationship between the city and Central Piedmont Community College, and what does that look like as it relates to workforce development?
Sure. Well, I'll first start off with thank you for the question. Our relationship with Central Piedmont is one from an employer standpoint, and our relationship through our prepaid tuition program. So that's the program that we help support our internal talent. Through external, it's really around just outreach and around collaborations, maybe around job fairs or around educating Central Piedmont as well as our other partners on what are the jobs that we have at the City of Charlotte. So it's more from an employer standpoint, which is great, but I think we have an opportunity now that we are furthering what workforce development efforts look like and what our plan is to incorporate them, especially from an external training provider, so to speak, and helping us to train and develop talent.
What about the certificate programs? An employer comes to town, they need workforce, that workforce needs to be trained through Central Piedmont Community College. Is there a relationship where you would know that's occurring, and how do you kind of facilitate that? Right.
So I guess let me go back to my previous life, being at Charlotte Works. So at the Workforce Development Board, we had what was called an eligible training provider list. That was a vetted list of providers that we subsidized training vouchers to. And so just through my relationships and my connections there, knowing what has been vetted as industry recognized credentials, and Central Piedmont was one of the largest training providers that partners with Charlotte Works and receives funding. And so I would go through my existing partnerships and channels that way, and I'm pretty familiar with the programming that they have available, and especially through those certificate programs and even through their short-term credentialing programs. Does that answer your question?
No, Malcolm, you done?
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor Lau?
I just wanted to ask one question, Danielle, and this is something that happened. We have been trying to work with Central Piedmont and to do some workforce development training, and I don't know if this is still the case, but we were talking about people that can't get away from their jobs because that's essential for them, so they had to come in on Saturday and Sunday. And when I talked to the president, she said that it was it was for the jobs that are in the medical industry, and it was very difficult for her to get teachers because the state funding didn't always support that kind of flexibility of, where they could be. So I'm posing this as a question because I do think that those 5,000 jobs at the Pearl are going to be very significant, important to us. So could you kind of go back and ask, are you able to get the kind of resources for people that are working but want to upskill themselves for these positions? And just let us know if that's another avenue for us or if Central Piedmont is already covering it.
Absolutely, I can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take one last question from Dimple quickly, and we have another agenda item or topic for today, so we'll need to wrap this conversation. Thank you.
Yes. So when you're one of the last, most of the things are covered, but I do want to highlight and uplift a specific group that Mr. Mitchell and I met back in 2019 when we were working with refugee support services and other immigrant communities. I think because of the language barrier, I do see not many nonprofits, workforce development programs that are catered to that group specifically. So I think we do need to look at that. But Mr. Bukhari is right when he talked about how we need to talk about scalability. And we don't need to reinvent the wheels here. We already have so many organizations that are already providing great workforce development opportunities and trainings, and just partnering with them. I'm not aware of many organizations that provide training in different languages. So I'm sure there are workforce opportunities for those that have English as a language barrier. There are construction jobs, there are fiber optics, there are very heavy technical jobs that you don't have to be fluent in English. So if we can explore that option, because when we looked at some of our high unemployment areas, those were all focused around corridors of opportunities. And one of those areas was Albemarle and Central Corridor, where we have demographics that have language barrier. And also we need to look at this internally, right? I mean, we have 8,000 plus employees workforce. Even within our organization, we have shortage of workers when it comes to bus operators. I don't know how we are doing with water, sanitation workers. So if we can also have apprenticeship opportunities for folks to work with the city, especially cats, it's a perfect example. I think we can stand up those training internally for our workforce. So we need to look at internal partners as well as external partners. And that's all I have, but I look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ajmera. Danielle, excellent work. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
All right, next up is, do you need a break?
No, fine.
You good? Okay.
So hopefully this will not take long. And the reason I'm stepping in is not because Priya couldn't come up and deliver an amazing update. I just wanted to talk a little bit about where we have been since the council accepted the Arts and Culture Plan in late in the fall. So great work from Priya, the city's first arts and culture officer, and a lot of good things are happening. And if you could just turn to page 38 of your booklet, and I think it tells us a story. So let's go back a little bit in time. If you think about the conversations today around safety, we were in a very similar situation a few years ago with arts and culture. You may recall that there was a failed quarter-cent sales tax initiative from the county, as well as we knew that corporate giving was drying up. And so I'll just point you to two data points. The low point of funding for those organizations that the city funded over the years was in 2021, that low point was $4.3 million. Okay? So we have the infusion fund. So the city comes together with the private sector and basically has a $36 million commitment over a 3-year period. $6 million from the city, $6 million from the private sector. And the private sector actually raised an additional $5 million. So we had about $41 million for this 3-year period. That 3-year period goes through this current fiscal year. So when we get to the budget and we begin the FY25 budget, there's a decision that needs to be made in terms of arts and culture. There's some colors on this chart. One, I guess that's lime green. The Thrive organizations, for the most part, one of the things that the council said is that we are paying debt on facilities, and a top priority are the facilities that we're paying debt on. They can't go dark, and those organizations that occupy those facilities can't go out of business either. So during in the course of these last few years, there was an ad hoc committee back in 2021, and then the city council had a policy framework back in 2023. And so I believe that as we have moved forward as a city, we have stayed within those frameworks, with your top priority being, let's make sure we make those investments in those facilities that are our facilities. So over the 3-year period of this infusion fund, you can see what has occurred in terms of the increase in these particular categories. So think about the Thrive organizations. That's been a 103% increase from the low point. The Alana, when we start to think of more of our organizations that are around some of the minority organizations that are in the system, they have gone up by 190%. And all of the other organizations, and that's the list of that's not in green or in red, have also gone up by 51%. So I would say in terms of funding, there has been a stabilization in the ecosystem. But it's more than, going from 4.3 million to 8.4 million. There's also been a great deal of collaboration. So you appointed, with the private sector, Arts and Culture Board, and they were able to put out different grants that were based on collaboration across the system. So I would say that the Infusion Fund has been very successful in stabilizing this subset of the arts and culture community. And the question becomes, what do we do going forward? I would say that the good news is that as you're having your annual strategy meeting, the county is also having their retreat. And they're having a discussion about arts and culture. And I believe that the co-chairs of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board are presenting. And the county is, and this is good collaboration, so I don't want to get too far out in front of Dina, but we are actually at the table talking about having lanes in which the city can make contributions and lanes in which the county can make contributions. It was you, Mr. Bakari, that talked about hardwiring or restricting some funds that are related to your priorities. Same concept for the county. Okay, and then opportunities for collaboration across those identified restricted lanes, if you will, for some of the other concepts that you had about how can we make sure that this ecosystem is actually collaborating. So while I'm not asking for a decision today other than are we headed in the right direction, and the other thing I think is important is that I believe if these different entities are still important to the council, start thinking about at least $8.5 million. If these are the groups that are important to us, think about it that way. And And also think about stabilizing the community. And if you start to think about the city and the county from the public sector coming together and putting funds together, I think it would be bigger than anything we've had up to this point. The one thing I would say to you that's an outstanding issue will be governance. And governance is difficult in anything that we do, whether it's mobility or whether it's arts and culture funding. But that is just the update. The conversations are beginning to happen between the city and the county about funding. I do want to bring to your attention that stabilizing these groups is more than what you have put in the past. And I guess the last thing that I would say along these lines is that the private sector's involvement up to this point has been, if there is public funding for those entities, organizations that are important to you, then the private sector would be able to fund in a very different manner. In other words, sponsorships or things of that nature. So don't need a decision today. Last time we didn't have a chance to talk about this at the annual strategy meeting. And I know there's a lot of passion around this. I do believe the path that we are on right now is consistent with the priorities of the council. But that's the update.
So I'm going to base this comment on what you said there without having a ton of detail on where the rubber meets the road. That would be one of the more promising things I've heard in a long time on this very important and difficult topic, if what you just said is directionally going to be the thing that happens. I think that is critical, that the county plays a major role in making that come to fruition. So that sounds good, but obviously that's a wild card and that has to happen. I think you said my magic words, which I've said from the beginning, which are like, we don't need to be in the weeds of parsing out $100 here and $200 here. We need to be at a policy level. So to your governance point, 90% of the governance problem goes away when we articulate our vision and our policy. And if there are two buckets, of which one larger bucket are the things that are the responsibilities we already bear, but then the other bucket is more of an allocation that says, here's what we want to accomplish, here's what we value. So no one's going and telling us, here's the plan, do you sign off on it? They're reading what we value, and they're building the plan and executing it on base like that. So if it's in policy, it shouldn't even really have to come to us. But the point there is, just as an example, what I mean by value is like, we might say we value things that our private sector leans into in that second bucket. Therefore, we humor matches up to this amount that have this thing happening. So I think there's enough guardrails we can put around that. I have, as many of you have been frustrated for a very long time about being unable to get to the finish line. So devil's in the details. But if that's the direction we're heading, that sounds good to me.
Are we going to hear an update on the plan, or is this the arts conversation? So the list that we have here on page 38, is that basically a derivative of the, hello? Is that a legacy list that came down from the Arts and Science Council process?
Absolutely. That if you go back in time, the first time that the council put in its first $6 million, that was the list that we put on the board.
Right.
Yes.
So we're still kind of waiting to see the full implementation of our arts and culture plan, right, which contemplates a new modality for deciding on where the money goes. Mr. Mitchell, excuse me, I'm trying to talk to you. That sort of laid out criteria and represented presumably a departure from the past, which is why we went to the trouble to do all that. And I believe that Ms. Sircar had told us in the past that she would be bringing forward more in terms of like the governance and the grant-making process, if that's right.
Yes, so Mr. Driggs, what I would add to what you just said is that, and I think I said this back in the fall, think about the plan as the community's plan. The council will never implement that entire plan, but the community gets to implement that plan, and we'll have a lane or two or three in that plan, and I believe that it begins with what we've been doing over time.
Okay.
Thank you. Parking lot, I would love to hear from Priya because we didn't get her in, but I know we're coming up on time.
So, Mr. Jones, I had stepped away for a minute. So from what I understand, this 8.4 million is what we will recommend?
I would say at a minimum.
Okay.
Because when you start to think about what was provided over this 3-year period, was basically $12 million a year.
Right.
If you back out almost 900,000 related to the ASC, you get closer to about $11 million that were put into the infusion fund. The bulk of that, and I think that's where Mr. Vicari is going, the bulk of that would be hardwired to these organizations that you have funded over the years with some allocation for more collaboration.
Okay, so there will still be a line item for ASC? Or no? No. This is all line items specifically for organizations.
So when you get to the governance, I think that would be, some of the issues. So let's back up a little bit. So it's been very easy for the city, and I would recommend that we continue down this pathway. It's an allocation that sets in the foundation for the Carolinas, and to put all this money out, it costs us something like $60,000 to get, $12 million out, or some 11 million. So having funds hardwired, the council not making determinations about who gets what.
Got it.
Much like in the past when the money went to the ASC, now to let's say, the foundation, a very, very low administrative fee that's related to it, and the funds getting out into the community with agreements with all of the organizations that are going to receive funding, that they are doing things that are consistent with the values of the city, but not line items in the budget where people are coming in to comment on those.
So not individual financial partner application. I think that's huge because we spend, this is 0.001% of our budget, and we spend 2 hours every year discussing this. I think that's great. This is great, but I guess I just want to make sure we have individual artists, and that I just want to make sure how are they going to get funding? Because currently they are getting support from ASC.
So what I would suggest is if you start to think about it, some of the funds, think about the infusion fund, individual artists have been able to get funds out of the infusion fund. Okay. So if we move forward and we have something that's close to $11 million, then you're almost replicating the infusion fund going forward with a good deal of the money hardwired. I know in my heart that the county isn't going to spend a lot of money on our facilities, nor should they, because they're our facilities. But as they bring money to the table, there are going to be some things like artists that the ASC has funded through county funds prior. There will also be, and if you start to look at this as just one big pot of money, and you start to look at the resources that goes out through the entire ecosystem, then once again, the city council is not implementing the plan.
Right.
We're implementing pieces of the plan that are important to us.
So the way I see this is like this big pot of money, each entity is distributing their share, And then foundation really with a very low management fee gets the money out to organizations based on some sort of criteria.
Yeah. Yes, but let me add one other thing. That doesn't mean, just as the county is funding the admin costs of the ASC this year, they may have that a priority going forward also. And so the admin fee would be different depending on how the entity that's putting out the grants, because for us, if it's just an allocation to the Mint Museum, it's writing a check. If there's a process where people are competing, that's a bit different, and there is some administrative fees related to that type of process.
I mean, I'm fine with the model. I'm just only concerned about what happens if some of these organizations that we support do not end up getting funding, like that we are obligated to. And
Again, you hardwire it. It's restricted. It's not even a discussion.
okay, well, that as long as that's in place, I'm fine.
Recapping, so possibly an $8.4 million allocation. At a minimum, right? Right. No city funding for ASC.
That would be your call. Right now, I don't have that built in.
I get it. You used the word corporate sponsorship. What does that mean?
So as the private sector started to look at how they would best value their contributions, it's maybe, and I'm not good at this, Priya will help me out, so there may be an exhibit that comes in, and maybe it's Bank of America that is sponsoring that exhibit, and maybe there's a $250,000 contribution. You've done the same thing with like Picasso. From time to time, you have, as a city council, have sponsored these types of, events. And so that could relieve you of having to do things like that in the future.
But that's no guarantee, right?
No guarantee.
It's optional. They can do it or not. What about the public art?
Stays the same. Right now, public art comes out of your CIP, and there would be no changes to that.
Who administers that?
ASC.
They'll continue to do that.
Correct.
And governance, that's another problem for somebody else?
A whole nother problem for a different day.
Well, that's the rub, right?
Well,
Somebody.
Yeah, I would say, let's have the beginning of the conversation. So let's start to think if you put in 11 million and 8.4 goes to these organizations, and then there's something that's in there that is flexible for collaboration, there could be a conversation about how many appointments would the city council have to a board when there's little money that isn't hardwired versus if the county put in a bunch of money, let's say that's not necessarily hardwired. So that's what I mean. I think the appointments and things like that would be the conversation that's not for today, but a conversation that has to occur.
I like how he started at 8.4 and we're up to 11 in the same conversation.
Just quickly, I think the question is who makes the decisions about the grants with the discretionary money? And I'm not sure and that was kind of, I thought, going to come out of the Arts and Culture Plan process. And so I'm wondering if we're still waiting for more information.
They're still working through that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. That wraps our last agenda item today. I know it's been a very long day with a lot of information. Thank you very much for leaning in again today, staying with it, engaged with great questions and great information. Yes, Marcus and
D'Alva, I know we're, 30 minutes off schedule. If that is, we had a closed session,
Yes.
and I want to know if that's something that council still wants to do today versus.
Yes,
in this room.
Patrick, can you give us so that everybody can get out of here, you guys enjoy, but you give us the motion to go into closed session, please? Yes. Mm-hmm. We have stuff tomorrow, too. You have the evaluations for the 3 people, remember we agreed, so that's tomorrow. Yeah.
So we'll need a motion to go into closed session to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the city council pursuant to 143-318-11A3, and to discuss matters related to the location or expansion of industries or other business in Charlotte, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered to the body public, pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A4.
Do I have a motion? We have a second? All in favor, please? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. All right, this is.